Greetings from Pune. I'm International Master Michael Rahal, bringing you interviews and live action and reports here from Pune in the Women's Grand Prix. In a few minutes, we'll be getting the best games of the afternoon. Let's take a look on our main matchup for this afternoon. Nurgyul Salimova, International Master from Bulgaria, will face the leader of the tournament, Zhu Jiner, a Grandmaster from China. Salimova won her game yesterday, and in her post-game interview, she talked about her confidence levels and the difficulty of being a professional chess player on the circuit. Has she recovered her confidence fully to focus against such a strong player as Chinese Grandmaster Zhu Jiner? We'll see this afternoon. Do you live in Pune? Do you live in Mumbai? Maybe you live in the surroundings. Come along and join us. You can actually follow the action live here in the playing hall. We actually have this area here where you can follow the action live, kibitz with other chess fans, have a refreshment, and even get the chance for a photo opportunity and an autograph with the players when they finish their games. If you don't live around here, it's not a problem. You can follow the action on our YouTube channel. Now, with you, our commentators, Sahil and Rakesh. Over to you guys.
Hello. Welcome. It's day 5 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix and exciting day of chess coming up. And it is just right before the rest day here in Pune. And I'm super excited to see how many decisive results again we'll have today, because there were 4 decisive results yesterday. And with that, we have an amazing graphic where we could see, it was the first game where Koneru Humpy won a very, very nice game against Shuvalova with the black pieces. Then it was followed by Zhu Jiner, the tournament leader, who won against tail end of Kashlinskaya. While those 2 games were going on, we saw Harika was very close to winning, spoil her advantage, and ended up repeating against Vaishali. And the last 2 games that went into the end game with about 60 moves or plus was where Salimova won her first game of the tournament, beating Munguntuul, whereas Divya Deshmukh won a very, very nice, positional game, maneuvering her pieces very nicely against Salome. And with that, the standings of round 4, we see Zhu Jiner on the top of the leaderboard, 3.5 out of 4, followed by Humpy and Divya at 3 out of 4, Harika and Shuvalova, Munguntuul on 50% with 2 out of 4. And the rest of the players are winless except Salimova, that is Vaishali, Salome and Kashlinskaya, who bottom of the standings. And with that, we will have the pairings of round 5, as we see Kashlinskaya plays Salome, a game between 2 players who are in the bottom of the leaderboard. And then it's Salimova against Zhu Jiner, Vaishali against Munguntuul. Humpy versus Harika is our featured matchup of the day, as you can see from a thumbnail as well. 2 Indian stalwarts taking on each other. And finally, it's Divya versus Polina. Do let us know in the chat your favorite pick of the day, like your favorite game, your favorite players. We'll keep an eye on the chat. And as we see the tournament hall not fully, filled up, we have a few players waiting, and looks like there are plenty of fans and media already in the playing hall though. See, FIDE's press officer Michael Rahal already here. And yeah, waiting on the players. It looks like it will be Botu and Boat for the inauguration move. And we have a very interesting guest who will be making the ceremonial first move. That will be up in about 5 minutes or so. Yep, 5 minutes to go for the first move, and don't see many players either. I think Is I see Humpy in the far left. Kashlinskaya here with the white pieces. She would, love to win her first game, and it's just about time because we'll be completing for the 50% of the tournament today because it's exactly the midpoint, and that is why we have our first rest day tomorrow. So, chat, do join us, but it would be on 20th of April. Yeah, as we're awaiting the arrival of the players and the chief guest for today. I think that's Divya who has made it to the tournament hall. Chief Arbiter Ivan Sorovi, who is here with ready with the announcements and the microphone. We'll be getting to know if there are any changes. He'll definitely be announcing that there will be some that there'll be a rest day tomorrow. And with that, I think it would be nice to share with the audience who are our chief guests for the day, who will be making the ceremonial opening move. That is CID of Pune Superintendent Sridhar IPS, as well as Grandmaster Abhijit Kunde, gold medal winning captain of the Olympiad team of the Indian team in 2024 at Budapest. And also, in fact, he is the local star. He's from Pune, member of the organizing committee as well. So, be amazing to have him in the studio later as well. But yeah, two very, very distinguished guests will be making the ceremonial move as we see Salome coming up, greeting Kashlinskaya. And that will be another very, very interesting game between two fighters and hoping to get more decisive games today as well. And looking at the pairings, I think there might be two or three decisive games. I mean, it's very tough to go into a rest day losing. So I'm pretty sure no player would like to, lose and go into the rest day. So, of course, if you win and go into the rest day, that's an amazing feeling, but you have to take that extra risk. But it's going to depend also because Zhu Jiner with the black pieces, the tournament leader, might not run away and beat Salimova, but this gives a fantastic chance for Koneru Humpy and Divya Deshmukh to join Zhu Jiner or even maybe overtake her in terms of tournament standings. But Humpy has her task cut out. She's playing in a number two, Harika there, whereas Divya will have to beat Polina. And both players having the white pieces, so that's great. And it's also Vaishali who has the white pieces. She is sadly winless against a player, Munguntuul, who has had 4 games, 4 results. And so has Divya Deshmukh. So maybe that works out well in Vaishali's favor. And, if Vaishali wins this game, she's going to be a different player in the second half with gaining that confidence and the momentum going into the rest day. So yeah, plenty of action packed games. We hope to have lots of interesting games, exciting games, and results. 2 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the playing hall to see if we are ready for our opening ceremony here. See Harika walking in and she greets Humpy. Yeah, and there that's at the bottom. That's at the top of the screen. Sorry, Zujin is already there. I don't see her opponent Salimova yet. And yeah, looks like almost all of the players have arrived. We should be seeing our opening ceremony very, very soon. I think day one was about 4 decisive games, then day two was two, then we had about 3 decisive games, and yesterday was four. So a very, very high percentage of the games are ending decisively, and it's like great to see so fewer draws and lots of results at the highest level here. That's what is making this tournament very exciting to follow. and the games have also been of high quality with lots of attacking chess, enterprising chess, both players trying to go for the win. That's where you get an exciting game as a viewer and as a commentator. So chat with that, let me know how many games do you think will end decisively. My prediction is 3 for the day. Looking at the pairings once again, I felt there should be 3 decisive games, and I think we might have our chief guest pretty soon in the playing hall. We are here at Amnora, the Fern Hotel in Pune, in Amnora town, and that's where you could also visit. If you are in and around the area in Pune, you want to have a chance to look at this amazing playing hall. Do go to the website and register yourself. There is a window at the end of every hour. You just have to register. It's completely free, and the organizers will be happy to accommodate you if they have extra space. And remember, 10 of the top women players of the world are here, so grab your opportunity to come and see them play. And it's I think a very unique opportunity. It's just the second time I think we have the women's Grand Prix in India. So do register if you want to come and visit the tournament hall. Yeah, and it's past the playing times 3:01. I don't see any update. No games have not yet begun. And then we see, I think, Salimova walking in, greets Zhu Jiner. She won a fantastic game again. It was a very nerve-wracking game against Munguntuul there, and she will want to build up on that momentum. And she is on, I think, 1.5 out of 4. So certainly a couple of wins, and you're right back in it. And in fact, Nurgyul is playing the tournament leader. So what better way to cut short the leader's path by defeating her yourself? I think all players in, cameras are ready. We should be having action very, very soon. Yeah, and there you go. I think I see Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte. They'll be making the ceremonial move on Humpy versus Harika. Let's go. It's CID of Pune Superintendent Sridhar, IPS, and Harika showing she wants, no, Humpy showing she wants to go D4. There we have it on the board. And let's see what Grandmaster Kunte is going to play for Harika. He was the coach of the Indian women's team, and Harika was board one of that tournament. And D4, D5, maybe we will have the same opening. Or does Humpy go for C4, the English opening in which she defeated Divya in a very nice game? And there we go. Chief guest CID of Pune, Sri Sridhar of IPS, and Abhijit Kunde making the ceremonial move. And Humpy is going to lead us to a great start with knight f3, the Reti opening here. Yeah, and I think we have the games underway. Harika having a think, and she goes for knight f6. And this is an opening which Harika herself plays a lot with the white side. So it'll be interesting to know what's her strategy going to be. And Harika won a very nice game in round 3. Yesterday she was completely winning, played an amazing opening idea against Vaishali, but couldn't convert. Now she's playing with the black pieces. So does she, play it safe for a draw, or does she, still go for the attack? And that'll be interesting to note. And G3, D5 on the board. In fact, another game that has seen the same opening, if you can quickly go to that game, is between Vaishali and Munguntuul. there you have it. If we go just from the start of the game, knight f3, d5, g3, bishop g4 there. Another ratty opening here by Vaishali, who really wants to score her first win and get, you know, onto the leaderboard, catching up to the leaders. Bishop g2, knight d7, and pawn to h3 here by Vaishali, asking questions to the bishop. Hey bishop, you want to capture the knight, or if you want to go back? If you go back, I can also keep attacking you with a pawn to g4. Munguntuul having her first big thing of the day, and she has played 4 games. All of them have ended decisively. Bishop h5 on the board. We're pretty much in opening territory, and castle is the most played move here with about 55 games out of 185 games. So that's d4 played by Vaishali, trying to transpose into some kind of queen's gambit accepted or queen's gambit declined after if black puts in a knight f6 and c4 is possible. Now we have a very interesting version of the King's Indian attack as well. It's known as the Keres variation. Just eyeing out some other boards where we might have interesting action. Let's go to board 1. That is Kashlinskaya versus Salome Melia. So if you go from the start, it's the Sicilian Alapin, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's like the delayed Alapin. And pawn to d5, e d5, queen d5, d4. It's a very positional attacking opening here from white, and knight f6, bishop e3, bishop g4. It's an interesting choice because black wants to pin the knight against the queen, and in case of pawn takes pawn, black is going to take on d1, king takes d1, and pawn comes out to e5, trying to pin the knight further and get some counterplay going for the sacrifice pawn. Let's see if we have a move. Not yet. Kashlinskaya in the tank, and Salome has played this with absolutely zero thought. She has 2 minutes extra, so it looks like good preparation from her, and she might have been expecting this line by Alina. It's very important to note both these players winless so far in the tournament, and will be really looking forward to get their first W in front of their name before we head into tomorrow's rest day. And meanwhile, somebody who's not been having any trouble winning games, let's go to that game, board 5. That is Divya Deshmukh versus Polina. And let's also see it from the start. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. Could be the Nimzo, could be qgd. That's the queen's gambit decline. And cqgd. cd5, that's the exchange variation of the queen's gambit decline. Bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop into d6. The queen captures. Pawn comes ahead. You want to get this bishop out on this diagonal. And knight comes out. Knight wants to go here, attack the bishop, and it is Polina who is taking a look at Divya's time chat. 1 hour, 33 minutes, 31 seconds. That's definitely looking like prep. Yeah, it's almost yeah. And I think definitely prep. 1 hour 33, and Divya and Munguntuul, the only 2 players who have had all 4 games of theirs end decisively so far. So 3 wins and 1 loss for Divya, 2 wins and 2 losses for Munguntuul. Let's actually check how many games have been played in this variation, because I'm quite intrigued if this is some kind of amazing prep that Divya and her team have prepared. Not a lot of games at the highest level, but Nils Grandelius, one of Magnus Carlsen seconds, has played this a few times, as well as Alexei Sarana has had a couple of games in this. The most common reply by Black is short castle. Oops. And then knight g3 follows, but Polina, doesn't look very well prepared in this. She's having her first thing thinking about where do I put my bishop. Another opportunity is maybe you go pawn to h6, I was thinking, but looks like pawn to h5 also works. Let's check out this sample variation. Pawn to h5, knight comes around to g3, hitting the bishop. Now you can in fact, whoops, you can drop back one square, you can drop back two squares, and then your idea is you want to kick the knight away with pawn to h4 and then forcing the horsey back to e2 or f1 if in case white develops the bishop. I think with that, it's time to switch. Let's go back to our featured matchup between Humpy and Harika, two Indian stalwarts fighting it out. And don't even, in fact, remember when was the last classical game these two stars played on Indian soil. It will be interesting to know if they have, maybe it's the last Women's Grand Prix. Otherwise, they might have played a few Rapid Blitz games, but I don't remember a classical game between them for the last few years. And if we come back, we left it around here. So Humpy going in for the typical King's Indian attack variation. Again, Vaishali is opening and Humpy is opening. Similar for the day, though Munguntuul and Harika have taken a different approach with the black pieces. Bishop e7, pawn to c4. We can, transpose to the infamous Catalan opening here, one of Grandmaster Srinath's favorite lines, coach of the Indian men's team there. But after c4, short castle, Humpy plays pawn to b3. That's an interesting option. It's the double fianchetto of the bishops. White wants to use this bishop, the dark square bishop, this long diagonal that you see cutting across the board. And this light squared bishop is already on this long diagonal. You can see a nice X on the chessboard. Both bishops on the most active diagonals. And with that, we have a move b3. Pawn to c5 was played. Takes on d5. Knight takes d5. And knight to c3 on the board. Harika having a sip of water. She's thinking, isn't this... Wait a minute. Can I just trade knights? Pawn takes knight. Queen capture. Rook recaptures. And it looks like black is fine, but Humpy is banking on the fact that the lead in development is going to give her an advantage, because after knight e5, this bishop opens up, and that is very tricky to defend if you are playing with the black pieces. So ball in Harika's court if she wants to trade pieces, if she wants to keep the tension, keep the pieces on the board. All options open. In fact, if Harika continues something like knight c6, we might see bishop b2 from Humpy, and the bishop comes to the long diagonal as we have already discussed. Let's see. And as usual, we have our favorites in the chat. Conan says Divya, Zhu, and Humpy gonna win today. He made the same comment yesterday, and boy, oh boy, was Conan right, because in fact, Divya, Zhu, and Humpy managed to win yesterday. Those were the three wins, apart from the draw between Harika and Vaishali, and Nurgyul was the fourth winner. But Conan thinks these three players will win again, and that's highly possible as well. It'll be interesting to note, Conan, and if you are joining us, do hit the like button and subscribe to the channels if you haven't, because we have some exciting chess coming up. Remember, this is day 5 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. It's the fifth leg, the fifth day. And after this, we will be having our rest day tomorrow. It's C3 on this board. Just checking out if we have any updates in the other games. Not much action is slow moving today. Let's check into board 2, that is Salimova versus Zhu Jiner. It's the leader of the tournament there. Let's take it from the start. We haven't had a look at this game so far. D4, knight f6, knight f3, e6. So plenty of d4. Yesterday we were seeing a lot of games with the king pawn opening, but this time today we are seeing a lot of games with the queen pawn and the reti opening here. So bishop f4, pawn to d5. It's like the London system played by Salimova, and we are missing our co-commentator Sahil because he's definitely one of the key experts in the London system. He'll be joining us very soon after pawn to e3, c5 by Zhu Jiner, taking the most aggressive approach against the London. And knight comes out for white. Black also develops her knight. Pawn to c3. This is the pawn formation white goes for with this strong London bishop. Sometimes you want to go pawn up one square in case black attacks the knight, attacks our bishop with the knight. We just drop it back in the corner. Knight h5 played one move earlier by the leader of the tournament, and bishop g5 hitting the queen, asking a question because white does not want to give up the important London bishop for a knight in the corner. So bishop g5 played. Pawn to f6. Zhu Jiner is not afraid to make a few concessions here. A pawn structure. She wants to attack, making her intentions known loud and clear. And as she gets up from the board, she looks super confident. And if I look at her time, if I look at her position, she has 1 hour 32 minutes 37 seconds. That's more time than she started out with. And black looks very comfortable after bishop is attacked. Bishop has to drop back. You do not want to go here and lose your bishop. Bishop drops back, and pawn to g6. Pawn to g5 would have been a mistake, chat, because I'm going to capture this way, but as you can see, there is an X-ray attack on the knight on h5 from our queen. So we capture the pawn with the knight first, and once you recapture my knight, I'm going to throw in a nice little intermezzo check. And doesn't matter, wherever you move your king, I'm going to capture another pawn. And this, as you can see with the bar, is completely winning for white. So Zhu definitely notices that, and she goes pawn to g6 with the idea, to develop her bishop this way to keep an escape square for your knight. Like this as like a sample variation is if I play bishop d3, do not go bishop to g7 because that takes away the knight's sole retreating square, and you just attack the knight with g4, and the knight is trapped. Can't go here, can't go here, and definitely these two squares are also protected by white's pawn. So let's catch up with the live board. Bishop e2 played. Nurgyul hoping for the similar trap. Zhu recaptures in the center. White recaptures. And bishop e7. Remember, keeping the square for the knight. Salimova brings her rook to the open file. And Zhu Jiner castle. So showing she's definitely in her prep. 7 games have been played so far, and looks like Zhu Jiner is definitely in prep. 1 hour 32 minutes still for her. Just checking, there has been a couple of games here. In fact, 2 Indian stars have played this with the white pieces until black has castle. That's Pentala Hari Krishna and Arvind Chidambaram, who have played this from the white side. Temur Rajabov, another top star who has played this. And it's interesting to note that Black has not won a single game in amongst the 10 games so far. So, sorry, amongst the 7 games so far. There have been 4 white wins and 3 draws from this position. So maybe it looks like Zhu Jiner wants to equalize and just ensure she at least is a part of the joint lead or has sole lead at the end of the day. And short castle by Salimova, that's the best move in the position once again. Knight going back to g7 is an interesting option here. Being played 4 times out of the 9 games in the position. Yes, chat, do let us know your favorite players in the chat. I'm keeping an eye out on all 3 chats there where we are streaming. That's the FIDE channel, the Chess.com India channel, as well as the Chess 24 India channel. So let us know your comments, your favorite players, any game you think is exciting. Or if you have any random chess questions, do drop it in the chat. Good evening, says Little Black Cat. Hello, hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Doesn't if you're from any part of the world, you're welcome. It's day 5 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and while Zhu Jiner thinks, let's quickly switch into another game. Let me see which game has had some action. Yeah, let's go to board 1, please. That's Alina versus Salome. Lots of moves played after we last left it around here. Knight f3, bishop e3, bishop g4. Kashlinskaya trying to surprise Salome with the Sicilian Alapin. And after pawn takes c5, we were discussing this move. Queen d1, king d1, and knight d5. I was thinking of something like pawn to e5 with the idea of e4 hitting the knight on f3, trying to pin it and win it. But Salome goes for knight to d5, the most played move in the variation. White's idea is simple. White wants to hold on to the extra pawn, maybe play pawn to b4, and is welcoming the trade of the e3 bishop for the central knight. But yeah, after knight d1, after knight d5, if we can just quickly see if there are any top players playing this, it's Laura Fressine has played this from white. Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion, has won with the black pieces in this opening. So David Howell has played this with white, won a nice game there, and yeah, lots of games overall. We'll see what Kashlinskaya has prepared. It looks like Salome has won the opening battle here because after 8 moves, chat, if you have less time than your opponent in an opening where you are trying to surprise your opponent, it's not good news. And Kashlinskaya, super strong player, almost 2500 rating, is playing somebody 200 points lower than her. But look at Black's clock, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 45 seconds. And for White, it's almost losing 15 minutes in the first 8 moves. I think it's got to do a lot with her confidence, how she started the tournament, just 0.5 out of 4. That is really impacting her confidence, I feel. And there's no momentum. She could have been lucky, for the first few games if she had beaten Polina. But it was Polina who won that game and went into the lead. But because of that game, it looks difficult for Kashlinskaya to regain her momentum. It's a great day, in fact, to win because it's round 5 rest day tomorrow. So if she can get a win today, that would give her confidence big boost going into the second half of the event. Yeah, while we'll allow Kashlinskaya to decide on the next move, we'll get it into both three. That is Vaishali versus Munguntuul. Again, two players having topsy-turvy tournament completely. Munguntuul 2 wins, 2 losses, whereas Vaishali has not been able to win her first game, but I think she will be hoping for a win just to get that little bit of luck in her favor that she needs to win. She defended a very, very nice game yesterday against Harika, made an opening blunder against Divya, which was quite sad, but I think hopefully she makes a comeback today. So we left the position around move 6. So yeah, it was around here. So on to e6, on to c4. c6 was played by Munguntuul, and Vaishali castles her king, gets her king to safety. Black develops her king side knight on the right side, and Vaishali captures the pawn in the center. Maybe she's asking a question. Does black want to capture this way and create some imbalances, or does black want to capture and just have one open file on the C line? Queen b3 played, and immediately Munguntuul, we have seen her play the opening stages very fast so far in this tournament. Queen to b6 has been played, offering a queen trade. Only one open file. There is one way where white can get advantages. Queen takes. You can take with the pawn, you can recapture with the knight, but let's say pawn takes, and you always have this idea here. Knight c3. Can the knight to b5, because nobody can dislodge the knight here. There are no pawns on a on the c file that can kick the knight away. So Vaishali is thinking about that. It's an interesting option, because if you capture and black recaptures with the knight isn't going anywhere. The knight, even if it comes to c4, can be kicked away very simply. Very interesting choice here for Vaishali. Does she develop the knight out here, allowing black to trade queens, or does she trade queens herself and play a queenless middle game, trying to get her the first win of the day? I think with that, it's time to head into the featured matchup, that is Koneru Humpy versus Harika, where we are expecting a great fight between two Indian stalwarts, two of the most famous players in Indian chess. As we see, I think we left it around here at knight c3, where Humpy was giving Harika the option, to trade a pair of knights, trade queens, but bishop came out to f6, forcing white to do something about this situation, because there is a double attack on the c3 knight, and it was here where Humpy, had a quick think of about 2 minutes, and she played a very, very interesting move, which was the bishop to a3, completely ignoring the threat against the black knight, and sorry, the white knight, and hitting the pawn on c5 there. About 1 hour 27 minutes for Humpy, 1 hour 16 minutes for Harika. Harika has a great accuracy, that is 99.9 accuracy there, looking very, very strong. but she is down on time. So maybe I have a feeling this is uh, Humpy's prep, and Harika has to come up with defense on the go. And let's see the last played game. So, chat, as you can see in this position where black is going bishop f6, 11 games in the database, and all 11, that is 100% of the games, have ended, not ended, sorry, have featured bishop to b2. And that includes with, players like Rasmus Swane, Samuel Shankland, all of them playing Bishop B2 with Maxim Matlako in there, Benjamin Boak, super strong 2600 Grandmasters, everyone playing Bishop B2. But Humpy comes up with Bishop A3. And very interesting to note what's going to happen here. And with that, if we switch to another game, that is Salimova versus Zhu Jiner, the leader of the tournament, because that has featured an opening of my co-commentator's favorite opening, of which he's an expert on. So welcome, Sahil, and we have the London system in Salimova versus Zhu Jiner.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I had left for Paris, but I saw that there's a London system opening on the board, so I quickly came back, missed my flight, just like some Bollywood movies, and we are here for another exciting day. Rakesh, so far, I was going through the stream while I was coming here and I saw some exciting games, but none excites me more than the London system. 99.4 accuracy. And if you go through the opening moves, we have a very, very normal setup, but knight to h5, this is not something you see very often in the London. So you will see this, but usually black takes on d4 first, and after he takes d4, then maybe at some point knight h5 happens, bishop d6 happens, but knight directly, bishop g5, f6 now, bishop h4, and you can see black has these 3 pawns here, which kind of could be very, very weak or very, very strong, depending on how you play this. And of course, e5 could be in there. Now she takes on d4, bishop e7, rook c1, castles, and we have a very, very interesting structure. Black could potentially also go g5. We saw a couple of g5 yesterday. Still kind of, g5 is in my nightmares, because whenever I see that move, I know I'm in under trouble, either as white or as black. I never can ace that move. And g5 could again happen. But the knight on h5 is waiting. It's waiting for an opportunity for the bishop to come to g3. Its life's purpose will be solved. It will sacrifice itself on g3 and just cherish that it has captured the London bishop. That's the pride and joy of white's position.
Absolutely, Sahil. And amazing. I hope you are equally passionate for all openings, but I know your love for the London. And what are your predictions, Sahil, going into this game?
I think maybe we can have a bird's eye view that will make it much easier to predict how many results. Rakesh, day, I think 2, you were correct with number of predictions. Day 3, I was, maybe it was something like the opposite. But now it's the tiebreakers. So who do you think will give us the first win and number of results from your end?
And g5 on the board. You said it.
Yeah, it's on the board. It. And the bishop on h4 has to move. So first of all, Rakesh, the number of results for the first time, I don't see a single bar even slightly up or down, and it's right in the center, that traditional advantage that white has, 0.2, 0.1, that's what I can see on all boards. So look at the structure, look at the position, tell me how many results.
So that's a great point you mentioned of the bar not having an edge in any of the games so far, and we are like about 30 minutes in. Normally by this time we know the intentions of the players. I think because it's round 5, it's the 50% has been completed at the end of the day. Tomorrow is a rest day. I don't think a lot of decisive games are going to happen.
You know what? If I am Zhu Jiner right now, I am fully in agreement with you. If I am Humpy or Divya, I agree with you. But if I'm anybody else in the tournament right now, because the 4th ranked player has 2 points, and that's already 1.5 points behind the leader.
That's so rare.
If I am Harika, Polina, Munguntuul, Vaishali, Salimova, Salome, or Alina, I'm like, this is the point where others might take it slow. I have to take it fast. And we saw even, for example, Salimova, they were pushing, losing, but she pushed again yesterday, was lost in a single move, but her opponent couldn't find it, and she benefited from that at the end. So I expect bloodbath. Of course, maybe, we'll see a quick draw somewhere among the top players, but mostly I expect full-on pressure from the white pieces. And of course, as we have seen, the black pieces having an amazing time here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that would be 0 decisive games, but I would say 2 or 3. What do you think?
But 2 or 3, that's a big difference. You cannot choose. I think 1, 2, 3, or 4, or maybe 5. Yeah. So what's your one prediction?
I think two decisive games.
I'm going to go with 3 now. I think I will subtract 1 from my answer. Let's see. We would like to ask the producer also for a prediction for once. How many results do you think? He's saying 3 results, so he's copying me as it is. Control C, Control V. That's what he's very good at, by the way. So for now, let's have a look at the games. When we start one by one with all the games, which game do you want to head off to first, Rakesh?
I think let's go into the featured clash of the day, that is Humpy and Harika. Let's quickly check in with that game.
And as we go to that game, question for chat: how many results do you think will happen today? Important round just before the rest day. More than halfway through the tournament, we will need some results. Every player fighting for blood. How many results do you expect, chat? And you can see it is Humpy against Harika. That's a very, very important clash. India number 1 versus India number 2 for a long, long time. And Humpy has the white pieces. She has a couple of wins under her belt. Harika missing out yesterday, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Do you think that psychologically, that she's been a little bit undecisive and that might cost her today as well?
Probably, and that's one game where she could have definitely won. She had a winning position yesterday, Sahil, against Vaishali, but today she's playing her compatriot once again. And very, very interesting position that I was showing chat was in this position after 8 moves. Almost everyone from white was playing bishop to b2, the safe, the sound. But Humpy is here for an attack. She doesn't agree with our prediction of slow games or draws are going to happen. She says, I'm going to be one of the decisive winners today. She goes bishop to a3, temporary sacrificing the pawn here. Goes bishop a3, and after knight c3, pawn c3, queen coming to a5, hitting this pawn, hitting this bishop, as well as protecting the pawn on c5. So nice idea, nice defense by Harika, but this definitely was some prep by Humpy, and looks we'll have to see how well Humpy is prepared. After queen a5, she goes back bishop b2, which is the most natural response, and Harika quickly develops her knight, wants to get her rook in the center. Bishop is eyeing the pawn, so a lot to play for here, Sahil.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine if Humpy wins this one. I mean, it will be 3 wins in a row. I mean,
Wow.
I asked you yesterday, are you wondering about the results? Are you taking one move at a time? He said, I'm not wondering about the results right now. Just thinking about the games. What can I play? How can I play the best chess? And that's always the best approach. Regardless of whom you ask, unless it's Magnus, then he says, I'm going to win tomorrow. And that usually happens. But apart from, for the mortals among us, I think that's usually a good approach. And as of now, I think Humpy, not based on this game, I would say based on the last 2 games, she's gathered a lot of momentum. And that really matters. You have a lot of faith in yourself during these games. And in that, it's a lot of confidence versus a little bit of indecision. And as of now, with the white pieces, well, I expect Humpy to put a lot of pressure. The result, of course, is a matter of time.
Yeah, and knight c6, queen, I think should come out to c2, because you want to hide here behind your pawn before the rook comes and attacks you here. So I think while we let Humpy think, let's switch into another game. So that's between Vaishali and Munguntuul, where we have seen early trade of queens and already a queenless middle game, Sahil.
Very, very interesting matchup, this one, because Munguntuul has always given us a result. She's like, you guys, I'm playing for you guys. I will not let you down every game. Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking chat only.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But, Vaishali having 3 draws and a loss. So she's had that safer approach. So I'm very curious as to what happens in this game. As of now, Munguntuul having more time on the clock. She's traded off the queens. It seems like she has kind of equalized here. So it will be very, very interesting to see what happens here. What's your prediction? I am going to predict a draw here. Maybe the Munguntuul, the rapid fire journey will have a small pause here in round 5 and it might be a draw.
I think Vaishali might win this somehow.
Hmm.
It's one of the rare games where Munguntuul has played slower in the openings and has managed to trade queens. But this is especially in Vaishali's forte. She likes to play these slow positions going into an endgame. It's one of those positions style, right, where white cannot lose normally.
I
So
mean, if something were to go wrong, this is the moment I'm gonna clip and then post on our socials. So please have a timestamp ready, Mr. Producer, for this one. But as of now, I do agree, Rakesh. I think we could see a result, but as of now, I'm still banking on a draw here. So very interesting. Queen trade has happened. Maybe we can have a look at. We just had a look at the leaders game. So maybe go to the game of Divya against Polina. What's happening there, Rakesh?
yeah, we saw a crazy idea here. I'll quickly, show it to you from the start. So it was the Queen's Gambit exchange variation, and we left it around here on move 8. So knight g2, Divya showing amazing prep once again. Short castle was played as expected. Knight attacking the bishop. Bishop comes in the center. Instead of usually bishop drops.
Yeah, that's very
back.
interesting, right? Why not bishop g6? Is h4, h5 a problem? What's the problem here?
I think she was afraid of that.
Yeah.
H4 might not be the best move, but practically so difficult to play against h4. You like we all know Divya is such an amazing attacking chess player. So h4, h6, and you allow this pawn to come to h5. Remember this alpha zero idea, always one pawn holding 2 pawns position. So
Yeah.
Polina was saying, hey, nothing doing. Let's just, trade a few pieces. She goes in bishop e4. And I think Divya still very well prepared, just captures on e4 immediately. Knight takes e4, captures again, pawn captures, and bishop e2, knight d7, short castle, c6, queen b3, 14 moves in Sahil, and Divya has more time than she started out with.
Yeah. Two things I'm noticing. One was the clock that she's used no time at all, and a very, very interesting idea with knight to e2. I saw there were like 3-4 games in total there. So maybe it's something new that her team came up with. So, and she also looks a bit more relaxed today. But I also noticed one more thing. Polina also had that slightly worse endgame against Vaishali. So maybe this is also she's comfortable getting a slightly worse position, trusting herself that she can defend that with black. And maybe that's a conscious strategy, Rakesh.
Yeah, and Polina had a minus position against Vaishali, defended it, had a minus position against Humpy yesterday, but lost.
Yeah.
So it's the third game in a row for her against an Indian player. But who looks more confident? I know Divya just got up from her chair, but I think Divya looks very confident. And if she wins again, she'll be back at the studio.
Yeah, and by the way, knight b6, Rakesh. You know what? That looks like a great move at first glance. You want to potentially, get the knight to d5, maybe offer a queen trade with queen d5. But what if I just launch a4 right now? Isn't that a problem? Because I'm threatening a5. The pawn on b7 is hanging, and I mean, if you play knight d5 instantly, I am considering grabbing that pawn maybe, or even just kind of pushing a5 further. So a lot of options, even rook f(c)(1). Is my king side that, empty? I don't think so. Black has enough pieces to launch an attack here.
Definitely, that's a great call out. And, till now, queen b3, it was all good. It was Divya's prep. Nothing out of the usual. And, like we saw yesterday when Zhu Jiner had a long think, it's bad news if your well-prepared opponent starts thinking, and because that is something they have not looked at, or it's out of not the top 3 moves of the engine. But I think Divya will be very happy because White's king is completely safe, and with knight b6, a4, I just got a free tempo, and I really want to start attacking this pawn. And a good bishop versus bad knight not doing much. I think this will be one of the 3 decisive results that Sahil that you're predicting.
Yeah, and very interesting chat. There's a lot of support for Divya, Alina, Salimova, Humpy. Lot of support there in the chat for each player. As of now, we look at this game. And yeah, I mean, I think there's only one game that we've not looked at so far again. Would love to go to the leaders game again. That g5 move was very interesting. And White is now still contemplating her choices. So, Rakesh, I see bishop g3. Is there even something else? Because the knight on h5 is loose. So potentially knight e1 could also be a move. Not sure if white will do this. But which one would you prefer, bishop g3 or knight e1?
So let's see. Bishop g3 is like the simple vanilla move. Knight g3, edge g3, and pretty much pretty standard. Do you like losing your London bishop, Sahil?
No, I don't. So it's like losing a piece of my heart there, right in the game. Then I spend half an hour crying, and I lose on time. So I would rather not lose that. But in this case, I'm going to lose it either way.
Yeah.
So
let's see. Bishop g3 was a normal one. Knight e1 is very interesting actually. Point is, I'm hitting your knight. If you go knight back, I just drop in bishop g3 and I say,
she played 21. So she is hoping against hope that the knight drops to g7 and she can put that bishop on g3 on that amazing diagonal. But I'm pretty sure black is going to take that bishop and the bishop will land on h5, and then we will have a very, very interesting pawn structure, Rakesh, with the pawn on h4. Is it strong? Is it weak? Is it going to be on h3 when white finally suffers mate? God knows, but a very, very interesting dynamic.
But I think because it's our dear London bishop, I'm happy that we lost. I mean, I'm not happy we lost it, but at least it gave black a double pawn.
Yeah.
So knight e1, very good move by Nurgyul. I think I like this style. I like this for white a lot, but I'm just wondering what Zhu Jiner has in mind.
I think she is going to take that bishop. I would be shocked if knight g7 happens, because your entire purpose of g5 was to get that bishop. If you fail, then I think white
should be knight
g7 played. I'm a bit shocked by that move.
But your heart is fully 100% because bishop is...
And see how fast the bishop dropped to g3, right? In literally half a second. So Salimova should be happy with this. But you know what? Maybe black is not done. Black is like, I couldn't get you from the left. I'm going to get you from the right. So knight f5 now.
Oh my God.
Again with the idea of grabbing this bishop and
a piece of your heart.
Yeah, I mean, I was given false hope, Rakesh. I'm again heartbroken now for the second time. Again, this is sad.
Yeah, it looks like knight f5 is incoming.
Yeah, she wasn't comfortable with that pawn structure, I think, and she understood that she could still get this bishop in a more logical and a more normal way. That's a structure she understands, and it's practically better to have a structure you understand rather than have a pawn on h4.
Yeah, so Sahil, I'd like to show you a very interesting line. So here, I just come out with my knight to d3, and you take my bishop, I take your knight. Alright, so I got this position. In case I would have gone g5, bishop g3 directly, takes. Now the knight is on f3, whereas this circus of knight going back, coming in, taking the bishop, now the knight is on d3.
Yeah.
As a London player, where do you want your knight? Like d3 or f3?
So you want to put it on e5 ideally, but here there's a pawn on f6. So it's a very, very different dynamic, and this line is not as commonly played. So your counterplay could be different in this case. Clearly, knight e5 is not an option. But I might even prefer it on d3 because I can see that g pawn incoming, and at some point g4 might happen. So for that, I'm better prepared with knight d3 because g4 leads to knight f4 ideas. I'm also still controlling e5 with knight on d3. Then I can also jump to c5 in some cases.
Yeah.
And the bishop's diagonal is also open from e2 to h5. So I would actually prefer it on d3. By the way, Aditya saying, what a disappointment, Salim is back. So he's one of our regulars from the Chess 24 India channel.
He's kidding.
Yeah, he's one of our regulars. I know him for 5 years. So yeah.
And Love Supreme says, go Zeus. A lot of Zhu Jiner fans as well.
Yeah.
And we have plenty of people in the chat. Bhargav always in the chat. He was here in the tournament hall a couple of days ago. So chat, if any one of you want to join us, feel free to reach out to the organizers. It's completely free. If you are in and around Pune, it will be awesome to have you. You can enter the tournament hall, see the players live in action. And Sahil, any other game you want us to jump into?
The game of Alina against Salome, because I don't think I saw this game and I see the pawn structure and I'm like, is there a word for ugly pawn structure in the chess terminology? Because this looks really bad. Like I can see the double pawn on f3, double pawn on c, the c file. Of course, probably white is okay because it's an extra pawn. But I really don't like this structure. Okay, but I have the bishop pair. Maybe it's okay. But I would rather be black. Which side would you prefer, Rakesh?
Oh, that's a tough question because I play this opening, the Sicilian Alapin with the white pieces.
Wow.
But this is a pawn structure I don't even wish my enemy has.
Wow.
You know,
So who's
because
your enemy, Rakesh?
no, I'm just like joking, but it's something like, if we, as we can see on the screen, that pawn is coming e5, e4, hitting the knight on f3, pinning the knight on f3. So that was one option. Knight d5 was played. Kashlinskaya asking questions to this bishop, and after bishop takes retake, there is this ugly pawn structure, a deformed pawn structure that Sahil was talking about. White is a pawn up for now, but not very good. In fact, if black takes the bishop, then we will have this pawn undoubling. But I'm not sure if black is going to do that. And after pawn to e6, Kashlinskaya having a thing, and Sahil, it's never a good idea if you are 30 minutes down on the clock after 10 moves with the white pieces.
And not to forget, Alina is at the bottom of the table, 0.5 out of 4. She really, really, really needs that one win under her belt. And she's also playing an opponent who's second from the bottom. So both these players are really looking for that one victory. Salome also had, I think, a couple of draws against Humpy and Zhu Jiner. So a couple of very strong draws there. But both players will love that victory going into the rest day. So let's see what happens now, Rakesh. As of now, I love the black position. Of course, to grab that c5 pawn, you might have to improve white structure by taking on e3. So it might turn out to be roughly balanced overall. Let's see what happens. So overall, Rakesh,
Sahil, before we jump, I have a question. Have you ever had a bad start to a tournament?
maybe you have the wrong.
Yeah, like a good start.
Good start. Yeah, once in a blue moon it happens. Sometimes my opponent doesn't show up. I get a weak walkover or something. Why do you ask that?
No, just asking if you had any tips for Alina. So Bishop b5 played, ignoring that, because if you have a tough tournament, like one of my worst tournaments where I lost 5 games in a row, it was a Grandmaster event. Then I got a bye. Like I was not paired. I got a free point, and after that I started to win a couple of games. So maybe Alina just wants that little bit of luck, somehow a blunder by the opponent, a missed calculation. And then we hope to have her back in the tournament.
I agree with you. In fact, my worst tournament was when I was 0 out of 4 in a tournament, and I got a bye in the 5th round. Then I played, I think, Prague in the 6th round and I won that game. So
Wow, wait. Sahil, you have beaten Prague.
But
can we have some cameras, please? I would love to explore.
But he was, I think, 1970 rated or something at that point, so he was quite young. So, but yeah, so I was 0 out of 4 and then defeated Prague. So I would say I agree with you. Get a bye, get some rest. Tomorrow is the rest day, and then you come back and potentially.
No, I mean with the players board and camera as well. But Sahil, you're telling me you have beaten the Prague, the R.
Yes.
There's not some other player.
No. I think sometimes when you're playing them, then it's possible to win. Yeah.
And how old was Prague?
I don't know how old he was, but his rating was, I think, 1970.
And you were 21, 2200.
No, I was also 1900.
Wow, so breaking news here. Sahil Teku has beaten Pragnanda in a FIDE rated game. Like not a rapid anything. Wow. It's shocking.
As of now, we should go back to the games of the tournament. We have a lot of time to discuss that. Bishop b5 played by Alina, so a good move because you're also trying to potentially take on c6, spoil black structure as well. You develop a piece as well. The bishop can also come back always. So black, good castle queenside. Oh, she takes
Captures.
on e3 first.
Very easy recapture. And maybe now, once you recapture, black captures the pawn, you go king e2 as well.
Yeah, maybe even taking on c6 if you really want.
And now black structure is worse.
Yeah, so it's again, I would say even Stevens roughly. Black has the bishop against the knight, can be helpful in any sort of endgame. But also black structure is kind of weak. That c6 pawn can be a problem. So roughly balanced. I think we'll come back to the game soon. So
let's go to Vaishali's game. Speaking of Prague's sister, Vaishali herself, a very, very strong grandmaster. And she is also winless so far, Sahil, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. 3 draws and 1 loss. And she is white here. Rakesh, I would actually prefer to be black. I can see a clear plan. There's pressure on c3. I can see rook c8 incoming, knight c4, king, maybe king castle, maybe can go to e7. The point is that somehow black's plan is cleaner. White's plan, maybe you play knight e5, take the bishop on g6. Something like I'll try to play with the bishop pair. But as of now, I might even prefer to be black here.
Wow. And according to clock situation, what do you think? half an hour, 25 minutes of thinking time so far for Vaishali?
I don't know. I think maybe the clock stick doesn't matter as much here because it's an end game after all. So not something to stress about for Vaishali. I would say she should just play normal chess. But the first question is, do you kind of prevent bishop, take c3 and pawn takes? Because that's a weak pawn. So let's say white plays something normal, yeah, pawn to e3. Already see the bar jump down, and now knight a4, rook c8, pressuring this pawn heavily.
Also, permanent weakness.
And the bishop cutting across, not allowing any counterplay with rook b1. So, I mean, it would be a dream position for black, to have after, let's say, 12 moves or 13 moves. And she will have great chances to push here. So, Vaishali has to be to the point. Absolutely cannot make a mistake here.
And wait, that's a great call, Sahil, because I have to stop this. What if I play something like bishop d2, protecting it?
Yeah, bishop d2, but then knight c4, and I gain the tempo again on your bishop. So what now? And if you try
my pawn,
yeah, so you're not going to go back to c1, and if you and you can't go rook b1 to defend the pawn anyways. So the task is not so easy, Rakesh, and I feel black's moves are somehow easier to understand. White's moves have to be a bit more complicated.
Yeah, and even though this bishop is on the longest possible diagonal, it's closed, and I like black's bishop here cutting across, like you mentioned.
Yeah, the bishops look very strong as well. Vaishali in deep think right now. What should she do here? This could be a critical moment in the entire game. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, maybe we can have a brief look at the game of Humpy against Harika. I think we saw like bishop b2 last and queen c2. And the queen went back to c7. Now rook a d1 and pawn to b7. Both players developing the pieces very, very normally. Nothing crazy happening. The pawn structure is also symmetrical. The only question is, what happens to the c pawn? You really at some point want to push c4, but then the knight gets some excellent squares. So it's a slightly better position white, but very, very high chances for a draw.
Yeah. I feel this might be one of those games that end early. But Sahil, if you are put in Koneru's Humpy shoes, would you like to push for a win? Because that's the only way with which you can qualify to the women's candidates from the Grand Prix route.
I think she answered it herself yesterday. I'm just going to play good chess and see what happens. And as the white pieces, she's of course trained to put pressure on her opponent regardless of the stakes of the event. So she will do that. And you know what? Humpy and Harika have been playing each other for years now.
Yeah.
In maybe, national championships and other international events. So this is not a rivalry which is new, and it will be interesting to see how they battle each other. As of now, the bishops countering each other on b2 and f6, but the black bishop on c8 is the only piece which has not been developed so far. Pawn to b6 played with the idea of bishop to b7. And once that is done, Rakesh, let's say black manages bishop b7, and let's say rook a d8 or rook f d8, then the position is pretty much even Stevens, and it would likely be a quick draw even, Rakesh, with a lot of exchanges.
I think so. They have to exchange a lot of pieces or repeat, because remember, FIDE rules don't allow offering a draw before move 40. But Sai, I completely agree. Only one open file you see, this open D file. It feels like all the heavy the rooks, the queens might be traded here. And if I would say from the opening stage, 13 moves in, Harika would be the happier of the two players.
Yeah, I think if she gets a quick draw going into the rest day, that is not a bad result. But that's also not a bad result for Humpy, who is in second place, and she should also be content with it.
Yeah, and she gets like 2.5 points, 2 wins and a draw. No losses in the first half of the tournament, and she goes into the rest day. So we'll see. We'll let Humpy.
And also, Rakesh, how she won the games was very, very crushing and convincing. So she has that confidence, and maybe that tells me she might try to find a way to complicate this and not try to exchange pieces.
And Sahil, with that, because if it's part of tournament strategy, remember that Humpy plays Zhu Jiner, the leader, with the white pieces in round 7.
Oh,
so she definitely wants to stay in reach, and he will have matter in her own hands.
Yeah, very interesting. By the way, curious on the chat, trying to figure out their own family tree. Conan saying, Divya gonna win again. She has improved a lot in this event. I agree. She has the potential to win again. We can jump to her game right now, in fact, against Polina. And we did see A4, Rakesh. So A4 played, threatening. Oh, by the way, we saw rook d8 first and then a4, knight to d5 on the board, and now bishop to c4. So, Rakesh, first question to you. Let's say black plays something random, pawn to h6.
Yeah.
The threat could be potentially taking on d5. And if you take with the queen, queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, and my rook gets to the 7th rank. We just discussed with Humpy yesterday how deadly that is. So black has to be absolutely sharp here. Of course, she understands what white is trying to do, and what is the best defense for black to not allow that?
I think black should be very careful and play something else apart from h6, maybe rook d8 already is what I'm thinking, so that now same variation if we play. Now after all the captures, I'm going to capture on in the center with my rook. So I'm not allowing this rook of yours to get on the 7th. And remember yesterday, we of course have the computer's help and the bar and everything, but Humpy just simply mentioned, rook on the 7th rank, and it's completely winning. Like, she didn't have to calculate. Her understanding is so supreme.
Yeah.
She just knew the position is better for her.
Yeah, I was shocked with that. So as of now, we can see, I think, Divya that was walking around as her opponent thinks. So bishop c4 is the current position. Yeah, will be amazing. I think the games are slowly going to heat up as we enter that phase where one side takes the edge. And maybe, Rakesh, it's time to take a short break of 2 to 3 minutes and we'll be back quickly.
Yeah, thank you, chat. We'll be back in 2. See you soon.
Welcome back after the break as the games are going to heat up. Rakesh, before we left, we had a look at all the games one by one. I think it's time to go through that process again and figure out whether your guess of 2 wins will be correct or mine with 3. Or maybe we are both incorrect and we have 4 or 5 wins. You never know. That's happened in almost every round. We almost had 5 wins yesterday.
And Sam, what's going to happen if you have 5 decisive results?
I mean, I hope you're practicing your dance moves because I
And our producer.
yeah. I mean, I've been practicing the moonwalk especially for this. So I was 5 minutes late today. So let's hope so. We have 5 results, but as of now, I think 3 or 2, 3 would be my guess.
Yeah, and only one way to find out. Let's go to the bird's eye view, Sahil, just to see all the games in one glance and see any updates.
I can see board number 3.
Yeah.
Slightly the bar has gone down. Board 4 and 5 slightly has gone up. So it's like, we are still, the momentum is changing again. It's right not in the middle. So let's see what happens. As of now, we can only understand once we go game by game because the clock situation also matters, Rakesh, and we should have a deeper look in each game. So let's start with the top. Board number 1 is going to be Alina against Salome, where we did see, that knight takes e3, pawn takes bishop c5, and king e2, your move. Putting the king in the center, I don't need to castle anymore. Defending the weakness I have on e3, knight d2, and this is the current position. Which side would you choose if you had the option, white or black?
Like I said, Sahil, one of your favorite openings, London, is on the board, and one of my favorite openings, this is Alapin, is also on board. So I would prefer white here. I was not picking white a few moves ago where there was a very bad pawn structure, but I feel now white's pawn structure has improved by a lot. And I want to just, get the knight on e4, bring the rooks to the open file in the center. And I feel white has the easier play. At the correct moment, I also want to trade my bishop. Normally, we don't do that, but I feel I don't want to keep this opposite colored bishop on for a long time because it has drawing tendencies. So that's also important to note if you want to play for the win side.
I was thinking the same thing, and I kind of get a feeling that we will see a trade for this bishop and this knight, and the knight will come to e4, bishop e7, some rook d1, knight d6. You'll see another trade, and then we'll head off into that rook endgame. The old legends used to talk about how rook endgames are drawn, and maybe that's not a bad result for both the players who would love to get some confidence, some points in the bank before the rest day, and maybe that might be a quick draw as well.
For sure, and you see completely a change in the body language there. Earlier, Alina was thinking, and now she's relaxing, whereas you see Salome fully thinking, and she's locked in, Sahil, and it feels like white has won the opening battle here between these two players.
Yeah, black slightly ahead on the clock. Still gonna expect a draw here, Rakesh. Let's see what happens. I agree with you. I think white. That knight d5 move was interesting, I think. That had some potential there. But now the game is looking even. So this game, very interesting. 98.9 accuracy from white and 99.7. I mean, as an Indian, as you've seen from Indian parents, there's some room for improvement, Rakesh, there with 99.7.
For sure, there's always your dad's friend's
Sharma ji ka ladka.
Exactly, who has scored better. So it's like, why 19? Like, you could have studied 2 hours more and you could have gotten that 100%.
Yeah, but I think I'm pretty satisfied with that accuracy. So as of now, both players thinking about the position. Let's go to the game of Salimova against Zhu Jiner. We did see knight f5. That bishop, had a future, but now it's non-existent. Knight b3, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop d6, pointing the bishop towards the king side. Now comes, so white said, you can do that, so can I. In fact, my queen's path is open. And now comes, this is the current position. And I would say the position is again roughly balanced, but this one has a lot of potential dynamism. We don't know what this structure will look like in 15, 20 moves. We have that question, right, during interviews. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? I don't know where these pawns see themselves in 10 moves, because this will not be the structure, I can guarantee you.
For sure, there's some pawn break incoming. And Sahil, today is Good Friday. No, today is Good Friday. And in fact, what a Good Friday it would be for Humpy and Divya if Salimova wins and beats the tournament leader.
A good day for all the other players,
including herself.
when you have one leader, everybody else wants them to lose so that they can catch up. So it will be very interesting. But Zhu Jiner has more time on the clock. But Salimova is coming, from a victory yesterday, so anything is possible. As of now, both players having an accuracy of 97.9. As a London fan, I have to back White here. Otherwise, that would be really unfair.
And I really like White's position. Look at the future of Black's queen side pieces. Not looking that great, and even though this is like a kind of a smiling face pawn structure, but the pawn should be on G7. What is this pawn doing on G5 side? Was it worth the London bishop?
Absolutely. I mean, the bishop on G3 would really exchange that bishop on D6, and suddenly these pawns look funny because the idea itself would be queen E8, queen H5. If I don't know, H5, H4 could be an idea. King G7, rook H8, whatever the idea is for Black. But without the bishop on D6, this just doesn't work. The entire premise is to get that London bishop and then play with the bishop pair. So let's see if Black can succeed at playing that effectively. So going to the next game.
Prediction. First game we are saying it might be equal or
towards White win. I have to back White here. Yeah, no doubts.
Rarely it happens, but I agree with you, Sahil. And it is one of those 2 or 3 decisive wins which we are seeing.
Yeah.
And even from the tournament's perspective, it would be great to have a White win here.
Yeah, clearly Zhu Jiner, if she could listen to you right now, she will not be happy. But
I have Zhu Jiner's fans in the channel.
Yeah. I think, of course, beating her is going to be really
tough. Yeah, she's very strong, but we are just because for the London. We are on White side.
Yeah, and as of now, moving on the next game, that's Vashali against Munguntuul. And after bishop b4, she did do something about that knight. The knight went forward to b5, threatening a fork on c7.
Because, Sahil, you had mentioned, if you just go by one move, this bishop takes c3 was a huge threat.
Yeah.
Where Black could get an advantage. So White smartly moves the knight, threatening, knight c7. Fork, in case you're not careful, castles,
and now a3 attacking the bishop, asking the question where you don't want to go. Bishop goes to e7, and now knight to e5. I like what Vashali has done, so activating both knights. But again, I think at some point this knight will have to come back, and it will come back to c3. Black is probably just completely even. You do control c4 square now, so maybe White is also not under pressure. But I expect a draw in this game.
Yeah, it looks like that. This bishop on g2 on the longest possible diagonal near the king, fianchetto, but not attacking anything. So maybe Vaishali also wants to capture the bishop in the corner on g6. That's where she's gone in knight e5. Another idea can be to push the f pawn and trying to trap the bishop in some way. But overall, Sahil, I agree, Black has done enough. And if you were a fan of Munguntuul, you would be happy with how she's played in the opening so far.
Yeah. But once you play f4, you have to be sure that bishop e4 doesn't work. So I like you always more just to take that bishop, just remove that. At least have the bishop pair. That's always an advantage. Your pawn down. I have the bishop pair. People will not complain about your compensation there. So bishop pair is definitely helpful. So 98.1 accuracy from White and 99.1 from Black. Clearly, this is insane accuracy from all the players. And now into the game of Humpy against Harika. And I think after rook a d1, b6. Where do we go? Rook a d1, b6, bishop c1, trying to read out the bishop to f4, where it can attack the queen potentially. And now bishop b7 from Harika. The accuracy is 99.5 and 99.2, and it's understandable because the position is kind of very simple for both players. Rook d8 incoming, Rakesh. So if Humpy has to do something, she has to do it now. Let's waste a move with pawn to h3. Look at the bar, 0.00. Because rook a d8, and now if you play bishop f4, my queen can comfortably sit on c8. There's no pressure whatsoever. I will trade the rooks and bring the other rook for a trade those rooks as well, and everything seems even, and the bishop kind of countering each other. So Humpy has this one move if she wants to push here, because bishop f4, if you play queen c8, you're blocking your rook, and if you play queen e7, there is bishop d6 winning on the spot. So this is one move where Humpy has to be absolutely on point.
It's a great point. If you show bishop f4 once again, queen c8, as you say, locks the rook on a8, and Now you are happy, you want to control the d5. But what if black plays, a weird move like e5, attacking your bishop?
That's very interesting, but you might block my bishop, but it's like, you've blocked yours as well. And now it looks like a pawn, and I can potentially go bishop g5, ask the question again. I'm threatening to damage your structure. If you take, I take with the knight, and guess what? The queen enters the battle. Then you have to forcefully play g6, and now somehow I get there's an imbalance. This bishop looks a bit stronger than this bishop. I can even play bishop d5, supplement it with c4, f4. I guess that's the correct way. e4 is better, and there's still enough juice in the position to say that white is pushing. But if you don't play bishop f4,
bishop f4 has been played, by the way. Humpy has just played bishop f4. We see Harika coming right side. If we go down that line once more, e5. I don't think Harika is going to play, but in case she does, bishop g5 takes knight g5. I love your idea, bishop d5. You can also make it an outpost with pawn to e4 in the center. But one more interesting idea I can see is, this alpha 0 style h4, h5. You want to start attacking here as well. So
yeah. And look at this, Rakesh. Another insane idea, which is extremely deadly, is queen to e4. This
slide it
is
across.
really weird, but you can't move the knight now because the bishop hangs. And let's say you play a normal view, you don't realize the threat. You're like, oh, rook k d8, exchange the rooks and endgame. But now queen to h4, and the game is basically over. h7 is mate in one. You cannot play h6. There is no defense. I mean, you can try to push the f pawn and think, okay, my queen defends like this. But there is not only queen c4 check, but even the simple fork knight e6, forking all the three pieces. So you have to play h5, but then boom, g4, and I am opening up the king side, and your pieces are completely useless on the queen side. So one move can, change matters. So bishop f4 is a great idea, and e5 would be a risky proposition.
So basically, Salome, we are saying bishop f4, queen c8 looks like a very, very critical move. Otherwise, black can end up in some trouble.
Queen c8, maybe bishop g5 anyways, I'm wondering now. Why not bishop g5 anyways, Rakesh? What's wrong with this now? I'm not sure. Because if you takes g6, I might have, do I have queen e4 still?
Yeah, I don't see why.
Yeah, queen e4 still. The bar is like, maybe there's some defense there. But even knight e4 now, not to forget, there is knight d6 and knight f6 incoming. So this could be extremely scary for Harika if she doesn't find a good defense. And what is the defense then if e5 and queen c8 are still better for white?
Sahil, is this just optically good, or white's position is really so much better that because if Harika doesn't find the best defense, Humpy could win 3 games in a row.
And she could potentially catch up with the leader. I think this game is sharpening up pretty quickly. One move. People say, why is white better at the start of the game? Why does white have the advantage? Imagine if black was supposed to play the first move in this game. Black would here just play rook a8, the extra move, and then they will shake hands and go home. That extra move allows white to put that pressure. The queen has to move. You cannot play rook a8 here, and that is why white is usually better and manages to put on pressure. So Harika, you can see from her expressions, can we go full screen? She's really stressed about this. She is 100% seeing that bishop g5 idea. The queen on c2 is carefully placed, Rakesh, pointing towards the h7 pawn. That's not a coincidence. Humpy gets up confidently, and Harika is under pressure.
That's a power move, right? You play a very attacking move, like hitting your opponent's queen. You have some interesting plans. Get up from the chair, and Harika, deep in thought, she has to play queen to c8 because pawn to e5 is just, actually, Sahil, that also exposes a couple of squares. That is the d5 square, the f5 square.
Yeah. So even if you don't manage to solve the attack, you might suffer positionally later as well.
Lots of c8 is critical here.
Yeah, and Harika,
Only 2 moves, right? No other move. There's nothing else is possible, I think, for white.
Doesn't feel like it. I mean, queen e7, of course, we saw.
Bishop d6.
Loses on the spot, so that's not really a move. And
Only 2 moves.
Knight e5 is another move, but self-pinning your knight feels risky. Knight e5, for example, bishop e5, then bishop e5, queen e5, bishop b7, and you lose a piece. And if you first take on g2, I can actually play knight d7. intermediate move, and this looks extremely scary. For example, bishop f1, knight f6 check, gf6, and the queen is gone. So very, very interesting. Let's see what happens. And as of now, bishop f4 is the current position. Harika wondering what is the best defense here. I think only two moves, e5, or I think, yeah, queen to c8. Which one would you choose, Rakesh?
Queen to c8 for sure. It just feels more in harmony, not giving up those two light squares.
Yeah.
And, but so if Black loses this game also, I actually don't even know where she went wrong. Like, that's the power of Humpy's moves. Like, you don't know where you went wrong in the whole game.
And that's the power of this move, right? So you've already developed the bishop to b2.
Yeah.
And you literally, that was 2 moves ago. See, this was the position, right? So you played bishop a3 first.
Correct.
That was your original diagonal, right? Then you take stake, then you brought the bishop to b2.
One square back.
Right? So then you bring the bishop to c1 and then f4. So this is strategic chess play at its best. If you played moves like this, your coach will scold you. Say you've moved the same piece 4 times in the first 15 moves. I mean, you don't know chess, but this is how top level chess works. You learn the rules and then break them. And this is great, great maneuvering by Humpy here and Harika under pressure.
Absolutely. And Sahil, after e5, you play the bishop one more time to g5, and that has changed the whole course of the game.
Absolutely. So Harika will take
some trouble, Sahil.
A lot of trouble, I feel, and she will take her time. So maybe it's the perfect time to move to the next game and check out the game of Divya against Polina, the final game in our roundup. And bishop c4 is where we left it. The rook came to d8, a very pragmatic move because you don't want to capture with the pawn and allow the rook to c7. So now comes h3. Again, very logical, right? You give your king an escape square. You ask Black the question, what's your move here? Black doesn't have an improvement because every piece is reaches its full potential. Imagine, kind of entering some college and, God tells you later that was the best you could have done and you are in some random college in the universe. So clearly this is the best Black can do. And now g6 and now a5, again pushing the pawn, and a6 from Black. And now even these pawns are kind of stuck on the queen side. So now all White has to do is take a call. Do I take on d5? Do I double up rooks? Am I going to just kind of wait still with random moves? But there is no waiting move remaining here, Rakesh. Also, maybe rook a4 ideas at the right moment. I'm wondering, will I will take now and then play rook b4? Does that work? But doesn't feel like it's going to work, perfectly. So a lot of plans for Divya, but not a clear path to better position.
Correct. I feel this was the game where we thought White could push and Humpy Harika might end in a draw, but it's kind of switched in the last 15-20 minutes. And Sal, you're right, it's a question of when not if that White will play bishop takes d5. And kudos to Polina also playing g6 smartly. Sal, if you could quickly go to that move to highlight the fact that Black could have also got f6 instead of g6. But the reason why Black went g6 is the g7 square is a dark square. And you have to make that escape square looking at the color of the opposite color on like the opponent's bishop. Because it's a light square where you always want to keep your king on g7 and not h7 in the corner.
Yeah, and also at some point, if the queens are traded off, you might want to play f5 and win the king very quickly to the center. Supplements that plan very well. As of now, the time situation is pretty balanced, Rakesh. So what's your expectation in terms of the result here?
I feel this might end in a draw. Of course, Divya will push. It's like her game yesterday, Sahil. She'll try to maneuver pieces here or there, and at the right moment she has to take on d5. But it will be a long game, but won't be decisive. Is what I mean.
Yeah, we'll figure out that pretty soon. So as of now, very interesting games, all 5 of them. And I can see the bars tilt in a few games slightly here and there. So it'll be a lot of fun. But the most exciting game so far has been the Humpy and Harika game. There is no doubt in my mind. So we will go back to that and see as Harika tries to figure out the best defense. Rakesh, still, she has not been able to choose between queen c8 and e5. And that tells you fantastic.
Yeah, it's a very tough choice. And she's about 10 minutes behind on the clock, but that could easily become 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
Such an exciting day, but maybe not everybody is feeling it.
Yeah. I think I'm sure. I think our team here is excited. Chat is excited. The players, of course, are excited. The fans are excited, and our producer is also excited. So let's see what happens now. For now,
So, Sahil, 3 results incoming. What do you think?
so as of now, Humpy Harika feels like a result.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I also think the Zhu Jiner game is likely to be a result because the structure itself is very interesting, and we go to it very quickly.
And it's the London.
Yeah, and Alina, I think the Alina Salome game might be a draw. The Vaishali game might be a draw. So it all boils down to the Divya game if you feel this result. So maybe your prediction of 2 results as of now looks very, very likely.
Yeah, I mean, anything is possible. We love action, and it's like 4 games ended decisively yesterday. I think it might be 2 or 3 games today. So one of us might win. It doesn't matter who wins actually, but just hoping for action in the games.
Yeah, action on the board. So Rakesh, 50 minutes for Harika. So Queen C8 is what we are considering, and
Has to be played, Sahil.
Yeah.
Has to be played.
we saw Bishop G5, right? So that's the tactical idea to kind of force matters. What if I just go Rook D2? Like even just a simple move like this.
Who won the board, Sahil? What did
Oh, Queen C8 played. Queen C8 played. So Bishop G5 will come to this move soon. But what if just Rook D2? Even this looks slightly better. As white, maybe you play Rook D8. I play Rook D1. You could exchange a pair of rooks. I can even take with the knight now. Knight C4, knight D6, or knight E4, knight D6 again incoming. Even this feels like tiny bit better for white.
Yeah, this is look at the knight coming into the important d6 square, like knight e4, knight c4. It's just super strong, and I like the idea side that we were looking at
Yeah.
bishop g5. That is super strong against the king. And see, important point is there's no queen d8 protecting the bishop.
Yeah, that's the main point. And as a chess player, the number one principle, the number one thing you have to focus on is king safety. It doesn't matter. You could have 8 queens lined up, on this file, but if your king is not safe, that could not account for much. So as of now, you do not want white to take on f6. Let's say a random move, I don't know, a6, then bishop f6, gf6. Your king is already weak. I can play queen to c1, trying to head off to h6, and suddenly things could go south very, very quickly. So we'll see what happens. Bishop g5 is a very, very interesting move. And what if you don't take? Is there an option? So what if I play a move like bishop e7, trying to say, okay, I have prevented damage to my structure, and I'm not giving you knight g5 with tempo. So what does white do here?
I mean, can I take and then knight g5?
So knight g5 anyways, maybe now knight g6 is the extra option I have, Rakesh. And now I would think maybe moves like rook to d6, just to kind of, get the rooks doubled before. But black has a check, and it can actually pretty much challenge the rook on d6.
And then black is just in time.
Yeah,
to get that.
just in time, I feel. Maybe white is still a teeny tiny better, but yeah, this one should be close to a draw.
Yeah. So I think black has to, be careful after bishop g5. Should play bishop e7 because I think taking on g5 is just risky, I feel, and should avoid that in a way.
Yeah, very, very interesting position.
And if you just have a look, let's see what Humpy is thinking. Bishop g5 is the most critical line that we expect to see on the board. Humpy thinking she has about 8 or 9 minutes advantage here, because as we were showing earlier, bishop g5 is not the best move to take, because after knight g5, remember there's a checkmate coming on h7, and so you have to play pawn to g6, and then knight coming back, knight coming into d6, this nice outpost knight coming into f6 and check. That is why, Sahil, bishop g5 you cannot take.
Yeah.
Do you think Humpy is contemplating bishop g5?
100%. I mean, bishop c1, the idea itself is, that maybe there's a better move. There's no harm in calculating this. We saw bishop g5, we saw rook d2. What if knight g5? So the idea is simple. I want to take on h7 and checkmate you. So I mean, if you go g6, for example, that would be horrible because knight e4.
Played bishop d5 played.
Oh, she has played this move. So this could be pressure on Harika if she doesn't find the best defense. And we already saw how deadly bishop g5, knight g5 is. That is close to lost, Rakesh. So Harika has to be on point. For example, g6 preventing mate from h7. You go queen e4, queen h4, and this is very deadly. Or we can even go knight e4 with knight d6, knight f6 ideas, and this is going to be very hard to defend. So she cannot take on g5. If she takes, it is close to over. She has to find another defense. We saw bishop e7 as a potential safety net. And after you, let's say, takes, I'm going to say let's just double up rooks and just try to have that d file under control. So if you play queen to c7 now, I play rook f d1. And can you play rook f d8? I don't think you can, Rakesh, because very important chat. So if rook a d8 or rook f d8 happens, this is a blunder now because I can take, and go knight to g5, and the bishop on b7 is hanging, and the queen at 7 threat exists. So rook d2 is actually still putting on pressure even after bishop e7. So black is under pressure 100%.
Big pressure there. And after bishop g5, if Harika takes on g5, Sahil, I think Humpy is going to win for sure. If she plays bishop to e7, then she maybe puts up a nice defense, but still after that rook d2 idea, it just looks super strong for white any which way. So you see Humpy just chilling, having a sip of water. Harika is thinking, where did things go wrong? And very interesting fact, Sai, I would like to let you know is the last classical game between Humpy and Harika played in India was back in 2004. Like that is 21 years ago.
Wow.
So it's always nice to have the FIDE Women Grand Prix back in India, because we see India number 1 and India number 2 play a classical game after 20 odd years back in our home country.
That's very interesting, and also ended in a draw, Rakesh. So maybe it's time for a change of result. And Humpy looks very comfortable, very relaxed. But Harika,
Hat-trick of it. Nobody has gotten a hat-trick of wins in this event so far.
yeah, and going to the rest day, Humpy might say, "Why the rest day? Let's have another."
Please. Let's
I don't want to sing for everyone. We can do the game right now. Let's flip it in somehow. So the momentum is definitely a factor right now. So okay, we saw bishop e7. We saw bishop g5. What about bishop d8? I'm begging for an option for black. Somehow trying to find an alternative. So if you take now, that develops my rook automatically. Is that an improvement, sir?
No, still knight g5, g6. You have to be wary of that, Sahil. But it's
Knight e4, threatening knight d6, knight f6. So queen c7 defending this, and somehow black is kind of holding on. Maybe Rakesh here. This is
like by the skin of their teeth. But bishop d8, Sahil, is a very tough move to fight, because we were also looking at this. Bishop into g5, firstly you calculate that, like let's chop off a few pieces and try to defend.
Yeah.
That ain't looking great. Then we come to the second option, bishop e7. Bishop d8 kind of looks unnatural, but I'll remember we were talking about the method of elimination the other day. So only by that can you conclude, okay, let's get the bishop to d8. But you mentioned a great one that rook gets a free tempo.
But what about if I just ignore the bishop now? What about rook d2? Because you can't really challenge me until you vacate the d8 square, Rakesh. So here, maybe you have h6, but now I can take, and at least I have doubled up my rooks. And I don't know if that's as helpful, in this game, but at least a better version maybe.
For sure. I think it's like, why do you want to waste a move and allow black's rook into the game with a tempo? So I like rook d2 there after bishop d8.
Very interesting position as of now. So bishop d8 could be the same.
What's the magic, of our producer and even us, whichever game we pick as the, our main game of the day, that somehow gives us a lot of enterprising chats.
I don't know. It's like maybe, that power of visualization. You kind of have a thumbnail ready and that just turns into the sharpest game.
And fun fact, each 4 thumbnails of us has that game ended decisively. And today is this game which has the thumbnail on YouTube.
It's just the power of a producer. He's just amazing. And as of now, Bishop G5 is the current position, and Harika is trying to find the best move. She's used up, I think, 5 minutes already. So clearly, she's not comfortable with the choices. But I don't see anything else apart from Bishop D8. 97 slight edge for white. Bishop G5, huge edge for white. Bishop D8, probably equal.
I think she will think for at least 5 to 10 minutes more, Sahil, because it's a very, very critical position. And suddenly you are in time pressure because 25 moves you have to make in about 30-35 minutes.
Yeah.
So Humpy will also be keeping an eye out on the clock.
And it's also possible to miss that Queen E4 idea, by the way. Like in some cases, you can miss that. You think H4, you think Knight E4, and Queen E4 doesn't, enter your mind, and you have to be very careful. But of course, Harika will find it as she's thinking for a while. Let me start to go to the Divya game once because we have had a trade there. H3 is last, G6 we saw. We're admiring that move, and now A5, A6, and finally Divya decides to take on D5. And here, Black could have potentially taken with the pawn, but then maybe Rook C5, Rook C1, White has some sort of initiative, but she takes with the Queen, and now Divya plays an interesting move, Queen to A3. So avoiding the Queen trade, saying no to that, and I'm guessing the next move is an automatic Rook C5, kicking the Queen back, and then the Queen can potentially come back to D5. So Queen E6 already vacating that square. So if Rook C5,
Rook D5, yeah. That's her plan. I think it's a game where we will have only 2 results, Sahil. Barring a huge blunder by Divya, it's going to be more likely a draw and a few percentage points that Divya manages to convert this, but overall looks like more like a draw, Sahil.
Okay, so let's say Rook C5, yeah? I'm going to go for the automatic moves. Black plays Rook to D5, I play Rook to C1, you play Rook to D8, and takes Rook C. Let's kind of simplifying matters. I mean, this Queen endgame, I don't even see a way for either side to put pressure. I mean, pawn to B4, I mean, G3, King G2, like what can Black do if I give Black 5 moves? Nothing.
And if I give White 5 moves, White's going to achieve nothing. Yeah. Black can just play King G7, King G8, oscillate between those 2 squares, offer a draw. And I think Shuvalova would be happy with a draw going into the rest day, drawing with the black pieces against a strong player. And Sahil, we have a move.
Yeah, Rook C5. I expected, not a surprise there. And Divya, of course, in second place right now. So a draw, maintains her chances of winning this event. And of course, depends on what happens in the Zhu Jiner game.
Because speaking of that, sorry to cut you off, Sahil, because there is a very exciting development, and you will be happy as a London fan to see this. The last few changes, Knight has gone into E5. I really like White's position now, Sahil.
This is where we left it, right? And pawn to F5 from Black. So clearly pushing forward. And pawn to F4. That's very interesting. Not what I would play here.
Risky.
Now, pawn to G4. And the king side is now kind of closed. But Black still has this H pawn that she can use to bring the queen into the game. I can imagine H4, H5, King G7, Rook H8. And this would be deadly for White. Maybe the king has a safe square on F2 for now. Bishop E2, trying to get the knight to D3, I think, and that E5 square. Now A5, so Black expands on the queen side now. Knight goes to E5, pawn to B6. And I actually would prefer to be White here. I like the knight on E5. I like the C file already in kind of my control. And your attack is really, I mean, it looks like there's some potential here, but it's too far away.
Yes, it's very tough. There are no pieces of Black that can, come and start helping out in the attack, whereas White has this really nice outpost on C6 now thanks to B6, and Salimova plays pawn to A4, not allowing you to play A4 and kick the knight on B3.
Very interesting, because the thing is, I thought the knight on B3 is anyway misplaced, so there is not a huge problem if I have to reroute it. Because there are no squares we can go to from here, Rakesh. So very interesting choice, pawn to A4. And let's see how Zhu tries to tackle this. Maybe her plan of A5 had the intended result. So as of now, again, roughly balanced. But I think both players in a very complicated position and all 3 results are possible.
Yeah, I think a 0.00 in this position is completely different because there's so much complication. There's so many possibilities for both sides. And I don't know who will win, but we'll definitely have a decisive result in this game, I feel.
I agree. And by the way, 260 people watching, let's start the Alina game just for a second, just to kind of highlight that game is still on that trajectory for a draw. A6, bishop d3, king e7, f4, knight comes to f3, bishop e4, and this is the current position. Some improvements, the trades did not happen as we expected, Rakesh, but still that doesn't really change much. You do have a isolated pawn here. Maybe you go h4 here, h5, try to exchange that off. Black goes knight c4, maybe trying to put pressure here, but you have an easy defense. I mean, you can always put a rook on c2, for example. The other rook can come to d1 later and still roughly balance, especially with the opposite color bishops.
Yeah, but looks like, again, I think this game and the Divya game, it looks like either white wins or it's a draw. So Kashlinskaya, they're looking for her first win, and so is Salome. Both of them haven't, won a game yet so far. But this looks more like a draw sign. So where are we seeing those three decisive games, Sahil?
Maybe it's time to go to the Vaishali game because that game is very, very interesting. We saw, knight to e5 from white, and we were wondering, as you said, f4 might not be as great because of the bishop e4 move, trying to exchange off this not so great bishop with the good one on g2, and black does exactly that anyways. White tries to avoid it, and now bishop to c2, controlling some important squares. And now, after bishop f4, a6 kicking the knight away, the knight comes to c3. And somehow, if anybody is better, I get a feeling it might just be black.
You're absolutely right, Sal. My Russian coach used to call the bishop on g2 like a tall pawn because, it's a bishop, but where else can it go? That bishop on g2 is, trapped by its own pawns. It's not doing anything. So we have to be, making sure that bishop gets out, like you mentioned, rook c1, bishop f1, pawn to e3. That bishop is being used like a bishop in some way and not like a pawn. And that is the reason why I fully agree with your evaluation that black is better. In fact, Sahil, black is the one who might be pushing, and that is true to Munguntuul's style of having a decisive game no matter what.
Yeah, and Vaishali would love to somehow, equalize matters very, very quickly before Munguntuul does what she does best and, raise the stakes. She loves those crazy variations, so Vaishali has to be on her guard. As of now, black also has more time, so that also adds some pressure there. So, Rakesh, meanwhile, if we go and check the Humpy against Harika game, after bishop g5, queen to c7 played. We have a move, so not bishop e7, not bishop d8, and not bishop g5. She ignores all those moves and plays queen c7 back. This is also a subtle draw for, right? So
yeah.
Queen c8, bishop g5, queen c7 would be a draw. So now white has to make a choice. I think you could play rook d8, but then rook a d8, and this seems like an equal position. So you have to take on f6 if you want to push. But now the king side structure is damaged. The question is, how do you take advantage of this?
That's a great point. Just to show that who's the boss, maybe you go bishop f4, queen c8, bishop g5 once more, just to show that white has the draw in her hand. And then I think you have to take on f6 once Harika repeats queen c7 again.
Yeah.
So this is a weakness, and it's, a weakness for the long term, but I could just see some ideas like, queen e4 still. I want to go slide the queen across to h4 so that your pieces are always defending. And I just feel this structure, the whole position might look okay for now, but in the long run, white will enjoy the advantage for till eternity.
Yeah, but maybe queen e4 looks very, very interesting. I also like queen c1 just with the idea again to go to h6 if allowed to. And there's a move that our silicon monster loves, and that's knight to e1. Very interesting idea. And if, let's say, rook a d8 trying to challenge this rook, now knight to d3, blocking this exchange. And let's say you play a normal, you go king g7. I want to solve for this pawn. Knight to f4, knight would come to h5.
Yeah.
And there is some pressure here, and we already saw how the knight on f4 was very amazing in that Humpy Divya game. So
Correct.
can really create pressure on the king side, and now it's already getting very, very difficult.
Yeah, Sahil, if you just go back to GF6,
Yeah.
like what the maneuver that you showed is so beautiful. And just if for the chat, a quick reminder is if the knight has to go to its next square, so that is f4, it's just one move, one square ahead, but it needs three moves to get there. And in fact, I don't see what black can do to stop it. And once the knight is on h5, threatening knight f6, king can't be on g7. And Sahil, is there a way to stop the knight coming to h5? I don't think so.
Maybe you can try to bring your own knight to the king side, and for example, knight f4. You can exchange bishops first, and try to play knight g6, and maybe there are enough chances to hold. So it should be okay. But yeah, at least there's pressure again. The main point from white is to keep on piling the pressure. That's the main point. Put pressure, more pressure, and until black collapses. Because of course she doesn't expect Harika to crumble with bishop g5 here, and it's only a matter of time to put pressure again and again, and hopefully she makes a mistake. So
And that's exactly what Divya did yesterday, Sahil.
yeah.
Put pressure, keep maneuvering, keep white, thinking, and finally Divya won with the black pieces yesterday.
That game reached the time control. So how many games do you think today will reach that stage?
Oh, that's a nice one. And I think I'll also let chat think about it in the comments for us. But I feel 4 out of 5 will reach the time control side.
I think only 3 today. Maybe
Only
even,
3.
maybe even 2. I'm
Wow, that's a bold prediction.
So I think maybe even 2. So very, very interesting positions. We might see some sharp games as well, quickly turning around. But yeah, for now, Humpy calculating what is the best idea. So, Rakesh, can we have the bird's eye view if possible? Would love to see all the 5 boards together as we try to figure out. By the way, Humpy did play something. Can you see the move? She played bishop 4. She's going with your strategy to try and, repeat once, and then she will take on f6. She's giving Harika a chance to go wrong again.
Queen c8 played immediately. So is there a world where we see Humpy repeating and taking the draw?
Not going to happen in a million years. I mean, could happen. Could happen. Humanity happened, after a few billion years. So this would definitely happen. But I still feel somehow it might not be the best.
And yeah, Queen c8, Bishop g5 is definitely going to be the next move, I feel.
Yeah. I think our producer is awesome. I think I almost love the camera angle somehow with some extra cameras there. But overall, I think for now, Queen c8, and now Humpy has to make that choice. Bishop g5, I think we'll see Queen c7 in an instant from Harika.
Sure.
And Humpy has to go deeper, has to find maybe 91, 93. Because if she feels this is close to equality, she might just conserve energy, Rakesh. That's also possible. You see the rest day upcoming. You see, I can even save half a day today and prepare for my next game. So that is also a potential option for Humpy. But knowing her at the back of her mind, she knows she still has chances to qualify, subconsciously, and she might just push.
Yeah, I think she might not agree to a draw immediately. That energy factor is really important. Remember that round 7 game against leader Zhu Jiner with the white pieces. So things are definitely playing on in her mind. But like she mentioned to you, that one move at a time. Let's not think or get ahead of ourselves. One move at a time. And I think she will play Bishop g5, then take on f6. That's my feeling.
Yeah, everybody has a dream, and Humpy's dream is to get to that black king. And my dream is to fit in this camera angle, probably at some point, getting fitter at some point. Rakesh need to work out a lot,
Yeah, definitely. And something else that needs to work out is, the black rook has come to c8 in Vaishali's game. We can jump into that, Sahil, because the bishop on g2 definitely needs a workout, has moved only once and is not doing anything at all. It's being lazy on g2, Sahil.
Yeah, so and if you look at the 5 games, we jump to the Vashali game.
Pretty soon,
Rakesh, still no one game where one side is just clearly better.
Correct.
A shocker for me. In every single round so far, by now, we've seen one game take off. Yeah, sharpness take off, and you can't predict it anymore. But as of now, all the games with both players having good chances. So very interesting. And yeah, maybe your prediction of 2 wins might be correct.
But there's definitely no chance of fight draw, right? Looking at the fighting chess we have.
Yeah.
I still feel, we could have 3 results, like you mentioned, but it has to come, mistakes can come in that time pressure phase, which is around like an hour or so into the game.
I agree. The black piece is dreaming of giving a fork and our producer dreaming of giving a spoon. So as of now, rook f c8 on the board, and we should challenge the bishop on c2. Yeah, we can't let it stay in our camp. So the only question is,
Can we kick it out?
yeah. So rook a c1 or rook f c1, which one would you prefer?
F, because the rook on f1 doesn't look like it has a future on the right side of the board. So let's try and use both our rooks on the left side of the board, because there's an open file. We can push the pawns on the left side. So I think rook fc1.
And now bishop b3, and White's dream should be e4. And that's the pawn break you're looking at, because if black were to take, you take with the f pawn, at least you have the open bishop now. Although this center can also become weak at some point, because pieces are a bit weirdly placed for this. So overall, Munguntuul seems to be in control here. No problems for black overall. Maybe bishop on c2 is still a mystery, but has a very, very comfortable square on b3. So I would love to have the black pieces here.
Yeah, me too, Sahil. And I'm just checking if we have.
Somebody saying Divya is losing. I really doubt that.
No way.
No. If you can head off quickly just to check it out. So queen is very left, rook c5, f6 from black. Okay, forget about winning and losing. That's not something you play unless...
Sahil, I think it's 3 days in a row that we have mentioned Ben Feingold and other streamers.
Let's see Agarmeta as well. Yeah, we should be inclusive. So I think
as soon as the F pawn is touched, we somehow remember that example.
Yeah, something happens. Because, we looked at a queen endgame, right?
Yeah.
And it was a draw because both the kings were so safe. And once you play f6, which I don't know, I think the idea is to prevent rook e5. You could have done that with even rook d5, right? Rook d5 takes care of everything. Maybe she was worried about like rook takes, queen takes, rook c1, getting rook c5. And then
but now queen e6, rook c5. Oh, now you don't.
Yeah, you don't have rook d8. That's what she was worried about. But maybe f6 is, a bit of a weakening move, I feel. And now
committal.
Yeah, rook a c1 now and queen coming to b4. I feel kind of, maybe that gives Divya like an outside glimmer of hope that maybe something at some point might work out.
Yeah, and as we can see on the top right, round 5, Sahil, 50% of the tournament will be done today, more than 50% in fact. And any plans you have for the rest days, Sahil?
I don't know. Would love to shoot some content with the players if we get some time, and would love to check out the city as well. Pune, I was here, I think, way back, maybe 15 years back, coming here after a long while. So would love to do that. And also rest a bit, maybe get some good food, and of course, prepare for day number 6. Yeah, and as a player, would you train a lot or actually rest on rest days, like when you are playing tournaments? I think if I was the player, I would prepare today a little bit. I would treat the rest day as a complete rest day. So I would sync day number 5 to day number 6.
Okay.
And I play it today and then play it on day number 7. So I would relax a bit, get my mind. Unless I am in that zone, right? I'm winning every single game.
Like Humpy.
Yeah. Humpy or Zhu, then maybe you want to stay in that zone, but otherwise relax and give your mind something.
You want to ask your round 6 opponents, hey, you want to play today itself, like tomorrow itself, and be in that momentum. But yeah, it makes sense. You treat it like a Sunday.
Yeah.
Like for normal folks.
Yeah, but that could happen. We could broadcast it, but a producer might not be available. So as of now, rook a c1 and rook to d7 played by black. So no rook d5. So again, white having that slight momentum. Maybe now rook c4, rook b4, and at some point we'll be just pressuring these pawns. Because let's say rook sits on b6 at some point, yeah? Then the king walks up. Maybe something can happen, Rakesh. We know how tricky rook endgames are.
Yeah.
I wouldn't discard this as a complete draw as of now.
For sure, sir. And one very interesting idea that I can, just think of is, let's say I go queen b4 now. you can't ignore my threat. Let's say if you black goes king g7,
Yeah.
a different camera angle would be great because now rook takes c6 is a
Yeah.
very simple tactic
And-
because the queen, the captain is eyeing the rook on b8, and if you take, it would be great if you could see the players' reaction for queen b4 if that is being played. And so if not, let's say, okay, obviously black is going to notice and black moves her rook away. Now, I go queen to b6.
Yeah.
And again, if you play that king g7 kind of a move, I have this d5 idea sometimes in the air because there's a pin along the sixth rank and rook takes, and rook takes d5.
Pawn
Yes.
takes, now queen takes, and if rook takes, then queen
Queen
takes
b7
d7 can be an idea. Either first taking and then taking here.
But I'm so right about that f6 move. I really don't like it that much. And these three pawns may look supported and, together. But just one queen move, and suddenly, you have to be aware. You have to be careful of those queen side pawns on the left side of the board if you are black.
And it's all about what's black doing. Black is defending. So white has a small threat, black has a small defense. White has a small threat, black has a easy defense. And at some point you get tired of defending and you give up some concession.
Correct.
And suddenly the threat becomes from small to big, and now you're defending big threats. And suddenly time pressure hits, you crumble again, and it is potentially a risky proposition. But as of now, I think Shuvalova would back herself to defend this game.
Definitely. And, Sahil, you just summed up Salome versus Divya with that monologue
Yeah.
a few seconds ago. Because that's what happened. Small advantage, you keep pushing, trying to get there. And I feel even though this is looking equal or slightly better for white, but Divya will keep pushing this for the next 2 hours or so.
Yeah, by the way, 300 people watching right now, and Mr. Hello World is asking how to know who's leading. We can have the ranking
Yeah, if you can have the
for-
standings
right
very
now
quickly.
for a second, and there is the ranking table. The last round before the rest day, Zhu Jiner leads. You can see a couple, 3 wins there actually
Yeah.
for Zhu Jiner, but she's yet to play. I think Koneru Humpy, so that's an interesting matchup. She's yet to play, I think, Polina as well, so some important games. And also Divya, so she's not really played the rank 2, 3, 4.
Correct.
That means the tournament is still wide open as of now. And Rakesh, the standings going to the rest day, very, very likely if somebody has so lead, they are a huge favorite to win this event.
For sure, with about 50%, more than 50% tournament played. And that is why I feel if Zhu Jiner is winning, Humpy or Divya has to keep on playing and not, just not take the draw quickly. And on that note, let's jump into Zhu Jiner's game because if Nurgyul wins and blows open the tournament, that's great news for
Everyone.
the trailing pack and everyone.
So now a4 now, bishop d7, very logical move. You attack the pawn on a4 and ask white, do you want to give your strong knight on e4 for this bad bishop on d7? You do not want to do that. But she does it, and that again, that's a problem, right? Because queen takes and suddenly your knight has vanished. And now the bishop on d6 is a great piece. I can always read out my knight to greener pastures. And now comes bishop b5, queen d8, knight d2. And if I have to choose a side, Rakesh, I am going to choose black here.
So, on the contrary, I would choose white because I don't see a plan for black. And, I think if you go one move back, Nurgyul was contemplating between rook c2, knight d3, knight c1, knight d3, and getting the other knight, as you mentioned, on e5. But she chooses for knight d2. Idea is queen b3 and trying to play on the left side of the board. But as we see after knight d2, Zhu plays king g7. And Sahil, now is the counterplay you were mentioning. h5, rook h8 on the cards.
Absolutely. And what's white's plan? If you check the C file, all squares are covered. All these 5 squares are covered. So your counterplay is non-existent. And this bishop, reminds me of what Harshit said yesterday, a paper tiger. So it's looking great. But at the end, it's tough. The best job it can do is potentially a knight coming to e4. Just grabbing that knight or something like that. I don't see a clear plan for it. So I would say game is still right in the middle. But I would choose black. You would choose white. So it's a battle, yeah? Both players still having chances.
Yeah, for sure. And Of course, oh, we have a result.
Oh,
A draw.
drawn.
In Humpy, that bishop f4, bishop g5.
Wow, so Humpy does not push here and she accepts the draw. This is where you're wondering.
Wow.
Bishop g5, queen c7, bishop f4. We thought here after queen c7, Humpy might just play on, but I think she probably felt that the advantage was not enough to have a realistic, edge there, and she chose to conserve energy. That's also a fair deal, and that means the star game for today ends in a draw, and that's the first result. And Humpy now joining the leader on the first place in the cross table.
Yeah, she is in the lead with Zhu Jiner. Of course, Zhu's game is yet to end. But I feel, Sahil, your point about that energy part, and also she has a game with Zhu Jiner with the white pieces, definitely played on her mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is a draw between the two Indian players. And now maybe you can switch to the game of Divya once and check it out. Rook d7 is where we left it. And rook 1 to c4. So the rook is indeed coming to b4, Rakesh. Queen was also an option. And white is still, having hopes of pushing here. And I still don't like that pawn move to f6 somehow.
Yeah, it's a committal move. Remember, pawns can't go backwards.
Really?
That's what I was taught, but that's the problem, Sahil, because the king would love to come to f7, but once the queens are off,
Yeah.
you do not play f6 with the queen still on the board.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's just kind of pass with black. So let's say king d7, rook b4, king g8, rook b6, king g7, queen b4, and this is lost. This is already gone.
Yeah.
So
And king d7 played.
no, rook e8,
No,
rook e8. Rook e8 played. I think she gets out of that pin, that irritating pin. And now I think she defends the queen as well. But still, the plan doesn't change. Rook b4, rook b6, queen b4. Let's put as much pressure on possible on the b7 pawn. I think let's say rook b4. She's going to play rook e7. Now rook b6. And let's say king to g7, queen b4. How can white create any more chances here? Okay, you've activated all our pieces. I still don't see anything. Maybe you want to try d5 at the right moment.
d5 at the right moment has to be tried.
But our king is also, back rank is also weak, Rakesh. That's why I'm a bit worried, that this might backfire as well.
But in this moment, like let's say, whose move is it?
It's black.
Black. So black plays h6, just a random move.
Let's go h5.
Yeah, h5. Now I go d5.
Yeah.
What do you play?
If I go rook d,
It's already a blunder because now queen e7.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And if you take with the pawn, then the queen is hanging. So maybe there is this d5 idea which can be used as a weapon, and Divya definitely will keep that at the back of her head. But as of now, queen, this is the current position. We have not seen rook b4, rook b6, queen b4. And they are calculating what to do next. 42 minutes each, so time situation, not a worry for either player.
Yeah.
They're already 24 moves in, so I don't think we'll see time trouble.
Not in this one. But Sal, if you had to give a percentage of Divya winning this, what would that be?
I would say Divya winning is like 20%. A draw is like probably 78%, and black winning like 2%, something like that.
Yeah, I think I would also have given it something like that. So it's just like 1 in 5 games Divya just manages to win this. Very rare, but yeah, definitely no chances of losing. So I think if you are in Divya's position, you should try and play and keep pushing.
I would say this is the ideal position on just with the rest day.
Yeah.
You're not taking so much energy into finding these moves. You could literally play you could have 1 minute on the clock and you could keep playing these moves. So rook b4, rook b6, queen b4. You are not really so stressed out. This is a slow position. You can take your time, you can relax, you can worry what's for dinner. There is no stress here. And this is not a tactical, hell on the board. So Divya should be very, very comfortable in this position. And Polina as well. She knows she has to defend this. Rook on the 7th rank, king on g7, and just hold and wait for the best. Hope for the best.
Sure, and like you mentioned, not a lot of calculation. There is more of strategy than calculation or tactics. But Polina has to be careful. She cannot let her guard down. But overall looks and she's played silent.
She played rook b4.
Your move.
Yeah, we are going to see this on the board. Next move should be rook e7 in a second, in a flash by Polina, because that was the idea of rook to e8, just to kind of defend everything along the seventh rank. I don't know, I'm sensing a win.
Played rook
Yeah,
e7.
I'm sensing a win for white here. This is a position where you can just play forever and ever and ever, just maneuver the pieces. All these dark squares, right? I mean, they're so tempting to occupy by your pieces. And black can't do anything to challenge you. She had a chance with rook d5, but she didn't do it at that point. And now it's getting difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and of course, like we said, if there is a player that could win, that looks like it's white. But your Spidey sense is tingling, and I feel, can we get 200 likes in the chat, before our first decisive game? Almost 300 people watching. And Sahil, if this game you feel Divya might win, then let's head into Zhu Jiner's game. Otherwise, they will be tied on 4 points out of 5.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the bishop coming to d3.
Rook b6 played. Wait. Let's wait. I mean,
Yeah, rook b6 on the board. I told you that this is so simple to play. Now queen d4 next, and black. I think king g7 will be played now.
Sahil, if you are like predicting all of the moves, can you also predict what's going to happen? In 2029.
No. I think my skills don't transcend the boundaries of chess. Unfortunately, actually, they don't even cover that aspect. So if they were, I would be a great player. But as of now, king g7, just getting out of the diagonal makes a lot of sense. You do not want a random check, straight check catching you here and using the b7 pawn in some cases. Even king f7, I'm considering.
Wait a second, Sahil. King g7. Why do I play queen b4? Why can't I play d5 directly here itself?
d5 direct.
Same tactic that we showed the chat earlier.
Yeah, if rook d5 wins because the queen attacks this, and if you take the pawn, you lose the queen.
Yeah.
So maybe queen e5 is the only move.
Oh wow, that's how you had mentioned about the background like 3 years ago, but now pawn takes c6. I'm a happy boy. What will happen?
Yeah, this is the moment when you regret pushing as white because the queen controls the h2 square. Rook d1 is checkmate in one move.
Wow. I don't see in a million years this would happen. But that is why we need maybe pawn to g3, or we need an extra escape square for our kings.
I know even now if you play d5 in the position we saw Rakesh earlier, d5 still. And this is not really comfortable. I would say you can't take this pawn because of mate. You can't push this because it will be grabbed by the queen. And this tension somehow is not comfortable from the white angle. I can't imagine winning this. So maybe d5 has to be held on for a while.
Yeah.
The threat is stronger than the execution. And you wait for black to somehow go wrong somewhere and then try to push.
You try to improve your king position. I don't know how, but maybe that's an angle. Like king h2, g3, king g2 slowly. And king g7 played Sahil. Mr. Predictor.
King g7. I was wondering why king f7 was so bad for black, because b4 apparently is very, very strong for white. What's happening here? So let's see. h5. Now b5 is winning.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now if pawn takes pawn, like the corner pawn takes, then
this is queens. And if you take here, then
pawn push again.
So that's another theme
Black
has to keep in mind, because if you take this pawn now, there is rook c takes c6.
Game over.
Now f6 is hanging with check. I mean the queen. Where can the queen go? There is no square. Queen f5 maybe here. But now queen takes a6, and this is the
triple.
Weird Alatine's gun.
Yeah. Proper side rank. At Sahil, that is why, that's the difference. Subtleties in chess. You know why king g7 is the best move?
Because rook f7 would have been the same.
But I mean, of course, that as well. But now king g7. Now if you go b4, now I have queen f7. I have a square for my queen, like a diagonal. But if you put king on f7,
h5 and b5 again wins.
Yeah. So I have queen f7. But if you go king f7, b4. Now my queen is trapped. I don't have that escape square for my queen. So
Rakesh, let's say king g7 is actually on the board, right?
Yeah.
Let's say I play b4 here.
I would actually, just wait if I was.
Yeah, because it feels like this rook might be trapped in b6 now. So it's a very, very committal move. And if black just moves the queen to f7, you no longer, b5 doesn't seem to be as strong, and then the rook has basically, it looks active, but it's also kind of stuck on b6, and if something goes wrong, it will go horribly wrong.
Yeah, that's what we are used to, Sahil, in our games. But I don't think she'll go b4 after king g7. I would like to see a nice waiting move from white.
And just saying, Humpy is repeating. Yeah, that game ended in a draw. Anay saying, show your cam tiku. I think maybe we can show our face for a second. The commentator's face. Here we are, Mr. Anay. Hopefully you can see us now. And now going back to the players quickly as Divya. She looks pretty relaxed. Actually, I think this is a very comfortable position. Like no stress whatsoever. You can take your time. Has she played a move already?
No. I don't think so.
Because the opponent came and sat down, so I thought maybe she played something, but not yet. So b4, definitely an idea. But I also like your idea, king h2, Rakesh. Just to kind of get out of any checks, maybe prepare g3, but then again, that weakens the f3 square. So, and then h5, h4 might be strong.
There is going to be a trade-off no matter what. Maybe, I've seen some weird ideas for, for these positions where white, if they're afraid of some of these back rank threats, just get the king away, bring the king to e1, and then do the same tactics again, or even like f1, because rook d1 check will be king e2 with tempo, and then suddenly now d5 is a huge threat, Sahil.
Yeah, but this is, then you are really, really going all in. Yeah, well, if something again goes wrong.
No, we're not committing anything. No, so king
queen d6, Rakesh.
I can still go king h2, so it's like I didn't lose anything.
Now you go back in g1, na?
Yeah.
Then again, I think queen d6 in g1 is a repetition. So
like we saw in Humpy Harika.
That's a very interesting repetition, though. Yeah. So king and queen kind of repeating, because the idea is, Chad, the queen is trying to get to h2. You cannot allow that, and that's why king g1 and queen e6 back. So that could be a possibility here. Divya's body language seems to suggest that it doesn't sense there's a huge edge.
Correct.
Similar to how we saw Humpy also very relaxed.
And look at Polina. She looks very relaxed ahead.
Yeah, but I think she understands if anybody's pushing, it's white.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. But she has to be careful. I'll be sure. 2 pawn breaks. Pawn to d5 and this b4, b5 amazing idea that black has to watch out for.
Yeah, so 2 pawn breaks possible. But one more thing, Rakesh. So I think we are looking at a position where we have both rooks and the queens. What if I trade queens? Because now my king can actually come in. So queen d3, let's say you take, I take with my rook. Now king f7, maybe I go king f1, king e6, king e2. I mean, is there any chance here? Maybe was there something else here after king f7?
I'm not sure, because once my king comes to e6, I'll be happy to trade rooks with rook d5.
Apparently, Rakesh, king h2 is interesting. What?
They're trying to get the king to f4 to attack the...
Force f5 maybe. Is that the plan?
Yeah, f5 or g5.
In g3? Not sure if this is actually a... But the Indian seems to love this plan for some reason. f5? Now rook e5 check.
Yeah,
but it doesn't feel like it's
not really, a lot, because even if I don't go f5, like just bring your king across, if the black king reaches c7, suddenly your 2 rooks.
Rakesh, king d6 is a mistake, apparently. King f4. The bar seems to really love.
Yeah, no, but after f5, maybe
f5.
no, not now. Earlier. But still, that could transpose. If you go king e6, king c3, f5.
f5.
King f4. Now again, king d6 is bad.
Apparently, I think that's strong. Apparently, now the best is rook e5, but then I'm not convinced. If rook e5 is the best, I can move the king back to f6. I don't have any clear entry point, and this should also be completely equal. So this plan looks, optically, maybe it has some pressure there, but probably not really in reality. And also, you're exchanging queens for this. So you're really giving up your main asset there. So Divya has to be absolutely sure. There's nothing else in the position. I would rather bank on d5 and b5 ideas now.
Yeah, I mean, you can play queen b3 at any point. Try a little, king f1, king g1 maybe, or queen b4. Try for some ideas and then go queen b3 at the end.
Yeah. So as of now, how to know who's winning? So I think the simplest way to understand is look at that white and black vertical line you see on the left. That's called the bar. And if you see more of white, then white is better. If you see more of black, then black is better. If it's equal, it will be right in the center.
Yeah, and plenty of interesting people in the chat and also here on site. Sahil, do you think we should switch to Zhu Jiner's game? Because this game looks like Divya will try to probe a little bit more, but Zhu Jiner has not played that H5 idea of yours yet.
But it's coming, Rakesh, and I still feel the bishop, as we saw, didn't have really a future on d5, comes back to d3. And even if you put the knight on e5 slowly, I still don't think it's much. I think this game is either equal or maybe black can also push. But Zhu Jiner is not under pressure at all, I think.
So, high chance that Zhu Jiner still maintains her lead going into the rest day.
Yeah, very likely, unless Divya can somehow win that in game, because Humpy is already drawn.
Yeah.
So Divya is the only one who can potentially catch up now with Zhu Jiner.
True. Wait, what? Can we go to the Vaishali Munguntuul game quickly? Sahil, what is this rook? I don't understand.
Rook f2. So clearly she wants e4, but knight a4 now. I think, Rakesh, this is going to be a draw. That's my guess now.
You mean this also?
Yeah, this also. This feels like a draw to me purely because there's a lot of exchanges. I can probably even just go e3. Just very solid. If you take my knight, I take your bishop. And then I double up the rooks. So white could be even better there. So you have to actually potentially play bishop b3, move this. Now I take, and I've controlled the c2 square.
And the c5.
And the c5. I'm sure you have some extra control, but how do you double up rooks? If you go rook c7, there are tactics. Rook c6 is also controlled. Rook c5 is controlled. So there is no way to double up rooks for black. And this should be dead equal. And maybe even, knight d7, exchanging knights, and with the bishops, it's even more a draw. Symmetrical pawn structure. I can predict a draw here now with 100% security.
Yeah, I think this will also end around maybe Sahil players taking that peaceful route before the rest day, as we were kind of predicting that.
Yeah. So that is not so bad actually. As long as we see some sharp games. So one draw so far, still waiting for the other games. Which game shall we go to? Also, one brief look at the Alina Salome game. Nothing much has changed there. Since where we left, I think this is the move, right? h4, h3 we're looking at. Yeah. h4, h5, b4, knight c6, a3. The plan could be c4, c5, I think. f5, bishop d3, and white pushes c5, black pushes e5. Even though there's a lot of dynamism here, I still predict a draw here. Although white has 25 minutes.
Yeah, bishop b8 played, and it's like players are doing their best, but it's just like there's just not a game that's like kind of taking off, into some complications or into the wilderness. And bishop b8, 24 minutes on the clock, but she has 15 moves for 25 minutes. So I would not say that's like big time pressure.
I think, Rakesh, basically you hit the nail on the head when you said that maybe the players will play it safe today. It does seem like that. We saw it with Humpy. She had in some other situation, she might have pushed. In that situation, she did have a slight edge. We also see how Divya's game is equal. We also see how this game is equal. For example, let's say knight takes e5, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. Maybe white has this weakness, but black also has these weaknesses. So I would say this should be a very, very comfortable draw. And yeah, I mean, I would say 2 results would be pretty optimistic now.
2 results would be amazing. And on that note, we are into almost the third hour of play. Let's take a quick break, Sahil, and when we come back, we'll be looking at the time pressure, some exciting chess on the other side.
Yeah.
Hello, we are back, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are into round 5 of the Women's Grand Prix here in Pune. And we have Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte with us. Welcome, Abhijit Dada.
Thank you, Rakesh.
And you are part of the organizing committee as well. You are, the coach of the Indian women's team that won gold at the Olympiad last year. What's your experience been like at the event so far?
I think I am enjoying this. First time we are organizing a Women Grand Prix in Pune. Pune has hosted so many tournaments, and this is a very unique tournament, I will say. I think first women tournament we organized in Pune was, of course, apart from nationals, it was a rapid and blindfold event,
Okay.
which was played between the Maharashtra versus rest of India.
Mm-hmm.
And that time I remember everyone was here, and we had this blindfold games, which was it was done in Symbiosis College, and it was a lot of fun. And today we are having this Women Grand Prix. It was a good part that we got it, and we could get a host entry for Divya to participate in the Women Grand Prix. So I must thank the FIDE and the AICF for this initiative.
Yeah, and we have Divya's game open. She is on 3 out of 4, 3 wins and 1 loss in
All
the,
resulting games.
all decisive.
I think
What do you think of her chances in this game?
I think this is the position which Divya would like to play. No chances of losing. Keep pressing with white. You know, like white has this ideas of playing b4, b5, and a6, then d4, d5. Because this queen on e6 always looks very tricky. Yeah, it's pinned with the rook on b6.
Yeah.
Then there is a f6 point which is weak. So you will need to eventually white will need to get some breakthrough. But I feel that with there is a good chance, like there is also plan. Maybe you can go king h2 also, king h2, and then you try to push d5, because then queen e5 won't work because you will have queen into e4.
Right.
So like she will have to make something work, but she will have to wait till her opponent gets into time pressure. But here, she is consuming more time.
Yeah.
But let's see. But I feel she has some good chances.
Yeah, and there's like we were analyzing something like b4 for white, and black cannot play king f7 because
you will need queen f7, sometime.
Yeah. This queen has no escape square, as we see a6 takes, and e6 is like f6, g6, everything under fire.
No, but if you see this position, that's the idea to bring queen on c3, because now when you play b4, b5, okay, should play
h5, b4,
h4, yes, then b5, takes a6, takes c6, and now you have b5.
And then this opens up. So maybe I go queen f5 and d5. I want to protect it with rook f7. But I think even she'll be happy just rook a6,
and
this is a d4 is a protected pass pawn.
But you can't attack rook c5 and rook d5.
Yeah. But I think this breakthrough is still a very good improvement than what she has currently. And speaking of Divya, she was also part of the Indian team when you as a team won gold. What was it like to have her? Can you tell us a little bit more about Divya's style of play and so on?
So I remember we had a camp, Divya, Vaishali, and Vantika. We were there and we were discussing. And I told Divya and Vaishali and Vantika that, like, you three have to play most of the games.
The young brigade.
Young brigade, maybe all of the games.
This was in Ahmedabad, right?
It was in Ahmedabad.
Yeah.
And Divya really played, I think, most of the games.
And won most
of the yes. And it was something similar kind of positions where she had some slight edge with good chances of trying to convert, pushing it, and many of times opponent used to blunder or make a small mistake, which she was used to capitalize very easily. I think that's a good player to have as a team, and I'm very hopeful that she's playing so uncompromising chess here. I'm very happy to see that She has won all decisive games. She lost to Humpy, but then she came back very strongly.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good sign for her. And we are expecting, like she's only 19 and she's already world junior champion. She has won the gold medal in the chess Olympiad on the board 3 Olympic gold medal winning team member. So we are hoping already top 20 in the world.
Yeah.
So I am hopeful that she will be a good candidate in another 3 or 4 years who can become world champion in women category from India.
Definitely, and also from our state, Maharashtra here,
Yes.
and it was like there was a big reason that Maharashtra or Pune got the bids for the Grand Prix, and because Divya could also play another event. And another big reason for Indian chess is I was doing some research on Mega Database. Looks like Humpy and Harika have played a classical game in India after 21 years.
Really?
So thanks to you and the MCA, for organizing the Grand Prix.
Yes, but that game was not so exciting.
Yeah, it could have been exciting. It was looking.
I thought White was slightly better, but I think Humpy just decided not to push before the rest day.
Yeah.
Because most of the players I always see that they are reluctant to push very hard on the rest days.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we saw between Humpy and Harika today. But even other boards, like I can see that, they are playing a very safe chess as compared to what we saw in the first 4 games.
Yeah, yesterday we had 4 decisive games,
Yes.
and today almost maybe none. And Rook B4, H4 on the board. We'll switch to Vaishali's game, Dada, if you think there's not much happening here.
Yes.
So let's check that out. So yeah, again, Vaishali, one of Team India stars at the Olympiad, and she's not having a great event so far, winless in 4 games. And what do you make of her position against an opponent who has had all decisive games here?
Yeah, I think Polina was also 2/3 yesterday. Again, she lost.
Yeah.
So 2 wins and 2 losses. But I feel this position always looks good for black
Mm-hmm.
because very easy to play and
Has the C file.
has the open file, has good bishops. That knight on e5 is not so important. G2 bishop is not so good.
Yeah.
And this e4 d4 center, it's not the best, I will say, because this d4 pawn can be attacked in future and too many weaknesses. Once queens are off the board, these squares like d3, c3, c2, d2, all these squares are very weak because there are not enough pieces to control it,
Mm-hmm.
especially queens. And then all this vacuum can be big problem in the later stage of the game.
And you are an expert of these middle game positions. So as a grandmaster mind, would you pick white or black in this? And what
It's
do you?
much easier to play with black.
Yeah, for sure. And what would you rate your chances as if playing black of winning this game?
60-40
60 win and 40% draw.
draw.
It's that easy. And 32 minutes for Munguntuul versus 13 minutes for Vaishali. And if you were seeing this as a coach of the Indian team and Vaishali is playing this against Mongolia and Munguntuul, will you be worried as the coach of the Indian team?
Yes, because I know that this position has only 2 possibilities. Yes, either black will win or black will draw. And for a white, it's very difficult to play in such situations because every move you make, you have to make sure that at least you are holding. Yes, and it's very difficult to make moves in such a low time in such kind of positions.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a very concrete plan where you can exchange pieces. And if black keeps this tension for some more time, then there is a good chance that your opponent is going to break in the titration.
For sure. And doesn't look like any clear plan for white. And bishop it's like a tall pawn on g2, and rook has not moved. Definitely white.
The problem is g2 bishop is required to defend e4 pawn.
Yeah.
Or f2 rook is required to guard c2 square.
Yeah, and the second
rank. You have knight on e5, which is a very strong piece, but it's not doing anything. That's a problem. And what? Black already has idea of bishop c2. Attacking one more
e4 pawn again.
And if you take pawn into d5, then black has knight into d5, which will just worsen white's position clearly. So that option is also not there. So it is not easy for white to maintain the center.
Mm-hmm. And don't even know what's the correct center structure to keep as white. And 18 moves left, just 11 minutes to go for Vaishali for the time control. Do you know anything about Vaishali and time pressure? How does he manage that? Can you tell us more?
See, for any player, defending such position is a nightmare,
Mhm.
and nobody wants to get into such situations. Unfortunately, she has already got into this.
Yeah.
So it is always going to be difficult. But she has to do some rookie one kind of thing and try to defend the position for pawn or just somehow or push. Otherwise, the second option is to push g5.
Okay. Just kicking this knight away.
Yes.
Knight d7.
Yeah, but now you have some chances to exchange some pieces. So just take knight d7, then push e5, just try to hold this.
Yeah, maybe try to get the bishop
Yeah.
here at some point. But yeah, like the worst part is always two results for
Yes.
black, and Vaishali has
So
to.
basically, white is not trying to win this game. It's already that it is black who is trying and pushing.
Yeah. And Indian Grandmaster Hari Krishna used to say, draw with white is not a problem, but defending,
Yes, played something, yeah, Vaishali.
yeah, just playing for the draw with white is a
She played
problem,
G5.
right? G5, knight d7, most likely.
She played him.
Yeah, G5 is played.
Yeah.
Munguntuul is thinking now.
So it was important that you need to dislodge that knight, yeah, because otherwise defending e4 was becoming a big challenge.
Yeah. And I think while we let her think and we go into the game of Zhu Jiner, the tournament leader.
She has been very impressive. I think she has been playing fantastic chess in a very good spirit,
Mhm.
and all her games were very nice to watch. But we will have to see today that what she does.
So here I think black just played rook a7. If you just check out the last few moves, players look like they are not doing much, as you said up before the rest day. And for Zhu Jiner, she's leading for 3.5 on 4, and she'll go to 4/5. Good score for her overall.
But this position is not so easy because I think if all my major pieces gets exchanged,
Okay,
then
so let's
this-
say, for example, knight e2, rook c7, takes. All major.
this is just losing because of bd2. But in
Oh, yeah.
general, I'm saying so. You have knight b3 also.
Let's say we also add in
King
c7, king f2, king f7, and then we do
Yes.
the same. Yeah.
And this position, maybe black can keep trying, yes. Because this knight on e4 check is a threat, so you have to keep bishop on d3. Then I always have h5, h4 in future.
This is
So
again like
some options. Yes.
only black is trying.
Yes. It's very minimal,
Uh-huh.
but it's just one inaccuracy again from white, and then black can come very solidly into the game.
Yeah, no, nothing to lose.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, and bishop d3 played by Salimova. Maybe she wants to put the knight
d5.
on b5. Because this game is also important from a tournament perspective. Who has more chances to win, Divya in that game or Zhu Jiner in this game?
I think Divya has more chances. That's what because she has a very clear-cut idea. Yes, it's b4, b5 or d4, d5.
One pawn break.
Yes, one pawn break, and it's always there in the minority attack setup. If you study the Queen's Gambit decline, you
Yeah.
always have a minority attack where you are attacking with 2 pawns against the black's 3 pawns, and you get a breakthrough, and then slowly you wipe up all the pawns.
And
Yeah,
so-
but this like this move vestige by Divya has not helped her a lot.
Mhm.
It's rook b6, rook b4, queen c3, queen c2.
Yeah, she was, doing something similar in yesterday's game, also just trying to, maneuver and get her pieces in the correct positions against Salome yesterday. And do you think she'll be successful today, Divya?
Because black is having a plan. She's trying to play king h6, king g6, then rook g7 and g4 kind of thing.
Oh, having some counterplay
Yeah,
of
some
her
counter
own.
on.
Can we go to Divya's camera because she's suddenly down under 10 minutes now?
Yes.
Not a lot of time pressure because, of course, White has some very simple moves.
But rook on b4 is not ideally placed here because it also stops your b4 p5 idea and it also doesn't give you d5 idea.
Yeah, Rook was very well placed on b6 actually.
Yes, but sometimes it happens, like you are low on time and you are not sure whether to go for a break so early
Mhm.
and you are waiting for 40 moves to happen and which are very far away. Right now it's only move 29. So it's very hard that, Divya will find some break before move 40. She has to decide on something. She can't wait for 40 moves and she get an additional 30 minutes to think.
It might be
So,
too
yeah,
late.
yeah, that might be too late.
And also about you as a player, would you push before a rest day or would you be happy with the safe game?
It always depends on the tournament situation.
Mhm.
With Divya situation, maybe anything going points you are pushing forward, it's a good result.
Yeah,
I will not say draw is a bad result for her because 4 more games and she's on the second spot.
correct.
So there is always scope. Because she has to play, I think, Zhu Jiner, which is going to be very crucial game
Yeah.
for her.
And I think maybe even though she can't qualify for the women's candidates, but she has a chance of maybe scoring her GM norm here with the high score.
Yes, I think GM norm is the main thing, but I think the experience because
Yeah.
she's getting, I think, one of the best tournament for her in the three tournaments which she's playing, and she has to play again in Australia. So she has a good chance, and she is learning, how to compete at the highest level in the women category, which is very crucial for her.
Yeah, and while living in India, eating some Indian food, so that's always
So that's an advantage because for other girls it will be always going to be spicy food in India.
yeah,
So Divya has that home advantage, we can say. Yeah?
absolutely. And well, speaking of that, is there like any rest day activities planned for the players here
Yes,
to show them Pune, India overall?
So tomorrow is a rest day, and the trip is planned. So we have a Ganpati temple here, very famous, Dagdushet Ganpati. So we are planning that the players and the parents can visit. Okay, so you can see that the West trying to exchange the queens, and
It's like an
after
indirect draw of
indirect draw. Yeah, after queen exchange, I don't see there is it's not going to be easy. But of course, still the plan is there. But then king will come to e6 and black can put rook on d5,
yeah.
which will make it very difficult for white to get this rook d6 before d5.
So, and also we see the evaluation go to 0.0, so absolutely no chance for either player here. But yeah, overall, it's like the players are very happy with the organization, the hotel, and everything. So you must be very relaxed now
Yes.
as the tournament is at 50%.
Day one is very crucial.
Yeah,
Once the game starts, people get into their group and then they just want to concentrate on their game. They don't want anything else. They only want good internet.
yeah. And players have their routines, so they are pretty much set. And apart from the Grand Prix, I think you're also organizing a Grandmaster events. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
From 20th to 28th April, we are organizing this Grandmaster tournament, which will happen in the mall, which is just 5 minutes away from here. With that, below 2200 and below 1800, and we have about 130 players in Grandmaster tournament, about 105 players, about 2200.
Okay.
So I think it's a very strong tournament with, I think, average rating of 2300.
Oh wow! So a lot of norms.
Norms possibilities are there, and we will. So like when I was young, I was playing for now. I remember there was only one tournament in India,
Goodrick. Yeah.
where you can make the norm. And now in India, you have around 10 tournaments like this, where there are opportunities to make the norms. And I remember in '96, I was about 2180 rating.
Okay.
and I had requested organizers to give me an entry because that was about 2200 tournament. So I had requested, I was a sub junior champion that time. So I requested them to give me an entry in a Goodrick. And they said, no, you are below 22, you can't get you in. Then I said, sir, please. Then organizer Mr. Mujumdar, he said, okay, you can get your entry. So that is how I played first time in the Goodrick. And I also got my international master norm there
Oh,
in the first tournament. But it was fun that time. Not many tournaments, so you have a very rare chance to play with foreign players. But now you see that most of the Indians traveling, playing abroad everywhere, and we see that now they are offering very limited entries for Indians.
yeah, there's just too many of us, and because of which now I think these four GM tournaments in India, so players have a lot of opportunities here. But there's one more opportunity for our fans, and we have been getting this question a lot. So just before you go, Dada, can you tell the audience that the process that they can come and visit this event and watch the players live?
So we have a Google form made where you can put your request. You
Mhm.
have a timings, so you can block your time, and you are allowed to come here and watch the games. You can go inside the tournament hall to experience the tournament. Of course, all the fair play norms you will need to follow when you are going inside. But today we already are sold.
Okay.
So
So Saturday weekend,
Friday
Friday.
and today is a Good Friday. No, today is holiday in India,
Yeah.
and then there is a Sunday. I think there also we are almost booked.
Okay.
So, but you can always try Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, last three games. You can also visit the GM tournament because it's starting from Sunday. So it is going to be a complete. So we always call this tournament as Maharashtra Chess Festival,
Mm-hmm.
where we have this three or four tournaments which happen together. Last time it was done in Nagpur, where we had this match between Vidit and Swidler and Nigel versus Ronak. It was a very interesting match, I will say.
Yeah.
And Vidit told me that like he wants to play a match before he go for the World Cup and candidates. Sorry, that time we had not qualified.
Before Grand Swiss.
And so we organized this match, and that time he got then Divya came there one day, and she said, "You are only doing it for boys and not doing anything for the girls." So this time we have this women
Women's
Grand
Grand
Prix
Prix.
only for Divya. So hopefully that all the players from Maharashtra make sure that they are doing well.
Yeah, and Dada, you were speaking of no decisive results, and we have one game where Black is completely winning. You could just
What
go
happened here?
to between Kashlinskaya and Salome. Opposite color bishop looked equal, but Black has managed to put some pressure, and Kashlinskaya bottom of the standings after b5, ab5. She has blundered with no. I think that's a DGT error.
DGT error. No.
Pretty sure that's maybe zoom in on the board. Rook b5. Zoom in on the camera. Sorry. Looks
I think
like
this
rook
is
B.
this is a DGT error. She has taken rook into b5 on the board.
Yeah. So still, there was no decisive game before the rest day.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Like maybe the player when they have played the move, the rook was moving through b4.
Stopped at b4 for a. And also just to
But
complete
Alina was in my team when we played in the
GCL in
GCL
London last year.
London last year, and she got the best woman player award also, and she played extremely well in that tournament.
Even in the
Unfortunately-
finals, I think she won.
No, final she lost. Finals.
It was Lano who had beaten. But yeah, great event for her overall. And Lara, just to wrap up the last bit of the fans coming in, it's completely free, correct?
It's completely free.
So just come in, register on the Google form, and you can visit the tournament. You can get a photo or autograph from the players.
Depending on your luck.
yeah.
How long you are ready to wait?
Absolutely. And
I still remember when I played my first Olympiad in '98. It was Gary Kasparov was playing there,
wow.
and we used to run behind him to get autograph. And
Which tournament was this?
'98 Chess Olympiad.
Okay.
Elista.
Elista.
And then I went as a coach this time with the Indian team to Hungary. And there was a big queues normally to get inside the venue. And we used to see that a lot of young kids from Hungary, they were running to get autograph from Gukesh, Plug,
Yes.
Humpy, Divya. So, that is how far we have traveled as Indians
Mhm.
from taking autographs to giving autographs. So I feel very happy and proud. This young brigade, they have done extremely well. And I think more tournaments like this should be organized in India. So we should become a good host to organize a big ticket events. We had Olympiad, which was organized in a great fashion. Now we have this Women Grand Prix. We will have we having a World Cup
In
in
India.
November, December in India. So more events will bring more glory for the game.
Yeah, I know, Dada, you have to go, but I have to ask this question to you. You were like India's fourth or fifth GM?
I was fourth.
Fourth GM. And now we almost have 85, 86 GM. When do you think India will have 100 Grandmasters?
I think very soon we can just say that by next year we should complete this target by 2026. So when I became a grandmaster in 2000, I thought that the speed of grandmasters is going to increase, but I never thought that it will be so fast.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you for inviting me, and hopefully we'll join again.
Yeah.
So,
Hope so. On an exciting day, hopefully next time. Thank you, Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte, coach
Thank
of
you.
the Indian women's team. And as we go full screen into the camera, we will be joined by Sahil once again. And still, queens are traded, no action on the board. Divya trading queens, trying to go in for that B4, B5 pawn break or D4, D5. Sahil, what do you think?
Oh wow, the queens have been traded. So I was having a sip of water, thinking about the games, how many results we're going to have. But it feels like, are there any games, Rakesh, where we could get a result so far, or is the bar right in the middle?
Sahil, it's right in the middle, 0.00 in all of the games. And looks like players are playing, peaceful chess before the rest day.
So as we can see, Divya, by the way, just kind of checking quickly once. So she played Queen C3, exchanged queens, and kind of put the rook back. And Black cleverly not wasting this time. That's very important. This really gives her an edge. Any time White decides to be too fancy, right? F5, G4, trying to kill a passed pawn on the king side. And I really don't see how Divya can push here. So I'm going to predict a draw in this game, Rakesh. Any chance you feel that White can push?
No, Sahil, I would also predict a draw. And this was our biggest hope after Humpy Harika ended in a draw. And if I just have a look at Zhu Jiner's game, because she's a tournament leader, that also looks completely equal because
I think this game looks like a blunder, but it's actually not a blunder. It's a dead drawn position, so some error
it's like
there.
a DGD error.
Yeah. So going to the game, which game Rakesh you mentioned?
Zhu Jiner, the
Yeah,
leader.
yeah. Zhu Jiner's game, I think we saw this position way back, and nothing much has changed apart from the fact that the C3 pawn is now here. But I think White is set up for C4 if White really wants to do it. Yeah.
Pretty much. And that's again what you had mentioned us to in the Vaishali game, that only one open file will be there after C4, that is the C line, and all major pieces will be traded there.
Yeah, and I see the E4 square. The knight will sit there at some point. Knight G8, knight F6, knight E4, and the bishop finally, after waiting for 200 years, reaches Alpha Centauri. So we'll see what happens here. But as of now, again, draw likely. I do see the time ticking down in most of the games, but I also see that we are very close to the 40th move. So most likely, we're going to have a bunch of draws today, Rakesh. Let's have a bird's eye view if possible. Love to see if there's any game at all where we'll have a result, Rakesh. Or will we go to 5 draws? That will be shocking after the first few games we've had. So game number 4, which was a huge prospect for us for a result, ended in a quick draw. We can see board number 1 there. You see the bar there in Black's favor, but that's just an error there. It's completely dead drawn. Opposite color bishop endgame. With rooks on the board, some tension, but most likely a draw. Second game we see after c4, lots of trades there. Even if White doesn't play c4, just keeps moving the bishop, bishop b5, bishop d3. Also looks roughly balanced. Some chances, but nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Board number 3, I do see some imbalances there. But again, the pawn structure as of now is still symmetrical. And board number 5 is no exception. Rakesh, 5 draws. A very, very calm day today, most likely.
Yeah, and I think in case of only 5 draws, we should let our producer do the dance step alone, because the deal was if find decisive results, we do it with them. But yeah, overall, that might be the most exciting part of the day. But before that, maybe
Might be exciting for you, Rakesh. I don't want to see the producer dance. I would rather watch, some real dancers there. But as of now, we can see the chat. Let us know your comments. If you have any feedback for us, which games are you enjoying? Whose players, which player is your favorite as of now? Looking at the 5 games so far, who's inspired you? Who kind of you feel could do better? And what's your feedback? Let us know. And as of now, Rakesh, all 5 games. Rook B2 played, by the way, in the game of Salimova against Zhu Jiner. So activating that rook, putting pressure on the B6 pawn. I think knight G8, knight F6 is a maneuver I really want to execute quickly. Also rook A C7. Very, very logical. Yeah. So
played just as soon
Yes.
as you said it, Sahib. It's like Zhu Jiner can hear you.
and maybe it's a draw already, Rakesh. So bishop A6, rook A8,
Oh,
bishop B3,
repetition.
rook C8 could be an instant draw. Depends on whether Zhu Jiner feels it's a decent result for her. I do think she should take the draw here because she doesn't have a huge edge on the clock because 36 moves have finished. So 4 moves with time control. If let's say there are more moves, maybe she could have pushed on the clock. But as of now, Nurgyul looks quite comfortable.
Yeah, and I'm sure Zhu Jiner saw that Humpy has drawn. So it's not like a big threat to her, and she can see Divya's position also looks pretty equal. So that ensures that she enters the rest day as the sole leader. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a draw with Bishop A6, Sahib.
Yeah, so this likely heading off to a draw. Which other game can we check? The Vashali game. There are some imbalance here, Rakesh. So I think we saw this like knight A4 idea before. There were a couple of trades. Pawn to E4, rook D8, bishop E3, defending that D4 pawn in case of D takes E4. Now rook C8, and now pawn to G5, asking the question where you want to go. Knight D7, F4. I mean, this is a lot of space. Sometimes when you take a lot of space, then when the opponent pieces enter your camp, then you regret that, Rakesh. And knight B6, F5, pawn takes.
This is the only missile, I think.
Yeah. But Rakesh, a question for you.
Yeah,
Which side would you prefer here, white or black?
black.
Even I would prefer black. I love the knight coming to D5. And if the bishop on E3 falls, I have a bunch of weak pawns, which will be very difficult to defend. And I hope Vaishali has calculated this well. 8 minutes to play 15 moves. Oh, this is not super easy. Her opponent in a better time situation, 1 move per minute. So I would say this game, the highest, chances for a result. And if you look at the Divya game again, King F1 played, very obvious. But I don't see what that changes. Just King F7, King E2, King E6, King D2, Rook D5. If you take, only black can be better here, to be honest.
Just equal.
Yeah. So this game, I would say 99.9% should be a draw, just like the player's accuracy.
Yeah, pretty much equal and everything is equal. If we go to Vaishali's game, I have a very interesting opportunity as black. I want to suggest something like black took on E4. Let's say you capture the pawn. Now,
This one.
no, yeah, Fe6. Of course, I can recapture and it looks pretty equal. But what if I want to gamble? I'm in the mood for some exciting chess. What if pawn takes pawn and I don't recapture and I play knight D5? What will you do?
Well, I can see there's a check. So
Yeah.
that looks pretty tempting to me, unless there's something else.
Yeah, that's obvious. Let's take that.
Hmm.
King slides towards the pawn, in front of the pawn.
First of all, King H8, is there a problem?
Um,
H8
just
also-
feels
Yeah.
tricky.
King F8. Now what?
Like you mentioned that idea. No, if the bishop is gone, then my bishop is suddenly active as black on the G5 pawn. So maybe you protect it first side by pushing the pawn to G6.
That's very interesting because pawn to G6, you feel like you've lost a bishop for free,
Yeah.
but then G7, and there is no defense to a new queen on the board, Rakesh. So this should be a great idea. And also knight G6, mate
Mate.
in the air. So that would be a bad move. So black will have to play h6. But how does black feel about a protected pass pawn on the 7th rank in front of the king? Not so happy either. So, and then you can of course save the bishop somehow, and white should be close.
Where? But that's my question. Where?
Ah,
That's the gamble part, right?
maybe
So-
just rook e1 or rook e2, something like that, just to defend the bishop that way.
So rook e1, I have something like bishop h4, getting... I think I would play this in a blitz game, not in classical
Yeah.
chess at a Grand Prix. But if it was a blitz game, it's really interesting.
Even now, bishop b5, yeah? So it's
Rook e1,
rook
bishop
e1, bishop h4.
h4.
Yeah. So very complicated. And Vaishali has 5 minutes now.
This would be a time black might consider with 5 minutes on the clock.
I mean, most people wouldn't, but Munguntuul will. I mean,
Yeah.
she loves such, challenging lines for either side where both players can make mistakes. But of course, if let's say fe6, black just takes back, no harm, no foul, bishop e4, knight d5, very strong move attacking this bishop. And if white were to take Rakesh, let's say bishop d5, which looks logical to avoid the dilemma of what do I do with the bishop, suddenly rook d5,
Yeah.
and only black can be better. Double bishop, weak pawn on d4, weak pawn on g5. There is no clear rook f7 idea. It doesn't achieve anything. So I would rather be black.
For sure. And if you're a Vaishali fan, you have to hope that she plays because Sahil, 15 moves left and under 5 minutes. It's not looking good on the clock.
Yeah, that's true. 4.5 minutes. Chad will say the same thing. Yeah, Vaishali has limited time on the clock. Her opponent has much more time, 3x the time. And she's using Vaishali's time as well. So it is possible Vaishali plays a move and her opponent just plays instantly.
Yeah, for sure. And we have some fans of Salimova in the chat. We'll definitely head on to that game. But Sahil, we should stick to this game because under 4, I mean, why isn't Vaishali playing? What is she thinking, Sahil? What do you think is going on in her mind?
No, I think she's considering fe6 or f6. I
Wow.
feel that is an important decision because f6 also an option. You kind of attack the bishop, and if black were to make the mistake of taking, then even without the queens, Rakesh, imagine a move like bishop f8, bishop e4, and look at the bar take a huge jump because rook g2 incoming, knight f4. Just to kind of show you, yeah, let's say black plays, okay, I want to exchange some bishops, rook g2 check, king h8, and knight f7 is checkmate on the board. So some tactics there. So white also has some potential, and that's why I think f6 is a nice idea from white. And then black ideally shouldn't take and open the g file and should just play bishop d6. And again, I think black should be okay. But Vaishali pondering over all these options, but she's using up a bunch of time. 3 minutes now to play 15 moves. That's a lot.
That's a lot. And more than 500 people in the chat. Let's hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't, because this is exciting. Sahil, we wanted a decisive game, but maybe not in this manner.
No, I mean, we want decisive games, and as long as both the players have a chance to win, I'm all in for it.
Exactly.
So I don't mind this. I love this because we have a lot of dynamic chances. White might not even take the pawn back. That's the obvious capture, and it's considering other ideas. That's a good sign of things to come. As of now, 2 minutes of Vaishali now. She has to play now.
She has to play. And Sahil, this is what we were talking about when we were live earlier, that this 0.0 is not a problem because we are promised exciting chess. So do you think all 3 results are possible between Vaishali and Munguntuul?
Yeah, absolutely. Either side to make a mistake, but as of now, black seems to in charge as 400 people watch. Who's your favorite? Let us know in this game. Who will make the first mistake? 2 minutes 22 seconds versus 15 minutes and 25 seconds. Vaishali holding her head with her hand. That also kind of gives us a sign that maybe she's not super happy with her position. And it's all about the d5 square that will be occupied by the black knight. Later maybe by the black bishop. Later maybe by the black rook. So every piece will use that as a jump spot to go to other greener pastures. And the d4 pawn will be pressured heavily later on. So Vaishali, maybe fe6 might not even be the best practical. I kind of like...
And she plays f6, Sahil, your move.
I like that move.
Munguntuul immediately plays bishop f8. She is playing on Vaishali's time, which is under 2 minutes. You can make instant noodles like Maggie faster than that.
I agree. But the problem is, Rakesh, that's not the best move. And bishop e4 apparently gives Vaishali a slight edge, but why? The point is after knight d5, you can simply put the bishop back, and both these bishops looking in the right direction. There is no rook c2 available right now. It's controlled by the bishop. So as of now, decent chances, and black should play something like bishop c2, hoping, bishop takes, rook takes happens, and black is back in the game. But maybe, Rakesh, I can play bishop f3, bishop a1,
Draw?
I'm just guessing. But the idea is that there's also pressure on f7. You can imagine some tactics here. Even the rook's doubling up. If black does nothing, this could go, horribly
Just
for black.
quickly, if you can show fg7, bishop g7, knight f7 results into bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Apparently, there's knight
Oh,
h6. It's still tricky, but I think you can wait for this. Yeah, there's no hurry. Maybe knight c4, you activate the piece. You even sacrifice this. Rook takes, and apparently this is good enough counter, because if you move the bishop d4 gets the rook back.
And is that what Vaishali is calculating? But she's under 1 minute, Sahil. What's going on?
But I don't think, Munguntuul has also seen all of that, because she played very quickly, 50 seconds.
FG7 played, Sahil. You have to check that out.
When you're under time pressure, you want clear solutions, but I think that was not the best idea, but a decent one nonetheless. Bishop takes played, and now knight f7 is pretty much forced if she wants equality, but that also gives black some counterplay, and we might see that line with the exchange sacrifice knight c4.
That is so, so bad for white, because you want at least 5 minutes with that knight c4 calculation.
5 as of 50. As of now, we're looking at this position, 55 seconds instead of minutes. And Vaishali, deep in thought, she starts to make 13 more moves. She takes the pawn.
Knight f7, as we discussed, rook f8. You see, Munguntuul is playing so fast, she's not even writing down the move.
Yeah, but she has to write down the moves, I think. And she
Yes, she is. She just plays so fast.
But I think she will take a pause here. This is an important moment. She does not want to
lose.
Yeah, I remember a childhood game when there was a tournament going on, and one of my school friends, he kind of, I think, was waiting for his opponent. Yeah, the walkout time was 1 hour.
Okay.
He waited for 55 minutes. His opponent had 5 minutes on the clock. He had an hour, and he wanted to beat him on time, and he started playing very quickly, just to kind of defeat him on time, and then he himself lost. So it's like you should use that extra time. It's there for a reason. It will not get carried forward to the next game. So let's use it. And it's more important to play the best move here than kind of play it quickly. So if you make a mistake, white could potentially get an edge. Imagine bishop e4 happening, some knight h6. Just to kind of show this, let's say here, let's forget the rook for now, bishop e4, I don't know, bishop b5, already knight h6 check ideas. Just kind of show what's happening on the king side. These two bishops can be deadly. So let's see what happens. Knight f7 check.
Yeah, and Sahil, you're absolutely right. White has 4 pieces. Rook on f2, bishop, and knight on the right side of the board. Whereas black has only 1 piece on g7. So Munguntuul, thinking about that, that's the difference between a master versus an amateur. That once they know that position is tricky, she's slowing down, trying to think and find the best move. And I think rook f8 or knight, rook f8 would be a normal move that one would play. But I like your move, knight c4, Sahil. Complicating matters and, playing on Vaishali's time a little bit.
I agree. Rook f8, the move that comes to mind is knight check again. And if black takes, I love this, because I will always have some counterplay on g7. So let's say rook takes f2. I don't know, you take with the king or the bishop. Let's say bishop, because I kind of avoid this. If my rook somehow gets to g7, I can imagine all hell breaking loose for black. So this is exactly what I want as white. I will always have counterplay here once I grab this pawn on e4. So I think maybe in the current position, black should opt for that knight c4 idea, avoiding that knight h6 check being a strong threat. And not to forget, Rakesh, there could be a repetition if black avoids that trade, because knight h6, king h8, knight f7, king g8 also in the air.
Or at least, Vaishali picks up some time and some moves for the time control. Munguntuul under heavy stress. She wants to play knight c4. I feel it, Sahil. And this might be the only decisive game of the round so far, Sahil.
Yeah, as you said, Munguntuul realizing this is the critical moment. She has to take her time. Do not hurry at all. Her rook is attacked. It has to either move rook e8, would not do the job. There could be some checks, of course, knight d6 ideas as well. So maybe rook e8 does not solve the rook f8 is definitely possible, but knight s6 check I think gives white again some chances. So knight c4, again the idea of sacrificing the exchange, grabbing the knight back. If the bishop goes back anywhere or moves forward, bishop d4, and she already had that position, right? Salimova had that position of 2 pieces against a rook, so she had exposure to that endgame even yesterday at some point, so could happen. So rook d8 as of now could happen on the board. Knight f7 currently.
Yeah, very well put. Just a quick update. We'll keep this. She played rook f8, Sahil.
Oh, so goes for the normal move, rook f8. And now I expect knight h6, because that kind of puts black in a difficult scenario. Knight h6 check, you only have 2 options, right? One is king h8. And then what if I just give a check back? You don't want to sacrifice this.
No way.
And if you play king g8, it's already a draw, right? And do you think Vashali will be happy with the draw here?
Maybe depending on the clock situation, I think so. She might be happy. She's definitely considering knight f6 because your rook is attacked. In other games, Zhu Jiner and Salimova have reached the time control. Just an update. So that game will end very late. So let's stick to Vaishali's game itself. Sahil, your quick predictions. Under 30 seconds for Vaishali.
No, I think she will hold this, but knight at 6, I think black, if she wants to play
knight
d6. Also equally effective, I think, because attacks the rook on c8. So black now needs to find knight to d5. That's the best move. With a similar idea, Rakesh, to what we saw, she needs to come up with this brilliant move, sacrificing the exchange temporarily. So that, now if you, for example, move the bishop somewhere, then bishop d4.
This is lost, Sahil.
Yeah.
I would be very worried as white if black plays knight d5 because 11 moves to go, Sahil, and only 52 seconds. Could have done your idea, Sahil. Knight at 6 check, gain a few moves and then play knight d6.
But still possible knight d5. Black's only chance to pile on the pressure. Mr. Rocker saying Divya chose a very calm line in the opening. I don't like that. Without many tactical options, that's not something that suits her. A draw is very likely. Draw is indeed very likely, but I think sometimes your opponent can also play good chess. Yeah, many lines in, for example, 1 d4 d5 can lead to these structures where it's only tiny bit better for white. You have some pressure on the queen side, but there's not much you can do, and you will not have tactical options in every single game. By the way, wait, she took on f2 with the rook. I think rook takes f2, also a decent try, but that means white should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, as white now, you are suddenly happy. Things have become calm.
Yeah.
After that.
And now what does black do? Rook c2 feels like an automatic move unless there is some twist in the tail. Rook c2, activating the rook to the 7th rank.
Rook c2 has to be played, right? There you go.
Yeah.
And, okay, that's an easy But bishop takes e4, Sahil. Just want to quickly show that rook takes b2.
Yeah.
Now you cannot be chill and play bishop takes pawn in the corner on the left side because rook f2.
Yeah.
King f2, bishop comes in the
and the rook is unfortunately in the corner on the wrong square. So it's not a mistake. I think that was a delete error. Rook c2 on the board. Bishop e4, of course, logical. Then rook b2, and then you can activate this rook, for example, to c1. Get it on your 7th rank. Why should black have all the fun? Let's get the rook to c7, pressure b7, pressure here. And you never know. I still feel if this happens, I would rather be white, Rakesh, now. I can see how I can come here and give a few checks, and this could be uncomfortable for Munguntuul in some cases.
Yeah, bishop e4 played by Vaishali. Now, suddenly it's getting better on the clock situation because 9 minutes for 9 moves for 1 minute, rook into b2 played.
Now, very important, rook to c1. If Vaishali wants to avoid that rook
played.
Wow. So Vaishali now taking slight control of the game, and the black rook is very active, but black has a few problems with the king. The knight on b6 right now holding everything by a thin thread, but I can imagine rook c7 could be a problem because the king has no squares, Rakesh, right now. If check happens.
In fact, it's not easy to suggest a move for black, quickly.
Yeah. The bishop pair again for white looking potentially very strong. If things go bad for black, they could really cause a lot of havoc. As of now, 1 minute 23 seconds for white, 8 more moves to go. The situation has improved, but you can never be too sure with time pressure around the corner. Meanwhile, Rakesh, we one look at the game of Divya against Shuvalova, because something has changed. Just one brief look. I think they have traded off one pair of rooks,
Yeah.
and now rook b7 happened. So that's interesting, because after this, we are going to see a lot of exchanges. Rook a5, f3 played. I am going to say I would prefer black now. King f5. Okay, she has to be, okay, this should be equal. No stress there.
Yeah,
but
there's no entry point for either king.
yeah,
So,
actually, this is defended. So just king f2, and there is no way for black to progress as well. So this game should end in a draw in the next 5 minutes to 10 minutes, unless one side decides to push. But only 3 minutes to go to the time control with 4 minutes remaining. I think no time pressure here. Let's go back to the Vaishali game and see what happens.
I think Munguntuul is still thinking, right, after rook c1.
Yeah, still thinking.
And Sai, just to give you an example, if black plays something like n6 to get some breathing space or exchange a few pawns, suddenly you go d5.
Wait, what? D5?
Oh, wait, not d5.
I think I got the idea. You can't really take
Take.
with the knight because of rook c8 check.
Exactly.
And bishop f8, there's g6 and it's over.
That's
That's a very nice tactical idea. Maybe ed5 right now. But still, this is also very interesting. Yeah, it's not lost, Rakesh. You sacrificed a couple of pawns literally.
Yeah.
It's still equal. So that tells you the power of the rook and the bishop pair. So let's see what Munguntuul does. She could lose this. She could lose this now.
And move like knight d5 allows rook to go to c8. And if you want to just keep control of, this is just how the tables have turned, Sahil, from white being on the defensive. And instead of that, if you go knight to d7 back, that is literally game over, because pawn to d5, and then, like you mentioned, the black king is in a mating right now.
Yeah, king f8, rook c8 is literally
King e7, knight f5 is checkmate.
checkmate.
Wow.
7. So 9 minutes. She needs to come up with a move. Thing is, she's also coming from a dynamic where she was pushing, so it's not easy to handle this. Meanwhile, we can go through the other two games as she thinks. First of all, Alina against Salome. White has a passed pawn on a6, so I would say, and black has her eyes on the pawn on h4. So I'm still not gonna go out on a limb and say this is a draw, Rakesh. Anything, like some chances for either side.
Yeah, all three results were something like, g5 can also be played, like king f6, g5. And, you can also start pushing this h pawn towards the win. But, why the computer is giving this as 0.00, Sahil, is because of those two bishops. Look at them, of opposite color. If they were of the same color, I think we might have seen a different evaluation there.
Yeah, imagine if you play this, bishop h4, the rook grabs the bishop, so you can't grab this. If you play g5, then the bishop grabs this, the rook is hanging. If you play f4, that's a free pawn, either with the rook or the pawn. So you cannot push any of these pawns. You cannot grab this. Now a7 could come, rook b7 could come. So what is the move for black? If bishop f6, for example, then rook b7 also looks tempting. Take. You can't take this because white queens. So as of now, some chances of both, but most likely a draw, thanks to, as you said, the opposite color bishop situation. And the other game is Nurgyul against Zhu Jiner. By the way, so the e4 square is available for the knight. So, and it's not easy to defend the g3 pawn, Rakesh, if somehow that happens. So you have to be very on point of what are you doing after knight e4.
Yeah, you have to play something like king h2, but it's already very risky to keep your king there.
Yeah, I would jump instantly, somehow try to get the queen here.
Or even like e5, queen h6.
Yeah, just to highlight what we are thinking. So let's say white plays a move like rook c2, knight e4. Now cd5 is apparently better, but let's try to play king h2 for now. e5 is the best move, in fact.
Yeah, getting the queen directly.
This is extremely dangerous. So I think you have to be careful. But as of now, white hasn't under control. Rook b2 played, and now knight e4 apparently doesn't work. There's not enough time because of cd5, and the rook is now hanging. Rook takes c2, and I take with the queen. Very important. After queen d5, bishop c6, so ed5, and I can trade off queens if I want to. I can even play bishop d3 here. And if knight g3, now bishop f5. And somehow I have kind of held on to everything.
And Zhu has played rook a c8. Sahil, offering this
Yeah.
repetition for the millionth time today. And overall, Zhu will be very, very happy with her position.
And also, I think we've reached the 40th move, so I think this time is not exactly accurate.
Yeah.
It will be, they both will gain 30
Let's
minutes.
go to Vaishali's game because rook d2 played Sahil in that. Very interesting. This is the most interesting game of the day, actually.
Yeah, so rook d2 played. Now the idea is simple. You want to grab this pawn at the right moment, exchange a pair of bishops, also give your king the g7 square. Just wondering what happens. First of all, if rook c7, maybe just bishop d4, yeah?
Takes.
The bishop h7 check was my idea.
Uh-huh.
Oh, king f8. Rook
Mate.
h7 is mate.
Yeah.
Oh, so king h8. Oh, I need knight g6 here, yeah? This doesn't work.
Somehow.
Knight is misplaced somehow.
8 seconds for Vaishali.
Ooh, she has to play now.
Rook c7.
Oh, she
best.
played that move. She played that move. And now bishop d4 has to play Munguntuul. She has to play this move and grab the pawn.
Only move for black. Bishop takes d4. And she played the last move with only 4 seconds. She has 34 seconds for 7 moves. But her position has changed completely. It looks like Vaishali might win this.
Rakesh, bishop d4, allowing bishop h7, you have to be absolutely sure. You're not going to... Because if you see this mate, right, that really dissuades you from going for this line. So,
Absolutely.
Munguntuul luckily has time on the clock to figure this stuff out, and she likely will. But bishop d4, very important to exchange. If, let's say, black passes, you could play a random move like a5, then b7 hangs, and if this knight is forced to move, then this is a deadly check on the board. So you don't want to be in a situation, you have to somehow strike now, and this pawn needs to be grabbed. Vaishali could have a golden opportunity to win this game if black doesn't take on d4.
True, and this is the little bit stroke of luck that she needs to, just completely have a different tournament. And Sahil, imagine if the clock timings were reversed. What would have happened in that?
She played something else. She played knight to d. That's a mistake from Munguntuul. Knight to c4 apparently is a great move. And try to listen. You attack the rook now. You give a check, obvious. King g2 now. And what does black play? Because if you pass a move like a5, knight b2 is a fork between these two pieces.
And what if I play rook c1, like pinning your rook?
You mean rooks? In that situation?
Knight c4, rook check. And she played rook c8 check.
Rook c8 check
Not
also
the
looks
best.
decent, Rakesh. Also looks decent because bishop f8, knight b7 seems to win on the spot. Because you can't grab the d4 pawn. Now I am free to just take all your pawns one by one.
What a turnaround, Sahil.
I mean, it's not a complete turnaround yet. And knight f8 is the only move for black. She needs to maintain pressure on the d4 pawn so that she can exchange a few pawns off, remove the pressure. If she plays bishop f8,
It's game over.
It's game over with perfect play from white.
I think white's going to play knight into b7 next move no matter what. But at least you will have bishop takes d4. That is why it's advisable to block the check with your own knight, Sahil.
Also, knight c4 still in the air. If knight f8, knight c4 attacking the rook, still asking the important questions. What are you planning to do here? So, and also knight b6, knight d7 could be in the air. Knight e5 could be in the air.
Knight f8 played.
Knight f8 played. Now knight c4, critical. Also knight b7, as you said, a decent move. But in that case, black might just take the d4 pawn. I think that's the problem there, exchanging a pair of pawns, and that moves the game closer to a draw. 6 more moves to time control when both players get 30 more minutes. Vaishali needs to hang on tight if she has to win. 10 seconds now.
Come on, play.
That's 6 seconds. 5, she grabs the pawn.
With
the bishop. Yeah, that's not the best plan there, unfortunately. I think she saw the a6 pawn hanging as well. But bishop d4, and the problem is, Rakesh, there's a knight behind on d6.
So bishop takes pawn, bishop takes bishop, rook comes to the center, and I maybe bring knight e4. Idea is knight f6 check.
But now the king has a g7 square. It's not as convincing now. unfortunately. She missed that chance, but she had 10 seconds. It's almost impossible to find all these subtleties.
True, but this
But I think she's not losing this now anymore. I think there's no doubt about that.
for sure.
If she plays normal moves, grabs the pawn on a6, grabs the pawn, bishop on d4, exchanges it, knight f6 check. I mean, it's simple moves to hold on. So at least that's gone. Meanwhile, no huge changes in the other game, but the bishop was played in this Nurgyul game, so we might see a draw there soon. And Divya game, by the way, we are still in that end game where black is okay. I mean, some chances, but I think still a close to a draw.
Yeah, but this is the action game, Sahil. What a fantastic transition we have seen in the last 30 minutes or so. And bishop d4 being contemplated by Munguntuul. Sahil, will she be able to maintain her record of all decisive games?
Possible, but you don't want to maintain a record at the cost of your results. So you don't want to lose this to maintain that record. But yeah. Maybe asking, how can I get tickets for these matches? Actually, you can go to the maybe Instagram page of the Master Resolution. You will find their MCA. You can find the link in one of their stories. Probably you can register and you can come. There's no price for the tickets.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
free. It's completely free.
come and meet the players, take a photo with them, see the playing hall. It's not often when you have a top level event in India.
Bishop b7 played. If you can go to the live position file.
Yeah, this is
So
the current
bishop
position.
d4 not yet played.
She didn't play it in the first go.
Yeah.
So there would be some hesitation, some other options being considered. But I think she needs that g7 square for the king. That should be a huge motivator in terms of kind of doing that.
Rook d1 check is a possibility. And then you take on d4. Black has to take on d4 at some point.
Yep. Okay, black also under some pressure now. 5 moves in 3.5 minutes. This is getting tricky because she's not playing it instantly. That should be the reaction. The first go-to move. If you're playing bullet chess, you take on d4. Yeah, you cannot really allow white to maintain that tension because again, knight c4 is still an option. Knight e4 is still an option.
I agree. And Sahil, I just somehow have a feeling that Vaishali is going to win this.
I think this one decides. If she doesn't take, then Vashali has chances. If she takes, then maybe enough pieces are exchanged that Vashali might be pushing, but might not.
You mentioned that psychological factor. No, Black was trying to win, and suddenly she has to defend. It's very tough as as a player to adapt to these new situations. And I feel Sahil, this game is going to change, and Vaishali is going to win.
Sometimes the best option is to look at the game from your opponent's angle, and if you flip the board, you see how the rook is so active on the 8th rank. Your king has no moves. So I think that sight of your king getting stuck itself should be enough to realize that you have made a mistake. Divya also watching that game because her game, and she takes the pawn. She takes the pawn. I think that was the logical try.
Takes quickly by Vashali. Rook d4 has to be played. Okay, you can throw in a check if you want, but no.
No, I think just take. You want the king on the back hand.
Yeah. Now knight e4, knight f6.
And this is the problem, right? The knight is hanging. If the knight was not hanging, then you could have grabbed this pawn, maybe use this pin somehow as well. But yeah, knight e4
played.
And now I think king f7. Or does king g7 also work? Yeah, king g7 also works, I think.
Yeah, looks like it.
It works. I think any of the moves just getting out of this pin. And if rook c7, there can be some ideas rook d7 or something else at the correct point. Because there are 3 pawns each. 3 pawns is not enough, Rakesh. I mean,
yeah, so only if the black king can be somehow cornered or put in some pressure. Otherwise, with 1 extra pawn, it's not going to be easy to win this.
Also, only 3. In fact, 3 moves to go to the time control. King f7 on the board.
Best move.
Once they reach the 40th move, the chances of this game ending in a draw go up dramatically. This is like the last couple of minutes when either side could make a mistake. So 3 moves to go. Will either side crumble? Vashali has 50 seconds, 2 minutes 50 for her opponent. If the clock goes to 0, that leg goes home empty-handed. So she needs to be fast. It's a 30-second increment.
Yeah, she had that one chance though, Sahil. She couldn't grab that. We'll go to that moment after the time control. But let's stay live. 30 seconds left. Trial 3 moves to play. If I'm not mistaken, I think Vaishali is rocking that Indian jersey, Indian blazer.
Yeah, I
That
think so.
seemed
That
well.
resembles the one I think Rukesh also.
Yeah.
Even Prag. So
15
They-
seconds, King F2.
yeah,
Nice
King
move.
F2 played, activating the king in the end game. That's a very important piece you should use to try and dislodge the pieces. King E3 attacking the rook would be pretty nice. And of course, we have rook C7 check in the air. So, for example, King E3, rook goes somewhere else, then rook C7 would be a nice check to use. Also, bishop on A4, yeah, not doing much as of now.
Yep. Just controlling a few squares defensively, but not attacking anything.
Meanwhile, in the other games, not much is happening. I think still roughly balanced in all the games.
Yeah.
By the way, we have to check out the Divya game. There's some interesting developments there. We go there as soon as the time control hits in this game. Okay, 43 seconds. 2 more moves to go for white till the time control. So day 5, Rakesh, might end with a bunch of draws. I think that's in complete contrast to what we have seen for the first 4 days.
Very true. Yeah.
So I expect, day 6 to be an absolute bloodbath. Because players, after a bunch of draws, they're in the end zone. They know they need to win if they want to win the event. And Zhu Jiner will maintain her lead by half a point. Both Divya and Humpy, half a point behind, will try to win. Of course, the others have to win. They have no choice but to win. So that will put us in a scenario where everybody will take that extra risk in the final few games, and that promises some amazing chess for us.
Yeah, for sure. The players are going to have some rest, visit a few local sites, maybe try some Indian food, and cook up their own novelties for day 6. But do you think at least one game will end decisively, Sahil? At least one. Please give me some hope.
No, I think this should be a draw. Although 45 seconds for black. We saw Munguntuul blunder that position yesterday. She was completely winning. If she had grabbed that pawn on h6 against Nurgyul, and there is always hope. She plays bishop b5.
Not the best move, Sahil.
But very solid, right? Because you defend the pawn on a6. Now white doesn't have a target. That is the problem.
Yeah. And if your king slides up the board attacking the black rook, white just protects it. Or gives a check, or
King f4. Question for chat. So what happens if white decides to be ambitious? You know what? King is an active piece. I want to attack, move forward. But unfortunately,
it's a nightmare.
It's going to lead to a cold shower after e5 check. King takes knight g6 check. King f5 and bishop d7 with checkmate in the center of the board. So for now, h4 on the board, defending that g5 pawn. And apparently, Rakesh, e5 is the only move for Munguntuul to maintain equality. If she doesn't play it, our Chess.com arrow quickly showing us that is the only move.
And you saw Vaishali played with only 6 seconds. Now black has only 30 seconds.
2 moves for black to play till the time control. She would have loved it if this was move number 41, but this is move number 39. And why, Rakesh? So let's say I play a normal move, right? I want to attack the knight. I play bishop d3. Apparently, king e3 is very, very strong. And that's side, you want to defend this rook.
Before you play.
Yeah, and king e3 could be a huge threat.
Seconds mistake, 97.
That's a mistake, but now
Huge.
not king e3, Rakesh, because they still check here. But h5.
That's a great idea, Sai. Just to show quickly, h5. If you don't do anything like, let's say, pass with a5.
Yeah.
G6 check, at h6 you push h6.
Wow. The The pawn runs away from the corner and the black
Sahil,
pieces.
13 seconds, sorry to cut you, but
Yeah.
40th move.
Yeah.
Last move of the time control.
She needs to push them. She
Yes,
gets F5 on the board. And 40th move, Munguntuul needs to find a good defense. Does it even exist here? E5 still maybe just defending the rook, giving the bishop a path to come back. This could be the only result for it. There's a twist in the tail, Rakesh.
I've had kind of predicted that E5, the only move that still keeps black in the game. If you play something like rook D1 or something, it is completely game over. And the best part is, Vaishali will get 30 minutes to calm down and think again.
Yeah, she has used the time control.
Yeah, she has
already. So her job is done.
10 seconds, knight to E5. What? Game has completely changed, Sahil.
Yeah, that feels like the most human move in the position. But now rook
Which the computer hates, ironically.
Rook C7 check. I mean, sure, AI is taking over the world and now it's embarrassing us. But Rook C7 check. And the point is, if the king were to go back, I can grab this pawn. Two connected passed pawns is just resigns. And if king G8, the problem is knight F6 check. And that's what the knight has been waiting for all his life. So you can't...
What if I want to hide in the corner after that, Sahil?
So yeah, I mean, king G8, knight F6 check, king H8, and now white, of course, celebrates. So she can take her time and then finally captures an H7, and that is checkmate. The king has nowhere to go. So in this position, black will have to go back with the rook potentially. But now there is knight coming up, another check, and once you move the king somewhere, let's say king G7, I just grab this bishop as well. If you take the rook, I grab it back. You have to take with the pawn, and now rook d7, knight d7, and the difference is, Rakesh, bishop against knight. We saw it yesterday. Humpy winning that endgame because of that dynamic, because the bishop is so much more useful. It can cover a long diagonal, and bishop c6, bishop a6, any of these moves, the pawn will be lost, and the a pawn will be the Tony Stark of this Avengers movie. So as of now, Vaishali has a great opportunity to win this game.
Wow. How the game has turned. And it was, in fact, the infamous 39th and 40th move, Sahil, where we see a lot of blunders at all levels of chess.
Yeah, so that means they have reached the time control. So Vaishali will use, I'm guessing, at least 5 to 10 minutes, Rakesh,
Easy.
to contemplate all her options, which gives her the best possible. Because that's not the only variation. There are a bunch of options available. So let's check out the other games and check out if we are seeing any twists and turns there. First of all, Alina against Salome still, a pass pawn on a6, bishop c5, rook c4, grabs the pawn on c6, and now e3 is black's target, where she's trying to put pressure. Bishop c2, simply defending the pawn on e3, but f4 could be an option at some point.
Yeah, Bishop. This looks more like a draw. I would love to check out, Divya's game, because look at that king entering for black, Sahil.
Yeah, that's what I saw actually, and this is where I had left the position. Takes, and rook f1, and f takes c4 is pretty much forced. King takes, but Rakesh, I think white now has to just say, okay, I cannot win this. Just grab the pawn on c6, and if black king grabs this, then you can just grab on. Is that a draw, or is there some twist here because of f pawn? I'm scared to grab that pawn, Rakesh.
Yeah.
No twist. Thank God for no twist there, because there's very few number of pawns now. Yeah,
That's the whole point.
yeah.
But still, it didn't look like black was getting any counterplay, but
Yeah.
she did.
Yeah, black actively kind of holding the draw here. She's forcing white to actually, equalize. And I think, of course, if you take f5 is also an option, trying to create a pass pawn as quickly as possible. I remember that game from the Magnus Vichy World Championship where he sacked a pawn, pushed the f pawn, I think it was, and brought the king in front of the pawn and won the game. But here, I think simply check, moving the king away, and now even just h4, just moving these connected pass pawns, splitting them, and takes. This should be a very comfortable draw, at least a draw for white.
Yeah, and you know what? There has been a nice update for the trailing pack, because looks like Salimova has found a nice edge after a lot of equal chess.
So by the way, this is where we left it. Bishop a6, offering that repetition. Rook a8, bishop b5. But she takes on c4, intermediate move. Queen b5. Salimova did the same thing against Harika, if you remember. She did not take the pawn back quickly.
And she's winning!
What?
Zhu Jiner has just blundered, Sahil. What a time to get here. Rook takes c4
Ooh.
and knight d5.
Oh, queen sacrifice on the board potentially. That is insane. Queen takes d5 is the winning move. If she plays it, that is insane. How
Oh
does
my
that?
god.
But wait, queen d5. I mean, I want to take with the queen, right? Because I don't want to block my queen
But
there.
then you have bishop b7 after rook.
Rook c7 check,
Yeah.
king g6 and bishop b7 now. Oh, king g6 and bishop b7.
Capturing the rook in the
Wow.
corner.
So, and if I play queen b3,
There's no.
I can just play rook c3 check and save the pawn as well. Oh, so I can't take with the queen and pawn takes rook check. King g6 loses the queen instantly.
Yeah.
So you can't do that.
That's
So
game over.
king goes to the back rank. But now what, Rakesh?
Now get the other rook ahead.
So rook c6, I move the queen somewhere. Let's say I go to a3. I want to give this check.
And now the whole point being rook comes across to e6, protecting your pawn. Remember that ugly pawn stretch is suddenly the safest heaven on earth for white, because any check on the back rank, your king goes to h2.
Wow. So Nurgyul having a beautiful opportunity to take down the tournament leader.
And blow open the tournament.
Humpy, Divya, everybody else praying. Humpy's in the room right now, not Divya. Humpy praying in the room for this result. She can take queen takes d5 and play an immortal queen sacrifice. Very rarely do you see it. And Rakesh, I can genuinely bet Zhu Jiner has seen it now.
Yeah.
This is how it happens as a chess player. You play a blunder and instantly you notice it. I don't know what's that thing. You don't see it while you're calculating, but you see it instantly after you played. Queen d5, a brilliant queen sacrifice for a knight, and white has a winning position. And this time, Nurgyul's risk worked.
Yeah, and it's not like your typical puzzle rush moment, Sahil.
Yeah.
But it's like more than one of those immortal or positional queen sacrifices with some tactical tendencies. Let's dive a little bit into that, because Nurgyul has 21 minutes and I expect a player of her level to find it. So let's quickly show queen d5
Yeah.
and then e d5.
Yeah, that's the critical variation. Queen d5 just loses.
Yeah, rook takes
So-
check.
By the way, can we go full screen, producer? Because I think I would love to see that moment when she grabs the knight
Oh yeah,
with her queen. So, and looking at her body language, do you think she's seen it?
I think so. She looks focused. Mainly, I noticed what you said. That Zhu Jiner knows that she has blundered.
Yeah, she knows it. I'm pretty sure Zhu knows it. Does Salimova trust her calculation that Zhu, who's leading the event, has made a huge blunder?
Yeah, and Sahil, if we could show on the bottom right, queen takes d5, e takes d5, rook check, king in the corner.
Where you want to go?
It doesn't matter actually. Yeah. Rook, bring the other rook. Queen comes into a3. You protect your pawn by going rook to e6.
Rakesh, rook e6 is great, but apparently bishop c8
It's just
is
completely
even stronger. So let's say you give a check here, king goes to h2, your move. You say, okay, I'm greedy, I'm going to grab this pawn. And now rook d6, threatening mate, and the rook is cut off.
Wow, that's
It's over, right? It's over. There's no move. The queen b4, rook d8 check, and you have to give up the queen. It's completely over.
And the king on h2 is, I think, one of the safest kings in the world. Sahil, what are the chances that we think that Salimova will play this iconic queen takes
She'll
d5?
play it. I mean, it would be really disappointing to go back home and check that. I mean, this is a chance to create history. I mean, she could potentially. She won yesterday. She plays the queen sacrifice.
Wow!
What a brilliant move there! And Zhu Jiner should be completely shocked. That is a brilliancy on the board.
Wow!
I love that blue color whenever I see it. And Salimova has played a nice tactic. And Zhu Jiner is moments away from resigning. She takes with the pawn the best try, the best challenge. Rook c7 check. King cannot come up. Everything should happen very quickly now. Chat, let's like the stream. And we should see Salimova OP in the chat right now. Because what a queen sacrifice. King goes to h8. And now rook c6. Just bring all the pieces into the game.
Absolutely, Sahil. Rook is coming into c6 and Zhu Jiner smartly plays the king in the corner side. The whole point being, white has a light squared bishop, so you want to keep your king on a dark square. But that does not mean your position is safe, because the other rook wants to join the party. And immediately after, you mentioned that Zhu Jiner knows, as soon as Salimova played queen d5, Zhu Jiner's face kind of fell. You played a great tournament, but after this, Sahil, it's anybody's tournament to win because both Divya and Humpy will go into the joint lead with Zhu Jiner.
Wow. How did the... Oh, wow. This is another draw, yeah? So
Yeah.
we have a draw in Alina against Salome. I think that's a pretty fair result. Opposite color bishop plus rooks.
But
and,
the main game of the day is
So-
this one.
and also, I think both players at the point table getting some confidence back with
Yeah.
points on the scoreboard. So that's amazing. 3 games to go. Divya against Polina, still a draw. We have Vaishali, winning against Munguntuul. And we have Nurgyul winning. Those are 2 results at the end, Rakesh, potentially. So this tournament promises to be a treat.
Yeah, and somehow out of the blue, it's a Christmas miracle because I had predicted 2 decisive games
Right.
like 4 hours ago. But I think this
maybe-
can be a candidate for game of the
I
tournament.
think
Sahil.
Polina needs to help me out here and make a mistake. Or Divya, I don't know, but I think as of now, 2 results very likely. But this game is a masterpiece. I think this tells you how beautiful chess is. Queen d5, sacrificing a queen worth 9 points for a knight worth 3 points.
Yeah.
And still you're winning. That's beautiful.
And now I think the most important move, plenty of moves win, but bringing the other rook to the square, attacking the queen is really important because you can also try and get 2 rooks on the 7th rank, Sahil.
Yeah.
And that is just, as we know, game over.
But Rakesh, I really love that bishop c8 idea. It's like a jail for the rook on a8. So rook c6, queen a3 has to be played. I can't imagine anything else.
Yeah.
And now bishop c8. And the idea is rook e6, rook e8, checkmate, queen
Kind
e3.
of unstoppable. Yeah?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful to watch, actually. Maybe queen e8 now is the last try, but now bishop d7 and the queen goes, and now rook c8 is also over. Wow.
Yeah. Oh my God, what a game! Sahil, if we have seen plenty of attacking chess, enterprising chess, but this would be my nominee for move of the tournament or even game of the tournament.
Move 100%. I think game we still have to see if she can convert this. The game is not yet over, Rakesh, and Zhu Jiner, who is leading the event, is leading for a reason. She will offer the maximum resistance. She will play quickly as well now on the clock. So Nurgyul will have to be precise and she will have to be fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Good thing for both players have reached the time control. But Sahil, you have 17 minutes as wide in this position. You have seen it's kind of working this calculation, but I think it's more than enough time to figure out all of the tactics. But the best idea that White can have in this, Sahil, if you could show one more time to our audience, the amazing bishop c8 idea. So
Yeah.
rook comes ahead, queen goes to the side, and
Now
now you go
bishop c8, basically disconnecting the rook from the other side of the board. And let's say queen e3, king h2, very important. No more checks. And the idea, let's say black plays a random move. The idea is simply the beautiful rook d6 for now, b4, and rook d8 checkmate. And that is just spectacular. So, and there are other winning ways. That's the best part for Nurgyul, that it's not the only way to win. But I think bringing this rook into the game is very, very logical because you want to finish the game now. You don't want to give black time to take this pawn. Suddenly things can change. If this rook gets into the game, remember your material down.
Yeah, and even the computer is suggesting moves like bishop to b7, but that allows rook d8, and now we no longer have that bishop c8 blocking the rook idea. So I really like rook 1, that rook on the first rank, going all the way up to the board, attacking the queen.
Yeah, and the queen doesn't have any squares as well because queen d8, for example, rook c8 wins on the spot. Rook c8, and the game is over. So the queen limited by its options. Maybe that's why this is the right moment to play rook to c6. But can Nurgyul find it? She has 16 minutes to finish this game, and I think this is a good one to think for her because you want to be precise.
Yeah.
Any mistake can cost you a beautiful masterpiece.
And you have a lot of time. I think just a few minutes of thinking will make her realize that rook 1, c6, using the bishop to cut across. And Sahil, you know what? Even though if it was not the London bishop, but its other friend on f1, the white bishop is doing all the damage in this one.
Yeah, and not to forget, chat, Vaishali also winning. Let's have a look while Nurgyul thinks. 95 is where we left it, and Vaishali did find the best move. Rook to c7 check, and Munguntuul, unfortunately, is objectively now losing, and she will maintain her record of having all results, but I don't think this is how she intended it. And I wouldn't say a lucky breakthrough. I think Vashali played some fabulous chess there. The F6 idea was awesome and took that pawn on F7 and created those chances. And now she might get her first win of the event and she would be at a par score, 50%.
Absolutely silent. Even if somebody may call it lucky, I would say good players are always lucky. She defended a very difficult position yesterday against Harika for 13 moves. Today she was on the defensive over 25 moves. So after 55 moves of perseverance, finally she gets her chance and she grabs it. Wow, what a day, Sahil. From looking all 5 draws, suddenly we might have 2 decisive
I think the
results.
queen sacrifice really is the cherry on the cake. So let's hope we see a beautiful conversion there. But as of now, one look at the Divya game. Is there any hope for either player? This is where we left it previously. So king e3 happened, d5. So Divya pushes the pass pawn, check, king h2, and rook behind the pass pawn. So Divya has a simple choice. She can take on f6, check, king, or let's say directly black takes on d5, takes on a6, and they can shake hands and decide it out. So this will be the next game to finish, I feel. How much time do the players have? 16 and 30. So they might take some time to think. And Divya looks alert, sitting at the edge of the seat, but I think there's not much to do here. This should be a draw. And I think both players will be satisfied because there was no moment when either of them had a clearly better position.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were about to play a move, I think.
So rook check, right? Rook e6.
Rook check, but I think I'm not. Sorry, not this. Like rook check, I was worried about king f5. You have check, so
Yeah,
that's
we just
interesting.
capture with check. Yeah.
That's nice. So king d5 then maybe, yeah. So I will give this check and pick up the b2 pawn, right? So rook f6, I king d5, rook a6, and then check, king g3. I pick up this pawn, king g4, and then check, and this should be a draw. So this game should be a draw. Maybe we keep an eye on the Nurgyul game.
You will play bishop to c8, Sahil, using your same idea
Yeah.
but in reverse order.
This is also nice. This is also really nice because you got the rook trap. That means she understood the idea.
Correct.
And she's also attacking the pawns now, Rakesh. And there's bishop f5 and rook h7 as a threat.
Yeah, but do you want to allow that rook to
No,
be
but the
free?
second rook comes up, right? So let's say I play rook b8, bishop, let's try to analyze if this works or not. Bishop f5. Now you activate the rook, but I can even give this check, king g7, and do I have... Oh, I don't have rook c7 because rook f5. So maybe bishop goes back first, yeah? Bishop d3 and now rook c7.
Yeah, even that works.
And this is completely winning now. This should be elementary.
What a turnaround though, Sahil.
Yeah, beautiful. I think queen d5 was such an amazing move. And Zhu Jiner missed it. So, I mean, she was the leader and she missed it. So, the tournament can change at any point, Rakesh. There is no guarantee of a winner.
Absolutely. And just check if Vaishali's opponent has played, not yet.
Nurgyul now looks very relaxed. And that bishop c8 is the cherry on cake on top. So as of now, let's go to the game of maybe Vaishali, where Nurgyul is still thinking. This is although very close to like only 3 pawns on the board. It's all about that potential pass pawn, yeah. So it's not easy to hold.
What do you play like for rook c7?
I mean, rook d7 is my go-to choice because I don't want the rook to stay on the 7th rank. But now knight d6 just wins on the spot. So, I mean, there's not much to do. What else apart from rook d7? If you play knight d7, knight d7 is the best try because, g6 doesn't seem to work, h6 doesn't work. 6 actually, okay, yeah, doesn't work. But knight f6, I mean, I'm kind of grabbing h7 now. This should be over.
Yeah, that h. What was on h2, Sahil? Came to h4, h5, and suddenly is doing all the damage.
And if bishop d7, the final move, I think king e3 even looks very logical. Or again, that knight f6 idea. And
Pin
this
and
is
win.
also bishop c8. Yeah, not to forget. I have another piece I can use to pin you, and at the end, these two pawns will win the game. And always, yeah, g6 takes h6 is in the air.
Looks over it, and both players thinking for about 10 minutes after the time control here.
Kirito asking, did Salome win? No, it was a draw. I think an opposite color bishop and rook endgame. So it was a very, very smooth draw from both players.
And it was an exciting game between the two tailenders, Sahil, as you were mentioning, and both players take half point into the rest day tomorrow. But wow, what a turnaround in these two other games. No moves so far by Zhu Jiner has played Queen A3. Let's go quickly
Yeah.
to that game.
So Queen A3 on the board and Rook 1 C6 on the board. So the best move. She has found the idea. I think this game might be over soon.
Yeah, and Sahil, it's like our variation, but in inverted order. Right?
Yeah. I think the idea is simple. Rook E6, Rook E8, and black really doesn't have a defense.
Look at it, Rook. It's like trapped. It hasn't moved, I think. No, it has. It was playing Rook C8, Rook 8.
And also, I think if Rook C8, you might think, okay, I'm just gonna, do this. But check again. You go back, and I still have the same idea. Rook E6. It doesn't really change much.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely game. Sahil, I'm pretty sure now this Queen D5 move, is going to come in many books, chess books, or publications, puzzle rushes in the future.
Yeah.
And also, what a heartbreaking way for Zhu Jiner, Sahil, to go into the rest day like this in this manner.
Yeah.
Ooh, Zhu Jiner has 33 minutes, but that doesn't matter at all right now because position is completely lost. Queen F8, in the corner is a possibility, but still you just can try to switch your pieces to a different square.
I think Nurgyul will have an amazing rest day. Yeah? After such a beautiful game, you will look back at that game again and again.
And similar to Humpy, she does not want a rest day because she won yesterday and again today, so she wants the momentum.
And Zhu looks completely distraught. She's like, okay, I mean,
Yeah.
how can I spoil this edge?
Queen E3 check, mistake.
No, I
Queen
mean,
F8.
there's nothing else. Yeah, what else? Like,
Yeah.
there's no.
King
So
H2
you
has to be played.
What you're hoping for is King F1 or King H1 or something, right? You're hoping for this a mistake, but there's no way on earth
No way.
she'll do that. And now it's lost.
Queen E8 has to be played now.
The idea is simple, chat. It's Rook E6 and Rook E8.
This are just interesting. If you go Queen E8,
Yeah.
Rook E6.
You don't want to do that, yeah? Rook
Yeah.
takes C8 now.
It's Rook C8. So you have to be
C8.
very careful till the end.
Yeah, Queen E8, I think the best is
Bishop F.
I was wondering if Bishop F5 works, but there's Queen H5 check.
Oh, yeah.
And then you lose.
Of course.
So
That's what we would do.
so Bishop D7 maybe.
It's still not over. I mean,
No, it is because
Why?
Queen E7, there is now Bishop F5, there is no Queen H5 check.
makes sense.
And if Queen F7, then there is Bishop E6. We just chase the Queen on this diagonal. If Queen G6, for example, now Rook C8 apparently works because takes, King G8, and now Rook G8 check. So she has to calculate all of this, of course. This is the critical moment. But she is completely winning.
Yeah. Let's see. We're waiting for Zhu to play her.
Also, Munguntuul not played yet, so still thinking. And also, I think even Divya thinking in that endgame, that drawn endgame.
No moves in those games.
So nothing changing, chat. What a game. What a turnaround for in two of these games.
It's nice to also have 600 people in the chat when we saw the queen sacrifice, the iconic queen takes d5 by Salimova.
Yeah. 51 minutes per team for white.
Thinking, is there any way, just to safeguard her king and get into the game? She looks like she's about to move.
She has a lot of time. I think she will not hurry here, Rakesh. She has a lot of time.
Yeah.
You will calculate every single possibility. Setting up a trap like queen that, queen e8, bishop f5, queen h5, I think is pretty tempting.
Yep. Period. I mean, there's no.
Yeah, it's post because rook e6 is coming. Rook e6 game is just over. Yeah.
So you have
So
to.
you have to play queen
like
e8.
the only move here. And I don't know. It's also like a trap. You're praying at this moment for rook e6, and the rook takes it. Is it like completely equal side? 0.0.
Yeah, it's completely. And
Wow.
the thing is, it's a rook endgame, right? Again, all rook endgames are drawn, so that doesn't change.
And speak of rook endgames, can we head into one side? Because Divya has played a couple of moves, and we might get the finish of that game before.
Yeah, this is about to finish. So she does decide that it's not worth it to, try and push the d pawn. So, for example, d6. If you try too much, then you are not pushing this pawn any forward. So I think d6 makes no sense. Rook f6 very logical. Rook d5 by black. We're gonna see rook a6 by Divya next, and then maybe I don't know rook b5 or something like that. Or rook d2 check actually, just doing the pawn instantly.
That's the simplest way. And rook a6 on the board. We might see handshakes very, very soon here, chat.
Yeah, her opponent just adjusted the piece. I thought, okay, what was she playing? There's no piece there. I think both players should be happy with the result. There was no moment when anybody had a chance.
I don't think like the bar went even up to 0.50 in this game.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah, either way.
Of course, I think white will be the one to grab this pawn, I think. So rook d2 check, for example, king g3, rook takes b2. Now maybe rook a5.
Rook e6 check is always nice to
Yeah,
cut off
but
the
king d4 then.
king g4 if I go.
Rook g2 check.
Yeah, then I'll get that pawn, you will get my pawn.
Yeah, rook a5, king e4, rook g5. And now black has to just draw this because the king is still, stuck, Rakesh. But it's the h-pawn, so h-pawn really gives no chances.
If it was a g-pawn, this would be winning. Or if the king was on the c4 square, this is the game.
Yeah. Now rook b8 potentially, h4. We just wait even. I think rook c8 also, and there's not much you can do. Yeah. But Divya, I think, will play that in game. Yeah? She will not agree to a draw. So there's no risk for her. That means this will also last a while. And maybe the first game that finishes still might be Zhu Jiner's game. She has played queen 8. She's played queen 8. Queen 8 on the board. Okay, now what?
What's like the cleanest way to decide? Bishop d7, right? Following the queen.
Yeah, so bishop d7. But Rakesh, it's not easy to find. Even bishop e6 apparently wins with the idea of, rook c8.
Yeah, how do you say that? Like,
how do you say queen h5 check, but king g1?
Now there's no threat for you.
King g1. Let's say rook e8. I want to keep the rook defended. Bishop f7 though. There is rook e1 check. King f2, queen h1. Oh my god. Okay, not that. There are a couple of tricks. The cleanest is indeed bishop d7. After queen f7, bishop e6 now, doing everything with tempo. Queen e8, there is rook c8, queen g6. There is also rook c8. Queen h5, there's king g1.
Nurgyul thinking. Again, if you want to show chat, do not rush in with rook takes e6. Let me show our variation style one more time because rook into c8, black has a nice counter tactic and rook takes queen rook captures, and now, like Sahil said, all rook end games are drawn. You are in fact
Slightly worse.
yeah,
Yeah.
slightly worse. You have to defend this, but yeah, that is very unlikely to happen.
You should not have moved the king to the corner. King h6 would have been better. I don't think she had that choice.
No,
In
but
this
then
position, if you play king h6, unfortunately, that pins your queen to your king and one of the rooks to c6. Either one, for example, this, and the queen is lost. And the thing is, after takes, this is again check. You can't really grab the bishop, king g7, rook b6, and you resign. So king h6 was never the option. She had to play king h8. And now this is the position she's stuck in.
and one surprising thing, Sahil, is Vaishali's opponent has not played yet after 21 minutes.
Yeah, because there is no move, Rakesh. There is no move, so she's trying to contemplate what to do, and she's not able to find a move, and she will play when she has limited time. 10 minutes for her, by the way. So
Let's stick with this game, Sahil, because it's the star game of the day. It looks like White is about to move. She looks ready. Bishop d7 is the best, chasing the black queen.
meanwhile, in the Divya game, we did see that move. So rook a6, rook check, king g3, rook b2, and rook a5 on the board. So she'll be a pawn up, but it's still a draw.
And I think Shuvalova defended that against Vaishali also pawned down.
She gets up because she knows this will take some time. Yeah, she will play for a long while. So let's go back. One look at the Vashali game. No move still from Munguntuul. 9 minutes now. And if we go to the game of Nurgyul now, we get to see what Zhu
Do you
Jiner.
think Munguntuul is kind of wondering about what went wrong?
No, I mean, the attitude she has is amazing. Like she has 3 wins out of 4 and a draw.
Yeah.
I think she realizes that currently the focus is how can I trick my opponent. I will have time to,
One rest day to think about.
yeah.
And rook d7 played by Vaishali. Let's maybe check out why.
Oh, yeah, let's go. So finally a move d7, and I think knight d6 check should be the simplest way, gaining a tempo. So you can take. Let's say bishop takes and now take or whatever it is. Like now give this check. But I think the simplest is to give this check first.
Sahil, that's great, but a blunder by Nurgyul in
What?
the game. Looks like she has lost most of her advantage.
Ooh, I don't think it's still winning. It's still winning, Rakesh. Still winning, but it was not the best.
Yeah, not the best.
So bishop d7
has dropped.
Yeah, bishop d7. This does it with tempo. She did it directly. It's still winning, but now she has to be a bit more precise.
You give your opponent a sniff opportunity. Rook d8. Now the rook is not locked. Can you get it out, Sahil, somehow? Bishop f7.
But the maneuvering is difficult now, Rakesh. You have to play bishop f7.
That's so anti.
And after queen f8, you have to find rook e6.
That's tough.
And then put the rook on the 7th rank. This is not easy.
For sure.
But the thing is, what does black do in the meanwhile? Black has no moves. Black could play.
That's a great point, actually.
Black
But,
has no moves.
but I really liked your idea. Just keep attacking the queen with your bishop.
Queen g7, rook e7.
And you see, Zhu Jiner has played rook d8. Her best try is to keep playing the simple moves as black and try to get Nurgyul at some time pressure.
It's still tricky. A lot of maneuvering required. I mean, this is not easy. Even in this position, you have to find rook c6 with the idea of, again, kind of forcing the queen to... This is very weird. Very weird position.
And do you still expect Salimova to win this?
He has 8 minutes, Rakesh. So I'm definitely not, I'm not going to go all in on this result as of now because 8 minutes is quite less. And one mistake and things can go south very quickly. And the king, if this check happens, you have to go back. And then if the rook enters, somehow anything is possible. So she plays king g1.
What?
Still winning, Rakesh, but again,
It's like black is stuck actually. Black is paralyzed.
yeah, black has no moves. That's the problem for black.
But is it like a sign that she's showing that she doesn't know the exact win?
Yeah, Mr. IB saying, my heart is beating out of my chest. Go Nurgyul. So huge support for Nurgyul there. Rakesh, I'm not kidding. I'm sitting on a chair and somehow I hit my 10,000 steps calorie goal. I don't know how.
Calorie or steps?
Steps, sorry. 10 calorie, yeah, not going to be that many.
But yeah, that's great news. And tell the chat the formula to get steps.
While sitting.
Maybe
That's
it's
crazy.
the exciting
Exciting,
games
yeah.
that's getting your heart rate up.
Yeah.
King G1, Queen F8 played.
That's the best move. And
Yeah.
now maybe Rook F7 and Rook C7 is the idea. So Rook F7, what do you do, Rakesh? But Queen E8.
Uh-oh.
You can't go Bishop F5 because
Can I go Rook F5? Oh no, both, all three pieces are attacked.
yeah, even this Rook is attacked. You don't want to lose this game. So you kind of have to come back Rook F7, which is very weird. So not Rook F7. Then what else? Because I am not able to grab any of these pawns. That's the problem somehow.
That's so good. I mean, the engine or the bar might be showing you.
Wait, what if Rook C8?
I won't take it. No? I'll
So,
be King G7.
King G7. Now this check.
Looking at 6. Like,
Oh, this is losing already. Wow.
see, so you have to be careful, Sahil.
So I have to give this back and you go to H8, yeah?
And that's like the second time a repetition that you have shown.
Okay, what if I try to repeat this way? I played Rook B7 with the idea of Rook C7. Wait, the bar doesn't like it for some reason already. Oh, this is tricky then. Maybe it's not over yet. Yeah, it's not over.
And again, I feel, Sahil, all three results possible.
I mean, I think White has a draw at any point. But
Yeah, but like that variation where you're not careful and the king comes up.
meanwhile, Vashali gave a lot of updates. Let's go there quickly. So we saw Rook D7, takes, Bishop takes A6, and this is the current position. She's a pawn up. She has a pass pawn on the A file. She will potentially have a pass pawn on the king side as well. This seems to be completely winning now. Of course, the game is not over yet. I see a black screen and we should have it fixed soon. But as of now, 17 minutes ahead on the clock.
This looks completely over, right, Sahil? Just
Yeah, I mean, our face is on the screen. That's really sad already. So Bishop C6, by the way, attacking the knight. I don't see why can't I just give a check here. Knight F6, there would be H6, and that's again a draw. So you want to be careful. So maybe Knight B6 check. Or King E3, Rakesh. Very simple, yeah. Bring the king into the game.
yeah, of course, the last piece into the game. And I think the decider, Sahil, is going to be this pawn on the left side of the board on A3. And very importantly, once again, the queening square, that is the top left square, is again a light square, which is of the color of our own bishop. That's very important to note, which we saw in Salimova's game yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, so by the way, Divya game 1 update. I think we can see she took the pawn.
I thought one.
So yeah, we have a check, king h5 and rook h1, h4, king f4. I think just rook a5, but how do you rook g8? Yeah, this is a very simple draw. I think you've seen this endgame multiple times.
How, Sahil?
I mean, there's no way for you to bring your king out, right?
No, but what do you play as black? I have rook g6 check and push the
I
pawn.
can wait, right? I can wait.
Rook check.
King e5,
And now king g5, let's say.
check.
King h6.
Yeah, rook here.
Pawn h5. And there's no.
You can bring it to h8 also, but whenever you step out, I can go.
Yeah,
king
let's
e6.
just quickly show the chat. King
Yeah,
g6,
check,
king
here,
h6,
here. Fine. Rook here. Now rook g2.
king
King
h8.
h8, let's say. King e7.
Okay, rook f3. Yeah, okay, rook g8.
Rook g8. Now rook h2.
h7 and king f7.
King f7 is very important. Okay, king f6 also works. But whenever h7 happens, you need to bring the king here.
Yeah.
And there is no way. King cannot come out. Rook goes here.
What if I come rook down to g1?
Yeah, but I just wait, right? So let's say rook h1.
And
You
the
give a
point
check,
is I give a check.
king e7.
Yeah.
If you, as soon as you come out, I give a check again.
And if I
Yeah,
try to come
check.
up the board,
You cannot come up anymore because check and I pick up the pawn.
and that's quite a simple draw.
Yeah.
Actually, what if I been very sneaky at the end? What if I play rook f4? Like building the Lucena idea.
Okay. So you want to play rook g4 here, let's say.
Yeah.
So
You wait and you
I
will
wait.
go in a check.
rook f4, king e7, king
And now it's suddenly winning. So you have to play king g6
now.
where you capture my pawn and we go
King
home
g8.
happy.
Rook h7, rook check, but now I can actually attack your rook. So
Certainties.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure Divya will try till the end.
also there are the other draws, yeah. So if you play rook, let's say to g4,
Yeah.
maybe now rook a2 now.
Correct.
And
That's
if you
the
give
best.
a check, king g6, and now
King
let's
G,
be careful and not lose one up.
yeah, king g8 has rook a8 check and it still hurts. Wow.
So we can play till king, and let's go to the game of Salimova where we have a blunder from Zhu Jiner. Rakesh has a very unique way of saying blunder. By the way, rook f7, she played that move.
Your move.
Ooh, queen e8 was the only move.
Attacking three pieces.
Zhu Jiner makes a mistake again, and this is going to be the final one, I think. Bishop takes f5, and now white gets what she wanted. h7 falls. Second rook will come to c7 or give a check from here, whatever. King is still safe on h2. This is going to be over.
Wow, and she played it with only 4.5 minutes. Now she has 5. Zhu Jiner's 27 minutes won't help her because she had to use them to play queen
Yeah.
e8 side.
He played queen d4 in 1 minute, by the way, which is 2-2-2. I think, Harid, I think she should have taken her time. Queen e8 was very tricky. She found that defense, and I'm not even sure if Nurgyul would have won that game after queen e8.
Yeah, I'm also not sure, but now it's completely over. Let's show a sample line to the chat. Queen
Yeah,
takes
so queen
pawn in the
d4 check.
center.
King here,
Yeah.
and now I don't even know what you play actually. What do you play? It's over, right?
What if I say pass?
Let's say queen a4. Yeah, I'll try to grab a pawn maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, not this. Queen a4. I give a check first, I'm guessing. King g8,
yeah.
and now the second rook to the 7th rank. And yeah, bishop e6 and rook h8 mate is threatened, and I don't see a defense.
So what if I play rook to e8 there?
Rook e8, maybe some check. Which one should I go for? Maybe check here. Check. What is the easiest way?
I see. So now you
Bishop d7 just wins, maybe.
no, the best way is to come back. So check.
This one or this one?
Any.
Hmm.
So king f8, rook check again. Now rook other check, and now rook into pawn.
Nice.
So you want the ladder made with the help of the bishop.
Yeah, very simple.
What a turnaround those are.
Yeah, I mean, tournament is blown up completely. Now we will have 3 leaders.
Yes. Unless Divya wins.
But I think that's
Then Divya is in the lead.
But that's not going to happen. I think Divya, Humpy, and Zhu Jiner will be the ones. And I don't know if you have the pairings for the next round. We can check out what the matchups are. That will be interesting. So we have Salome against Polina. Polina would love to win that match. Salome, of course, would love to get her first win actually in the tournament. Harika against Divya.
Wow.
That's a sharp game there. Divya with the black pieces, Harika with white, Munguntuul against Humpy, Zhu Jiner against Vaishali, another crazy match, and then Alina against Nurgyul. So Alina not in form, and Nurgyul, if she wins, she would like to try and win that one as well, and 3 in a row.
Yeah, very well put. And Zhu Jiner who might lose today, and it will be against Vaishali, who might win today. So let's just check in quickly with Vaishali because a few moves have happened on that board.
You know, the bar in both the boards is exactly the same right now if you check it. So both sides winning equally, king e3, king e7.
Like you had mentioned, white had to bring the last piece into the action. And do I still go ahead? And she's playing knight f6.
Very important. If king d4, I think there's some knight f3 takes and then takes on g5. So you draw the game. So be very careful.
Knight f6 by Vaishali.
Knight f6 clinical there because earlier h6 was a draw.
Knight g8 check.
But now, after h6, you have knight g8 check, and the king is not on f7, and I pick up with the knight. So,
Yeah.
just flawless technique there, and now h7 is falling, and there's nobody to defend it actually.
There are plenty of Salimova fans in the chat side.
Yeah.
So,
I think anybody who starts winning has a bunch of fans. That's why I've never had any fans. But as of now, knight f6, and Rakesh, black can stop one pass pawn maybe, but she will not stop two, and definitely not three.
this looks very easy. I mean, this is very easy for Vaishali. The other game has become very easy for.
By the way, she did take the a4 pawn instead, but now if rook h7, king g8, rook c7, that's also winning. But maybe you can
Rook
just
h7 played.
yeah, everything happening with checks now. It shows a question mark, but I don't see why. To be honest, it's rook c7 now. The idea is Rakesh. So rook c7, let's say, queen d4, king h2, and queen f6. That is the idea apparently. And this is again not easy to win.
Yeah.
So there was a twist. So that's why in
The
this
queen
position,
f4.
rook c7 directly was better.
Because there's no queen f6.
Exactly. Checks. There is no queen f6 here, and it's mate in 11 already.
And she plays rook g h6. Rook h h6.
Oh, that's already a slight error. But she does control f6 though. So that's important.
That's important. I still feel, practically it's so difficult to play this with the black pieces.
The problem is, Rakesh, if you make a mistake as white, you might not just draw, you'll lose it. That's the only problem. Yeah, usually make a mistake, you lose the game if you make a mistake.
Yeah.
And then Zhu Jiner gets a 1-point lead.
Oh.
So, the tournament could be almost over in that case, at least in terms of first place, with 4 rounds to go. So, very crucial. Black takes the pawn on d4. And now, apparently, the only move is king h2, but an obvious one should be played in a second. And now, what does black do as final resistance? She does have a lot of time on the clock. Apparently, king f8 is the best move. Not going to happen, Rakesh. Not going to happen.
No way. I mean, that's so tough to, see the king come to f8. It's so, it's such an engine move.
So let's say I just push the pawn, yeah? I'm saying, you know what? I don't see your mate. I want a new queen and win the game. So what's your plan here?
Can I go rook, the left rook to f6?
And your idea is?
Bishop check.
This one.
Yeah.
So let's say I push a3.
And now can I go... Oh, no, wait. Check as well, right? Rook g6.
Check, king g7.
And rook check. The
H rook check.
In fact, can we go back and I can do the same ladder mate idea with the help of the bishop? One more move back, and rook h g6 check.
King h8.
Now rook f7 do I have? Yeah.
Rook f7. Yeah, this apparently.
Idea. So look at that beautiful variation. A2, rook takes pawn.
Yeah.
A1, you have 2 queens on the board.
Yeah.
But it's a checkmate.
Rooks are powerful than a queen. Just like our producer is best than any cricket producer ever. So as of now, looking at the game, king h2 on the board.
Wow, queen d4, king h2 on the board. Looks like Salimova should be able to win this one. And Sahil, if you go to the Vaishali game quickly, what you predicted has happened. h6.
Yeah, h6, knight g8, king f8, knight h6, and maybe knight f3. Then just push the pawn g6, king d8, knight g4. g6, king d7, and knight g4. There is no way to move forward.
And now best is to bring the... You can just capture the
pawn. Oh, knight is hanging. Knight is hanging actually.
Yeah.
So, okay, that is...
Let's go to the Zhu Jiner game quickly because rook e8 played.
He needs to find rook c f6. I think black has figured out that she's losing anyway. she has a simple threat now. Rook e1, queen g1 mate. So no time for pushing the a pawn. That takes too long, as we saw 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. She has a simple idea: rook e1 and queen g1 mate, and white cannot defend here, Rakesh. It's just over. So she has to attack. She needs to find this move, and if rook e1 in that case, then check king h8, check king h7, and I'm sure there's multiple rook g4 check should also win. Yeah.
King h6.
King h6.
Now at least there's no checkmate. That's good news for us.
Yeah, but I think check king here, check king here. Where's the mate? Okay. Apparently, it is rook gf6 here. King d7.
Oh, she played rook g6 check. Sahil, let's come to the live position.
It's still winning. It's still winning. Still winning. So king f8. I think she wants bishop e6, and that just locks the rook and also includes the f pawn now in the attack. So that really makes it very easy. So I think king has to come to f7. Sorry, but anyways, bishop e6, no?
Yeah.
And what about this endgame? So bishop e6, rook e6, rook e6.
That's lost.
A4, rook b6.
So the king will get stuck in a mate.
Yeah, it's still that. Yeah, ladder mate. This game did last longer than we expected, though. So, by the way, Divya's game has reached this position as we expected.
Yep.
So soon we will see the pawn go to h7, but that's as far as it will go, I think. Yeah, king h8, she just opening king.
She's adjusting a lot many times. And Sahil, just to point out quickly, rook h1 you have to block. No, you don't need
Yeah,
to
you can
block.
play rook g6 also, just forcing this pawn, and you're like, okay, push, I'm supporting you, let's go pawn. And then you can just bring the rook back.
Yeah, there's no way to play rook f8 and rook g8 just in time. And that's why Black's king has to be on the e7 square.
Yeah, whenever the white rook comes to g8, rook g2, let's say h7 will happen. Oh, she did rook g6. She's the biggest supporter of the h6 pawn. I love it.
Because after h7 the king is stalemated.
Yeah.
In a way, and that should be a draw.
At this level, I think this is pretty elementary. And
so if you can show pawn to h7,
yeah,
rook g2 or something.
Yeah.
Now Divya could also play a funny move with rook f7 and offer the draw.
Yeah. True.
Because
True. I think they will not do it. Yeah, it's psychological.
Yeah.
As you don't want to end up in the final position with like a rook against a pawn. You want to be the one pushing.
True.
And just to show here, I think the obvious try, for example, could be rook a8. Let's say black just passes rook here and still passes. Suddenly rook g8, and now it's winning. So king here, check here. King h6, check. King g6, check, and now king f5, and suddenly it's winning. So whenever rook g8 happens from white, your king needs to be on f7 to avoid this.
Yeah, Divya has not played h7 yet. Moves in Vaishali's game, neither in the other game.
Okay, no moves here. I think both players.
King
King h7. He doesn't really push the pawn. Black can go back to g1.
Yeah.
Doesn't really change much.
No.
Yeah.
Repetition?
No, I think she will play till the end. Yeah? You don't. Oh, they're repeating moves. Yeah, they can we go full screen? I think. Is it only going to be once, or are they going to really? Oh, h7 now. H7 now. Yeah, rook g1. I think this is going to be over soon. Let's have the board as well if possible. I don't know. Rook a4. That's the winning idea for white. So the idea is rook a8 and rook g8. Whenever rook g8 happens, yeah, the king needs to be on f7. That's very important. And black knows this.
Yeah, king already on f7 side.
Yeah. So Three leaders potentially, chat. So who do you think now will win the event, Rakesh and everyone, chat? Because Zhu Jiner was the favorite. Now she loses potentially. And if she does, then we have three contenders for first place. Of course, there are others in the mix, but three leaders. So who do you think?
I think it's your guess is as good as mine. But the best part is all three leaders have yet to play. I mean, only Humpy and Divya have played, which Humpy won.
Yeah.
But Zhu Jiner has to play both Humpy and Divya.
Yeah.
So I think that just declines Zhu's chances even further. But I would say,
And also, she lost the recent game, right? So that changes the momentum in the favor of the other players. By the way, check. I think they will just repeat moves. Yeah, Divya looks dejected. I think she, not dejected actually, but she understands, uninspired, let's say. And check. She's hoping King F6 happens. Even that's a draw actually, but
Yeah.
King F8 is just a bit more technically correct.
handshakes pretty soon in this one.
King F8, very, very smooth. And check King F7, and we will see. I mean, Rook G8 she'll play once, I'm sure. And then Rook will go to H1, attacking the pawn. Okay, not B8. And now even anything works, but Rook H1 is just the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Whole place rocking in the chair right now. They know it's a draw, but they know they have to complete the formality. Now you have to try, you have to defend. There's nothing you can do.
It's part of the protocol.
I wish I also had a rocking chair, but a producer loved it too much. And as of now, Rook F1.
F1, it's.
Chad saying, Mehak saying, come on, Divya, win the game, please. I think this one.
I just draw quick. Sorry to cut short Mehak's message, but Rook G7 check.
Yeah.
King E8. Do not play King G8 because
yeah.
Rook F8 is mate.
Yeah, Rook F8 is made. But I think Black will go to F8 either way.
Yeah.
She will not really risk it after Rook G7 check.
Let's have our eye out for Vaishali's game because that might end very soon. So, producer G, if you could let us know whichever game has handshakes, we could go to that one because both games ending.
I think Divya's game is the first one, I feel, because it's just over.
So is this? I feel Munguntuul can resign at any moment. If you can see Divya's opponent has gotten up from her chair. What is she thinking, sir?
I thought she was smiling or anything. No, not really. I think she's thinking, you don't really think much. You're trying to think if you had an edge somewhere or not.
I think she wants to play Rook F8 check, Sahil. That is what she's thinking.
Nah.
That's a funny way to end the game.
No, I think psychologically you don't play Rook F8 and end up in the finals. Anybody who sees the position, you look at it later, you see you are a Rook down. Yeah.
So, yeah. 25 seconds, by the way, for Munguntuul. Let's jump into Vaishali's game. She's completely winning pawn to H6 incoming, Sahil.
Yeah, I think she might just resign as well, but she plays knight to F5. You can even grab this. That's the beautiful part. And if that works, then it's just over.
Point is takes. You go H6 check. She
takes
takes and king takes.
Even 95
possible.
Even 95, just backing the bishop, then king F4.
Yeah, I wanted to capture it with check.
Yeah, she takes it. Yeah.
She plays H6 on the board, so
H6
king takes
on the board.
G6. It has 95 check. I expect a resignation.
Yeah. This should be over. So beautiful victory for Vashali there. I think she kind of played very well, very ambitiously. And there it is, a result for Vashali, her first victory in the event. And Munguntuul has another result, but this one is not in her favor.
What a game. It's like one of those rare moments where commentator's prediction comes correct, but so nice to see an Indian star win her first game. She was struggling. She made that blunder against Divya, if you remember.
Yeah.
But nice to see her win, and we'll quickly check Divya's game because
that's the first result for today. By the way, a twist in the Salimova game because the king has escaped, so we'll check it out. But as of now, let's see the draw here. And she sacrificed the rook, Rakesh.
I was telling you.
You were correct. A flashy move to end the game, and that is a draw between Divya, Deshmukh as well as Polina. So 3 draws, 1 result for white, and 1 game remains. So
what's the twist you're telling me about, Sahil?
Yeah, because I think this is where check King F8 happened. She had to find Bishop E6 blocking the rook, but she played another check, and the black king is escaping, Rakesh. Now it's no longer clear. In fact, if things go south, anything is possible.
Yeah, all three results possible. I thought the game will end, but Salimova was spoiling her winning chances and our dinner plans as well.
No, I think Rakesh, she had to keep the king cut. She cannot allow the king to escape. And now, after rook f6, king e7, you have to go into damage control mode and grab these pawns.
Captures.
Yeah, she had to grab that pawn and hope for the best. Now black can just start pushing the pawn. Yeah, in a second a4. So black is like, apparently bishop g4 is the only move now.
That wins. And look at the clock. 3 minutes for Salimova. Oh my god, what is happening here? This is the last game of the day, chat. If we have so many Salimova and Zhu Jiner fans. Sahil, what's your prediction for this? Bishop g4, only winning move.
But even after that, how is it winning, Rakesh? Bishop g4, a3. What's the winning idea?
I don't know.
There is only one move, and that is rook h7 check. Now you can't go to d8 because some rook d8 and discover attack.
Oh, that's a checkmate with rook b8 checkmate, Sahil.
That's a mate, yeah? That's a mate. Sorry, my bad. So now king f8 is the only move, and now you have to find rook a6.
So tough.
Yeah, and this is not easy at all, honestly, because what do you do next? Because a7 is, for example, let's say black plays, I don't know, king g8. Now you have to find rook d7 as though, this is very difficult.
2 minutes, 10 seconds. Bishop g4, only move.
But you won't play bishop g4 as white here, Rakesh. You're thinking of how do I checkmate the black king?
Correct. I will only play bishop g4 when your rook comes in and I have threatened with checkmate. Then I will play bishop g4. So my king has a square.
Because I might play rook check. It looks very active, but king f8, and you see it's already dead equal.
Wow. Is it a good defense or a missed opportunity for Salim?
Look at this, Rakesh. So I think it's both. And rook b7 check.
Yeah.
King f8 now only move because king f8, I think there's some sort of rook d6 mate here. So king f8. Now rook s7. You think you're winning, right?
Yeah.
Because there should be some sort of checkmate. But rook e1.
Okay, so rook b8, you have rook e8 back.
Yeah, rook
e1 is a mate.
Rook e8 back, and there's nothing else. There's no other check for white. If rook f7, you're lost after king e8.
Yeah, and if you go there, bishop into g4 is not even enough because queen check and queen checkmate.
Yeah. So black, that rook e8 idea was brilliant, and now
I think this is ending in a draw, Sahil.
Yeah.
Rook check.
That's a blunder already. And
completely
now
equal now.
Zhu Jiner is back in the game. It's
in the lead.
Yeah, she will hold her lead very likely. That is a huge twist. And Divya and Humpy will not be the leaders.
Yeah. And Sahil, you never know. This is the way from which she qualifies to the women's candidates and becomes the world champion. And this game might be important, on which we are sharing it with chat.
Yeah, and black has to also be careful now where to move the king. Because
F7?
King f7 looks very logical, but you feel, oh my god, this is a check. Am I losing? But king f8.
Played again.
Salimova. Other mistakes. So rook c6 is the only move for white, but Rakesh, is not going to happen. It's very difficult to play with 1 minute on the clock.
Very difficult.
It was white's game to lose. That's the problem here. It was white's game to lose. She was just completely winning after that queen sacrifice, which really threw us from her chest. But now rooks. Oh, she played rook c6.
And you can see players taking up a new score sheet because 60 moves are up. And rook c6, white is still winning, Sahil.
And there's a debate in the chat. Somebody saying, Shu, what are you doing? Hold the game. Somebody saying, come on, Nurgyul, let's go. So
fans getting involved as well. Always nice to see that. And let us know quickly, are you supporting for Zhu or Nurgyul in this one?
And just to highlight, the simple threat is if you go a3, you lose everything. First of all, check king e7, and check itself just grabs the rook. So that should be good enough to win. It's an obvious threat. And the only move is king e7 back. And black still fighting. That's the only move.
Wow. What a fight.
Somebody saying more powerful, rooks are more powerful than a queen. I would say that depends on the position. I think two rooks usually are worth 10 points, a queen is worth 9 points. They roughly are evenly balanced, but it really depends on a bunch of factors. How safe is the king? How many pawns are isolated? How much time do you have? So, multiple factors there, but here clearly the two rooks are stronger. It's not even two rooks, it's a rook and a bishop actually. This is the black king, the awkward positioning of the black king that makes it worthwhile.
So,
15 minutes for black. She has to find king e7, Rakesh. King e7, and then white is in the same dilemma. Maybe rook f7 check, king f8, and now she has to find bishop e6. And if a3 now, then f5. She has to include the f pawn in the game. That's the only
so
way
tough.
forward. That's the only way forward to win this game now.
And so just to quickly point out, in this live position, if black throws in rook e1, there's a nice finish there, because with rooks, the only way actually, rook c8 check, king comes up, then you play rook h7 check, and if you go king f6 attacking my bishop, rook f8 is checkmate, and if you go king d7, rook d7, sorry, king d6 and rook d6 is check.
So that I think black has seen. So rook e1 doesn't work.
I think she will find king d7 side.
Yeah, she will. She likely will.
It's like so few moves that work. She has to find that.
She has time, right? She has time on the clock, so that really helps. I think if she had no time, if the clocks were switched, I
Yeah.
think that would have been a problem. But king e7 should be findable with time on the clock. And now it all depends whether Nurgyul after that can find rook h7 check. Critical moment. Last game of the day, by the way, chat. So far 3 draws. A calmer day, than usual in this event. But at the end, there was a huge twist when Munguntuul blundered and Vaishali won her first game, and now Zhu Jiner fell as a victim to a queen sacrifice. Still fighting out, but
Still alive, barely, and king e7 played side.
yeah, I think it had to be played. There was no other option. King e7, and now rook h7 check is the cleanest way for white to get the edge. You need one more piece in the game. Your 2 rooks and bishop is not enough. She gives rook c7 check. That's a blunder again.
How many times are we saying that, Sahil?
Of course, king d8 is obviously a mate. So king f8, and now it's again anybody's game, Rakesh.
Wow. And remember, rook h8 would have been a mate, but the queen nicely controlling that square on the top right corner. And let's say I'm greedy side. What if I capture the pawn, bishop takes g4? Wait, what? She's moving a rook? Where? Rook at 7. Okay.
Oh,
And now the only move for black is rook e1. You see the blue arrow, which means
wow, it's the same position we saw, Rakesh, just with some maneuvering. Yeah, the rook e1, rook a c8 check, and then rook e1 threatening mate in 1, and you give a check, and you go rook e8, and everything else I think loses for white. So this is the first draw. So Zhu Jiner crawling back from the hands of defeat. So what a game and what a defense at the end, finding those moves. And Nurgyul, I think, will regret not converting from this game, because it could have been a masterpiece after queen takes d5.
drawing from a winning position normally hurts, but even after a queen sacrifice, Sahil, that would hurt even more. And I think rook e1 only this also should be played. I don't expect Zhu to miss it.
But she has to find it. Yeah, again, she's going
I mean,
to.
it's quite elementary now, Sahil. I expect you to find it in a classical game.
No, I can't find a queen sacrifice.
No, now in this that I'm sure. What? No. DGT error again. Those rook moves have to be improved by.
So I think Nurgyul has kind of accepted the fact that she messed up, and now we are going to see a draw and a stunning escape from the tournament leader, and we are seeing a repetition. That is going to be the result of the final game, a draw. So overall, only one result today, Rakesh. So both of our predictions were actually wrong.
Yeah, and this is like a Houdini escape, She looked so lost, like dead and buried, but what a defense. Making those nice crucial moves. And I think putting Salimova under some time pressure also helped Sal.
And just to point out, in that position,
Bishop D7 was the key.
yeah, Queen E8. I think this was like +4. She also had multiple chances, I think, somewhere. There's one moment which was crushing. This was a the Bishop F5, like I think was completely winning. Queen A4. This is the moment I think where she grabbed this with check and allowed that backward move from the queen. So Rook C7 here was just winning on the spot actually.
Which does not allow Queen F6.
Yeah, she allowed Rook E8. Actually, even this year, Rook CF6 was also winning still. So she missed those. A turnaround, a complete turnaround here. And Rook E1, Rook E8, Rook C7 played. And Black has no option to go Rook E1, and White has no option to go Rook C8.
Yeah, players have repeated once, but Zhu thinking now suddenly. Is she getting ambitious?
No, I mean, she might be calculating A3, which is the next most obvious move. But I think White always has Rook A7 at the very least. So I don't think Black can really push. You cannot really move the queen to B2 and expect everything to be okay. Yeah, there might be some checks, and for example, I don't know, Rook H, F7 check, King G8, Bishop check, King H8. Still don't see a win there.
Yeah,
Still don't see a win.
Maybe
threatening this check and win the Rook.
Yeah, maybe she's getting no, but still A2, Rook G8, Rook H7, King G. You capture my Rook, I promote to a new queen.
Apparently, Rook F5 is the only move there.
That's tough, Sal. Come on.
I will have one more queen. Rook H5, King Bishop check. What? King H8, Bishop E4 check. What?
So Bishop D5.
Yeah, King G8. Okay, I mean, she could go for it, Rakesh. She could go for it. I mean, this is, and especially 2 minutes for Nurgyul, right? She could go for it.
And it's not a half-point lead. Then she might have a 1-point lead, Sal.
Yeah. But I think, if you've had this game where you are dead lost, I think and you get that up, you should take that draw. I think you will maintain that, I can draw any game. Because if you lose this now, then your psyche is really, really, you keep, cursing yourself later. Why did I push? I think a draw is a very good result after that queen sacrifice.
True. From the black side.
Yeah.
But I feel somehow she might try.
No, I think Rook E1, she's considering
been calculating. She might still end up playing Rook E1, but that just shows what a champion Zhu is, because still trying to find the best, getting to the truth of the position here.
Yeah.
And just in this position, a move like Queen F6, which you think everything is safe, suddenly White is winning again because of Bishop to D7, attacking the Rook, and then you take the pawn off with Bishop A4. And then again you are...
Yeah, I think this pawn is the counterplay, right? So this offers Black a winning plan, clean winning plan of this, and also Rook E1. Combine both these plans, it's not easy for White to just have a free hand. If White had all the time in the world, I would grab this pawn, then bring the pawn back, and push the F pawn. Like I can win this game with time, but there is not enough time because of these two threats.
Yeah, it's taken a lot of time, and that's why it might be very difficult, because as we are approaching the 6th hour of play.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, 5 hours have been completed now.
It doesn't feel like 5 hours. It feels like a couple of hours only.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 5 hours have been completed, right? It's 8 o'clock now. So
yeah.
So our producer maybe missing is on some other time zone there. Style rookie one draw and we all can go to dinner.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want her to play A3, just it looks like such a good aggressive move.
No, I her body language doesn't suggest that she is feeling ambitious here. I think
She's down under 9 minutes.
yeah, and it's not like she has an hour here. This is not on the complications. She has around 8 minutes. No more time to be received.
And what?
What?
F6?
What? Oh my god, she blundered. She overpushed. Now there's another twist. Oh my god, the twists don't stop coming. What's happening?
I told you she wants to be aggressive. She wants a 1 point lead and Bishop G4, the second best move in the position.
Oh my god, this game is a treat cooking G8. And now White has to find Rook H5.
That's tough, Sahil. I mean,
But the problem from my end is if I put the bishop here, I have bishop h3, you don't have any checks on the h file, right? You
Rook
can't.
H5 played.
Wow. So, oh my god, Zhu Jiner, when she goes back to her room, if this doesn't turn out well, she will really, I think her chances of winning the event go drastically down. She's
sure.
very lucky she has a rest day tomorrow, I feel. Otherwise, this is where you tilt, yeah? You really, really tilt. Anybody who's played online chess, bullet chess, blitz chess at 12 a.m. understands how you can lose 200 points in 2 hours very quickly. And this is that kind of tilting factor because you had that golden opportunity of a draw and you went over ambitious and you pushed.
And what a game. I would love to see the game review of this. So many blunders, so many missed wins. But, you also see the fact that why classical chess is so much loved by all the fans. So many nice ups and downs. And Sahil, it's not like Zhu did not see the draw. She repeated the moves once. So she knew she could end the game in a draw, but tried to push and now is maybe regretting it.
Yeah.
So Rook H5 on the board. What if Zhu decides to push the
So,
pawn?
yeah, I think A3 is the critical move here because now Rook E1 no longer makes sense. Your queen is not controlling the G1 square.
There's no mating trap.
Yeah. So even now the pawn is also gone. So there will be more
Exactly.
chances of me escaping. So A3 has to be the critical move. And now Rook H5. First of all, if you take Rook takes D5, A2 black wins. That's the first. And then Zhu Jiner,
Is a hero.
is a hero. She gambled the game into a win. So Rook G5 check, and you can't come to F8. Very important. Rook F5 wins on the spot. So you have to go to H8 only square, and now Rook A7 is the winning move. So you cut the king on the H file, and then you sit tight and avoid promotion from black. And now black is stuck. Black has no clear
What
moves.
if you go there directly, Sahil?
Yeah, if you go there directly, rook to a7, then apparently queen d4 attacking the rook, and also
Rook E1
rook
check.
e1 again. So rook a3, for example, rook e1 check. I mean, this is what a game, man! What a game!
I think probably one of the craziest games we have commentated on.
Yeah, crazy game, and it's fun to see both of us commentate together.
Absolutely. And Rook H5 on the board. Just 7 minutes left for Zhu. Wow. It's such an exciting game. The game could have ended in a draw about a few hours ago, but here we are still fighting. A3 has to be played if you are trying to, trying to push for the win, and you play a couple of moves. You still want this pawn to be queening. Salimova has just 3 minutes, and Zhu Jiner has 6. Just checking if we are seeing some comments in the chat. Yeah, Mcron, you're right. Salimova had an amazing World Cup in 2023. She finished second there. And random things saying she lost her advantage, she got it back. Su always finds to come back. Koneru, you're absolutely right. And I think Saksun is saying a very correct thing that it's a very tense game, Sahil.
Rakesh, the point is, till now, only Nurgyul was in time pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Now, both of them are.
A3 plate.
Oh, she's repeating moves. What?
Draw.
No. This can't be a draw now. She has a draw in hand if she wants to. But I mean, she has to push. She has to push. We come so far, Rakesh. We're at the airport now. We have to take the flight.
She repeats. No, Rook G5 check.
But no. King H8, she can still play on, right? She can still play on.
I don't think she's going to play. It's going to be a
If she goes to her room and sees the evaluation, she is not going to be happy.
full screen from the front view, please. Because I have a feeling it's going to end in a repetition.
Rook A7 is winning. It's
You see her eyes are on the king set.
Yeah, it's not an easy win, but it is winning. There is no way for the pawn to move forward. It is winning. That pawn will fall. And the white king is very safe. Will she have the courage to move forward here, Rakesh, and potentially take down the leader of the tournament?
She might, she comes from Bulgaria, where Vashali Topolo, one of the most attacking players of the world, has come from. I think Sahil, Rook A7 has to be played because of the point you mentioned.
I mean,
white is completely safe.
Yeah, the A pawn is. See, once he realizes the A pawn is not queening, I think Rook A7 becomes very simple. And the fact that she's pausing here is a good sign.
True. And
she repeats! Oh, she repeats in a winning position.
And now, if King G8 can... Oh my god!
Oh, they agreed to a draw. That is insane. She had a winning move there. I still cannot fathom. I mean, what a game this has been, Rakesh. And now Zhu Jiner maintains her lead.
Yeah, what an exciting game. I think both the players were winning for a long time. Both the players were losing for a long time.
I know you're commentating here, it's winning. If I was at the board, I would have probably resigned as white here. But the point is, when you go back to your room, you check the evaluation, that's when it hurts. That's when it really, really makes you mad. First of all, Zhu Jiner, okay, why did I push? Why did I make it complicated? And then, Nurgyul as well, I had a winning opportunity, winning so many times in the game, and she couldn't convert. So that masterpiece of a queen sacrifice.
Yeah, that would hurt more.
Yeah, it didn't have the desired result. So that's it. These are the final results for day number 5. You can see 4 draws there. A relatively calm round until the final hour, Rakesh, when everything, all hell broke loose. And we almost saw, 2-3 results at the end.
Pretty much. And the only result, as you can see in the middle of the screen, Vaishali winning a very nice game against Munguntuul, who preserves her decisive tournament throughout. Like all 5 games are decisive. Humpy and Harika drew at the very start. Divya trying in that rook endgame for a long time, but ended up drawing. But Sahil, game of the day was definitely Salimova versus Zhu Jiner. What a nerve-wracking game.
Yeah, what a tipsy-turvy game there. And there we are, both of us. I mean, this tournament has been so exciting, Rakesh. It's been so much fun to watch these games. Top players of the world fighting it out for a chance to be the best in the world. And I think the games gave us a lot of entertainment.
Absolutely. And you know what, Sahil? We are excited for the next round as well. But we'll have to wait a little bit because tomorrow is a rest day. We'll be back on the 20th of April at 3 p.m. IST, that is Indian Standard Time. Sahil, any last words?
I would say it's time to pick your choice for the winner. If you are in the chat, choose your winner now. Who you're supporting, let us know right now. Because 4 rounds away, we'll have one winner at the top. And it could be anybody as of now. Zhu Jiner in the lead.
By just half a point.
Yeah. And a few people chasing her right behind. So we'll see what happens. All of them still have to play each other. So we could see bloodshed in these rounds. It's going to be amazing. Rakesh, thanks a lot. It was amazing commentating with you. And thanks a lot to our crew for working so hard. And we'll see you day after tomorrow on 20th. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.